issues, both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. And today, we've got a show for you. I can't promise it's going to be a good show, but we got a show. So I had this set up where I had like 3 or 4 conservatives coming on to argue about the Republican Party with Josiah and Staxiums. And Loftoid's the only one who has showed up so far. So we're going
As
to give him
typical
another 5
conservatives.
minutes.
Yeah.
And if you are, and you happen to be in my audience, and you're like, you know what, the Republican Party's not that bad. If you want to jump backstage and you want to like argue, please be my guest. It's a
all
very
I'll
white.
say is that it makes a lot of sense that they're Trump supporters because they did run away from a debate. So,
Ooh,
damn, the call out. Oh, shots fired.
Man, not even here to defend themselves either. That's on them.
True.
That's because they thought
reached
that
out to a
lactoid.
couple possible replacements, and hopefully they'll get to us. But
well, listen, they thought that because of Lactoid's beard, that's the only partner that he needed. It's Lactoid and his beard, so it is a 2v2. It's like, damn, the masculine energy, it's enough. He doesn't need help. It's good. The GOP is in safe hands.
Thanks.
The worst part about it is I just keep fucking like touching it, right? You got to, right?
What you got to do, man. I mean, what do you
fucking? I don't know.
No, what are you gonna do? Have a beard and not touch it? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Wolf Glenn, I know you're not a Republican though. That's the thing. I want someone who wants to defend the Republican Party. We don't need to add on to the pile-on, right? We need someone actually here to.
Or maybe Lactoid does deserve it.
Boy Lactoid
maybe we could just go 3v1, 4v1. Hell, who cares? He'll be okay.
He'll take them all on, right?
All right.
Damn. This is disappointing, but we'll have a show anyway. What, they got 2 more minutes? Has everyone had a good weekend? Did everyone do great?
I had a great weekend. I have the sickest sunburn I've gotten in quite some while. I just went on vacation went with family to a lake nearby, and
they didn't drown you. That's awesome, man.
Yeah, true.
I'm proud of you.
I forgot I was white for half of a second and did not apply a substantial amount of sunburn, and I am red and not having a great time. But we have aloe vera, and we're gonna be okay.
That was a lovely tale there. Listen, I'm just impressed that your family will like publicly acknowledge you and associate with you.
I mean, they don't. They always just like whoever this kid is, and then I just kind of we have this sort of like you can hang out, just don't.
You're not in any of the pictures, right?
Them. Yeah, exactly.
Right. Like they don't acknowledge you. You have to sit at a different table when you go to restaurants and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah,
I get that.
It's a chore, but we all show love in different ways, and their way of showing love is telling them to get out of their face. True.
Okay, sus. If you want to jump backstage, if you want to jump on for today's show, could use you. I don't think they're coming. So yeah,
I just want to say, as a friend of the show, unless there's an emergency, shame on people for committing and then leaving Whick in a bind. Hopefully, there's no emergency. If so, if there is an emergency, we're just gonna blame Lactoid for being insensitive. But somebody said that they're getting off work.
Yeah, one of them said, "I'll be up soon, getting off work."
Okay, so
I forgot we have jobs. You people don't. My bad. Now it makes sense. It all comes together.
Thank God for President Biden and his economic management that people are employed. Thank God, everybody. That historically low unemployment rate.
Okay. Well, he'll be
probably
here soon,
to work late to
hopefully.
deal with inflation. That's what I'm guessing.
He'll be here soon. Did he give us ETA? I'm not able.
4 minutes.
You said 4 minutes. Yeah.
Okay. So we'll just convince a little bit. They coming. They're on their way, gang. Don't worry. The cavalry's coming. Okay. I guess if I just start the opening statements now, by the time these guys are done bloviating, we'll have them here, right? But we will see. I guess to start off, let me tell you what the show today is going to be about. Today, we're going to be talking about the Republican Party and conservatism in general. Has the Republican Party become a zombie party, one that simply exercises opposition that doesn't have any policies of its own, but simply stands athwart from any sort of politics that Democrats might want to do, good or bad. Is there still a soul in the Republican Party, or has it simply become a vehicle for Trump and other grifters to use to launch themselves to power? I don't know. We're gonna find out. I had invited some Republicans to talk to me about this, and some conservatives and some libertarians too. But you know what? We'll just go with what we got, and hopefully they'll get here. But we're going to start off with Josiah, then we'll go Staxiums, and then we'll have Lactoid refute them both. Go ahead, Josiah.
Hey everybody, my name is Josiah. I run a left-leaning political commentary channel on YouTube called Pondering Politics. Used to be a Destiny orbiter called Ruminate. I am unapologetically partisan. I think the Democratic Party and the progressive left are preferable to the regressive right and the current iteration of the GOP, which is basically like an authoritarian cult of personality. To answer the question, I don't know if the GOP is dead per se, but it's either in a state of undeath, like a vampire or a zombie, some sort of revenant, or it is like slowly dying and is determined to take the rest of the country with it. They don't have an affirmative policy agenda. They break norms. They're cultishly loyal to Trump. Any sort of dissent is ruthlessly crushed. They have a terrible record past 40 years, especially of economic and social stewardship. So they just suck every which way. And to the extent that we need a loyal opposition conservative party, which you could make the argument that we do, at least as some sort of brake check, the GOP ain't it. They suck. So.
Okay. Well, we know where you stand. Staxiums.
Hi, I'm Staxiums everywhere. Follow me or something. But my opening statement is I think I want to draw quite a bit of a distinction between the GOP today and the GOP of probably about 20 years ago. There is a stark distinction when it comes to policies and general motivation. I think that generally speaking, the Iraq War really pushed a lot of the Republican base from a hyper-vigilant, jingoistic party to which at least was policy focused, to a much more isolationist. It was really unclear what exactly they were latching their policies on. I think lately in the post-Trump era, they've morphed into much more of an obstructionist populist party rather than one with clear policy goals. And we could see that in the latest Republican debate, where the large policies that they were pushing were invading Mexico. Like, I think that they have completely faltered on basically any economic policy that they would like to push through. And they don't have any clear policy goals other than ban the 100-odd trans athletes in the country. And I don't think that that's enough for the rallying cry of America.
Hi. Lactoid.
Wick, hang on. Before you go to Lactoid, one of the guys in the chat is trying to get in just to bring that to your attention. He says, how do I get in? I told him to go to Wick's channel backstage, voice chat up at the top. He'll let you in.
Sure. Yeah. Fair enough. Lactoid, while I deal with this.
Yeah. So, where do I begin? The Conservative Party, any Conservative Party in a country, is going to naturally be more oppositional than a Progressive Party, because the whole idea is that it generally represents people who maybe are concerned with the way things are progressing or wants things to progress a different way than they currently are. The Overton window in this country is absolutely progressing in one particular way, which is primarily more of a left-wing slant. I don't agree with the Republicans on a lot of things, but there was a couple things here that I just want us to just recognize that, yes, the Republican Party has changed. I think a huge part of that has to do with more of a shift towards a populist, isolationist angle, and especially sort of a cult of personality around Trump, for sure. No argument there. But in terms of policy-wise, they aren't. The Republican Party is not a zombie party in the sense of, not having a particular policy. They absolutely have principles. They have policies. They've stood consistently on them, and they've stood consistently on them for longer than Democrats have, no doubt, right? 2008, Obama was arguing that marriage was between a man and a woman. Now, right, according to psychist standards, we have like transgender theories and ideology in fifth grade classrooms, right? And that's where the discussion has shifted, right? Away from gay marriage, now we're talking about that. The Democrats have shifted dramatically on that issue. In 1990, right, Bill Clinton famously said, we're going to end welfare as we know it, right? And did tremendous cuts of welfare. And in fact, Bill Clinton was responsible for one of the best financial success that the United States had during the 90s, implementing Republican policies with a primarily Republican Congress, which he had Republican support for all of his policies. Again, right? Who has shifted on that issue? It's not the Republicans. The Republicans have been consistent on welfare. They've been consistent on the pro-life, pro-choice debate. They've been consistent when it comes to the LGBTQ like arguments, and they have policies that they're advocating for. It's not that they're just like, you know, a complete zombie party at this point. They have policies they're advocating for. You know, you can disagree with them, but just to say the whole party's fucked is, I think, unfair.
Okay, and thankfully we have someone who hopefully will defend the Republican Party today. King, hi.
Well, thank you for having me on. However, the one who was actually going to be in the defense would have been Todd, but he's unable to make it. His air conditioning went out in his home, so he's got a repair going on right now.
Fair enough. Well, what you got for us? What are your thoughts? Is the Republican Party today dead in the water?
No, they're not dead. They just the I'm a registered Constitution Party member, which is as close to what the original Republican Party would have been, of keeping things as close to the Constitution as possible. The Republicans aren't a dead party. The issue that they have right now is they are at a loss of identity because their base, they know what they want. It's the elites within the Republican Party that are trying to steer the party away from things like Mitch McConnell's, Lindsey Graham's. Lindsey Graham is a big problem for the Republicans. They need to just get rid of him completely because he doesn't know what he wants to do. He'll come on Fox and crap talk Joe Biden, but then you'll see him on CNN where he's in a car talking in an interview talking about how much he loves Joe Biden. He knows that the issue of abortion, which the Republicans uh, ran on sending it back to the states, let it be a states issue. The government doesn't have any position towards it. Lindsey Graham knows this, and then right after they have a successful overturn of the statute with the Supreme Court ruling on Roe v. Wade and sending it back to the states, Lindsey Graham goes out there and says, "Let's make a statewide ban, a countrywide ban." Same thing with Mike Pence doing the same thing on the debate stage just a few weeks ago. They have a problem right now where the people that they need to be listening to, they are closing them off in favor of the old establishment shrills. And we saw that very prominently, which I thought it could have went on much longer. As a matter of fact, if you go back and look at the elections of House speakers from years prior, it usually does take a little bit longer, especially when the person that you're putting in charge of the House isn't representing your party largely the way that you want them to. So I see weakness in the Republican Party right now simply because they can't get behind one thing, and they know what that one thing is. Their base has told them what that one thing is, but they uh pardon the phrase, Republicans in name only, they want to control what the Republican primary is going to be. That's why they've put so much money behind DeSantis, even though the base says they don't want DeSantis. The base has spoken as loud as can be that they are for Donald Trump, and now even more so, they're telling uh, the leaders of the Republican Party they don't want DeSantis because Vivek Ramaswamy is polling in some polls tied with DeSantis. Nikki Haley has tied with DeSantis in recent polling and has overcome him in some other polls as well. So That's their problem. Their problem is their lack of unity.
Okay. So just to start off, because I'm curious, so you said that they're not listening to the people they should be listening to. In your opinion, King, is that how you like to be referred to, by the way, King? Is
Yeah, any name that you can pull out of that.
Yeah, King.
Okay.
Okay, King. King, do you think who should they be listening to? Right?
The person that they should be listening to are the people that sign their paychecks, and that's the people who put them in office. They shouldn't be listening to any donors or anybody in the media. They should be listening to what the polls have told them, and the polls have told them that their base at a 60% margin right now in many polls is supporting Donald Trump. But they so hate Donald Trump that they will do everything in their power to stop him from being the Republican primary. As a matter of fact,
So
Chris
yeah.
Christie is on the tickets solely because he hates Donald Trump.
So in your opinion, the Republican Party is failing because they are not Trump enough. Okay. Well,
No,
we'll see how that goes.
no, that's not what I said.
Oh, fair enough.
What I said is the Republican Party is failing because they are refusing to listen to their base. Their base has said that they support Donald Trump. If this was anybody else, like a Vivek Ramaswamy, which they're also attacking, and their base is showing that they have a like towards him, and it's largely because they don't trust these other Republican candidates that have been on the stage. They don't like or trust Mike Pence because of his political history and how he's gone back and forth, and it's really a hard sell to try to sell Mike Pence to people. They don't trust um, DeSantis because DeSantis suffers from uh, the Mark Zuckerberg problem. He's too robotic. That was DeSantis's big issue in the primary debate, whereas he lost points to Vivek Ramaswamy. Well, Ramaswamy clearly won the debate, but if you looked at it on a substantive policy issue, you would give the win to DeSantis. But DeSantis has no personality, so you have to be able to mix both of them very well, and the leaders of the party just are not in line with what the voters want.
Okay, well, now it's open to discussion. Go ahead, gang. What do you guys think?
So I do think that honestly, ironically, King is kind of a perfect example of the issues with the GOP, and that's they're heavily fractured. They have this deep schism that runs through the party that's going to sort of like have the party fall apart. You can say that there's a schism in the Democratic Party between, I'll say, like the Bernie supporters and the Biden supporters, but AOC is still willing to work with Pelosi, and Bernie still supported Biden after he lost in the primaries. I don't see that sort of. I don't think that their supporters, because they are so engaged in the cult of personality, are even looking for any sort of aligning with those two different major factions within the party. I could point to how McCarthy was at such odds with Gates and the Freedom Caucus during the raising the debt ceiling debate. And I feel like so many of I guess I just don't see a tenable position out of this, where you have two major factions who are looking at each other and basically playing chicken with the major political party. And I'm saying Democrats are willing to work together, and I'm excited for them to go ahead. I appreciate all of this infighting because it helps us get ahead. I'm not complaining here.
I'll just add
I
some
honestly,
recency there before you respond, just to cap the point about McCarthy and Gates. We're actually seeing right now they're in a similar situation. So we have an increasingly probable government shutdown at the end of the month, and much of the negotiations there are being held up by the Freedom Caucus. And there's like an internal schism between the establishment Republicans and the Freedom Caucus about potentially impeaching President Biden, which both of these things would accrue an enormous political cost. The majority of the country does not support impeachment, number one. And historically speaking, when Republicans shut down the government, it backfires on them politically. But McCarthy has to have a foot in both worlds, and that schism is becoming a chasm, and it's ever widening.
well, if I may respond, firstly, I disagree with the notion that, that, that there's a schism. It's really not a schism. It's just It's just the leaders of the party are not listening to the base. The base is already decided what they want. The issue of having them actually have to concede on something before they actually vote for it is actually a good thing. It's a wonderful thing. If we went back to those times where Congress were actually doing their job and they were lockstep in debates, we would have less of these poor fiscal policies that we have on the boards today. It took months upon months of negotiations, actually sometimes years upon negotiations, and our early days in Congress for them to come to a consensus on these type of topics. And then for the last uh, several election cycles, we have had all of these things come down to the wire, and they're coming down to the funding of the government, which by all means let it get shut down, because if they shut down the economy for the American people. But nobody in the government cared about any of that because their money didn't stop coming to them. All of these government things that would get affected by a shutdown are actually what would be considered non-essential jobs. Because most of the time, if you take a look at it right now, Congress right now spends what, 8 months of the year working, the rest of us on vacation. And then they have the gall, which again it's a good point to bring up, but they have the gall to talk about Biden always been on vacation in Delaware. Congress is on vacation every 3 months. They go on vacation, and they're not doing anything. They're not doing a really decent job, and to actually have them have back and forth conversations until we can actually get some substantive policy that's passed without the bulk of all the garbage that harms the country is a good thing.
I have a quick question. Sorry, I'm just going to jump in here. I feel like this is a strange criticism when you're supporting Trump, who, I mean, we could pull up how many days in office he was playing golf down in Florida, but like that was most of his president, or not most of his presidency. That was a decent chunk, at least comparable to the members of Congress who are vacationing. And if you want to criticize people who are like members of government vacationing, I have no issue with that. I'm not gonna say that. I'm just saying find me a decent substitute and then we can talk. But I think the problem with the Republican Party is every time they grab a decent substitute, turns out they're not that decent. And maybe there's some internal issues with the GOP, and I
Well,
think a lot of the populace.
what makes a decent substitute to you?
So like your criticism is that they are not that they don't vacation, right? That they work 365 days or at least over 300, right? Trump didn't meet that. Trump was doing just as much vacationing as the rest of Congress. So it feels weird sometimes when we're criticizing Congress and we're saying, no, look, here is our poster child. Here is the person who's going to solve the issue. And every time they fit him into the solution, he does the same thing that everyone's frustrated with. And I feel like this is the constant blight of the Republican Party. And I think that voters are eventually getting sick of it. And I think that the polls somehow indicate that. I think that we have record disapproval ratings from Joe Biden, and yet still Republicans weren't able to crack the midterms. Like that we have seen consistently that the American population is frustrated and tired of the Republican
Well,
Party's
actually,
nothing policies.
that's just not true because in the polling, the Republicans actually polled exactly where they were supposed to in the midterms. The issue that people had with the midterms was you had some people on far right media sites like Newsmax that were trying to say that their Senate was in play. The Senate was never in play in 2022, and the Senate won't be in play until 2024, where the Republicans will have a chance to pick up 6 or 7 seats in the Senate. The House will likely stay Republican in the House. They polled exactly where they were supposed to. This, the Senate was never in play. They never had the ability to take the Senate to the majority that they would need to
Okay,
pass anything substantively.
then what?
As far as making the comparisons with the president, the reason why I bring up Congress's inability to work and function properly. Congress's job is to pass the laws and guide our purse strings. The president's job is to say yes or no to a bill and also lead us on foreign policy and ensuring that the laws of the land be carried out. If Congress is on vacation for 4 months out of the year, And the rest of the time that they're in office, they're not passing laws. They're just doing countless back and forths and campaigning to get reelected. They're not working. That's Congress's problem. That's why Congress has always had such a low approval rating for decades, because they don't do their job. That's what Congress needs to do. Republicans and Democrats, both of them. Republicans right now, I think, are hitting at a stronger margin than they have in a long time, because they have this younger branch of the Republican Party that is actually willing to fight uh, the establishment figures to try to get things done that cut out some of this other garbage and crap. Things that like Rand Paul was saying. I'm not a big fan of him, but like he was saying, you talk about an infrastructure bill or something like that, you could easily pass that without attaching it to anything else. Very easily, it would get passed through the Senate with ease. You would get support from both sides heavily with ease. But
Wait, an
because
infrastructure
they
bill
want
for what?
just an infrastructure bill,
Like
because that's what
cutting? Well, no,
they've
no. But
been
are you
talking
saying
about.
like I thought you cited Rand Paul? Like, are you talking about like cutting
No,
um,
I'm not talking about cutting.
programs?
I'm
Okay.
saying his. I also do believe in cutting things too, but I'm saying what his stance was, and the same stance that Joe Manchin also took was, rather than coupling these programs with other things to try to pass as much stuff hitting and all the paperwork as possible, you could have passed a clean infrastructure or a clean energy bill, simple, and everybody would have got along it. But what they're doing is they're fighting and spending so much time arguing about all this other stuff that doesn't need to be included in the bills, and it makes them not work for the majority of the year.
Oh, you know, what? I agree. I think that whichever party is bringing forward the infrastructure bill is probably the one to vote for. Yeah.
Staxiums, hold on. I have to.
Okay.
When you attributed before like this inaction of Congress to
Yeah, yeah.
being a Republican thing, I think that was just unfair, right?
Wait,
Like,
wait, sorry. The inaction of No, no, no. I was saying it was a both. It was a both sides issue.
yeah, no, it was a both. But then you went on to associate that with the Republican Party, right?
No, 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 no. I'm saying, sorry. Just to be clear, I'm saying if you have criticisms of inaction in Congress, you can't cite Trump as your guy. That's all.
No,
I'm saying.
yeah, that's fair. That's fair. And
That's all.
sure.
Yeah.
And my position on this is going to be a problem with politicians generally. That's going to be almost
Yeah, I
impossible
agree
to
with
overcome,
that.
right? Because like
I
again,
agree.
like you have the same Bernie Sanders. I think has like what the second or third
Totally.
worst attendance rating in like history in terms of American
Absolutely.
congressional.
No.
He just doesn't show up
100%.
and do his job at all. Yet he finds support among working class people because he tells them I go and work when he actually doesn't. This is a real problem among just like politicians, for sure. No problem. No doubt about that whatsoever. And I think that it is fair to levy criticism at Trump for not living up to the promise, because he said he wasn't going to take vacations. He said he was going to work like hell, and that's not quite what happened. And I think that's a very fair criticism to levy against him.
Also, I want to jump on that though, real quick, before you continue. When people talk about Trump going on these vacations and not working, you also have to remember this is a man who's a billionaire. He's used to going and doing his business vacations, like he's working while he's on these trips. So if y'all to act like it's just another president to sit here
Wait, so
and
then
he's
every
playing
senator,
business-
If you can produce
every
evidence
senator
that
does
he was,
that.
if you can
come
produce
on, man. This
evidence,
guy's been doing this for decades.
if you
and
can
he's built
produce
large
evidence
businesses.
that he was
He's just
working
jacking
while
off he's down
golfing,
there playing golf. Like, give me a break. Like, that's ridiculous.
How many
Yeah.
It's not
pictures
like,
do we have of him of him going golfing?
Yeah, I was
Like
about
you're
to say,
saying
if you
every
guys
single
can
I
time
mean, and
he's
who's he
produce
going
golfing
on a
with
little
when he's
evidence,
doing
driver.
it? Like,
if you can produce evidence that he's working while he's
let me give
golfing,
you an example of hypocritical behavior out of y'all right now. Like, whenever
Okay.
Trump had Nick Fuentes and Kanye West show up at his Mar-a-Lago thing, everybody was
Uh-huh.
like, look, that's a business deal. He's working with a Nazi. And then we turn right around and it's over here sitting here, oh, but whenever he's working with legitimate business leaders, it doesn't count. That's what y'all
So
are doing
I
right
don't
now.
know who the hell brought up Nick Fuentes and Kanye, but that's a complete straw man. This has nothing to do with the conversation, and I didn't mention it. So golf isn't presidential work, and unless you
Oh,
can produce evidence that he's actually like presiding over Joint Chiefs of Staff meeting while he's swinging his 9-iron,
well, in
I
the
don't
whole
give a
thing, he's
fuck.
got classified documents in Mar-a-Lago. Clearly, he was doing something down Mar-a-Lago. Like,
You're right.
so,
He was collecting classified documents. If you have evidence that he was actually doing something productive with those documents, which, by the way, he shouldn't have had in the first place since he's no longer the president of the United States, but even that's a separate
you're
issue.
wrong. Actually, you're
Okay.
wrong on that issue as well. But this
I'm
is
not.
Let's not get derailed
I'm
too
not, but
much.
that's okay. Yeah.
This is about the Republican Party and not Trump.
No, look,
He's
all
the leader of the party as the voters would have you suggest. But right now, people behind the scenes, particularly turtleneck Mitch, who refuses to retire, uh, they're the ones that are causing Republicans to have more issues. The voters, they vote for these people because the establishment keeps on propping them up. The money keeps going to them. I think Mitch McConnell was actually a part of the reason why the Republicans did not perform as well as some other numbers would have put them in the primaries. In 2022, because he was diverting the money and sending it to candidates that were not going to win, just so candidates that were sponsored and backed by Donald Trump would not win those elections. And the same thing happens in Alaska, where they had a recent change of the law
Where they
about
had ranked choice voting.
how they're doing their voting system, just so the other candidate that was going to be going up against, I think it was Murkowski, that was going up against her, would not be able to win. And Mitch McConnell had a lot to play in that, but there's also who's
Is it
running Mitch
possible that
McConnell.
Trump just picked shitty candidates, which is why his candidates lost at a disproportionate rate during the 2022 primary?
Well, actually, they won at a vastly disproportional weight.
They
The only
didn't, but okay.
Yes, they did.
Okay, five.
Okay.
Wait,
I'm
hold
I'm
on.
curious about that, but before we go on, $5 from Tessicle Johnson to say longest serving senator in U.S. history. Vote Mitch McConnell 2024. Thank you for the $5. I'm
The
still not
grand
voting for
tortoise.
Mitch McConnell.
Just to clarify,
I
since
want
I
to ask
was
a
late
question to
here,
King.
was the topic is the Republican Party dead? Correct, right? That's what we're talking about
Yeah,
here.
and this
We'll get there
this
eventually,
Right,
Gibbs.
right.
All
So
right, just making sure.
there's a lot to do with it, right? Like
All
there5
right.
Right now we're talking about golf, okay?
yeah, I
Yeah,
wanted
that's,
to.
I'm just making sure it's coming to the right conversation. All
So,
right.
Sure.
so King, the question I have for you is: so unlike the Democrats, the Republicans actually have like a pretty democratic primary system, right? Like Republicans don't have the bullshit like superdelegate system where you can vote for outside of the popular vote. The Republicans tend to be actually pretty fair, and like the voters who have to elect the primary candidate have to more or less abide by the actual population. And so, if what you're saying is the Republican Party needs to listen to their base, I mean, by the rules set out by the Republican Party, if the base votes for Trump, like they can't weasel their way out of that. They have to have Trump be the primary candidate because they are actually a Democratic Party, unlike the Democratic
Well,
Party.
I don't.
Well, the rules that they set up, for example, with their debate system, the way it is right now, the reason why Trump isn't on that debate stage, for minus the polls of him polling so high, where typically they don't go on the debate stage. The Republicans have certain rules that require you to get on there. One of those rules is that
Everybody's got that.
you have to get behind whoever they pick to be the primary candidate. They never had that rule before, and most of the um, candidates that were on there, when they were asked questions about that rule, I think Chris Christie and Mike Pence may have been the only two that I remember that didn't answer it directly. Um, uh, have said that it's not a rule that they wish they would have had, because people can have their reservations about who they choose to vote for. Chris Christie, who signed his petition saying that he would stand by whoever is the nominee, even though he's clearly said that if the nominee is going to be Donald Trump, he's going to do everything in his power to vote against them. So by setting up that type of rule, and the way that they set up the debate, which is another big thing of the FEC and how they set things up, you lost a lot of potential candidates that people were looking at. A lot of people were looking at Larry Elder going on there and doing stuff, and he actually met the criteria, but it was a certain poll that the Republican convention um, wouldn't acknowledge. So
Yeah, the
Larry
base didn't
didn't
want
meet that.
them. The base didn't want
Didn't
these
meet that.
people, right?
No, the
They want
base
Trump.
gave them the money. I'm saying when they're going on the stage for for nominees, they want people to be able to express these ideas. Most, like for example, most people weren't donating money to Larry Elder because they thought he was going to win. They were donating money to Larry Elder because he was going to talk about issues that the other people on the stage would never touch, and they just wanted him to be on there to open that conversation up.
Wait,
And
just a clarifying question. Sorry, are you saying that Larry Elder met a sufficient amount of percentage points of the populace to get on the debate stage, and he was excised. Is that what you're saying? I don't know if
Yes,
I'm
there
following what
was.
your claim is.
Yes, there was
I
one, but
don't
they
know.
said that the polling that he was using was polling that the Republican convention did not acknowledge. So because of that,
Yeah,
To be
bro,
he
because
clear,
they
didn't he
can't
just real
didn't
use
quick,
every
need it.
just real
poll
quick,
from Tom, Dick, and
Yeah,
Harry,
you
Sally
can't. You
United.
can't
It's
just.
just real
like,
quick,
Jesus
just real quick. I
Christ.
think one of the rules was you had to have so many individual donors. So
Yes, you had to have.
and one of the people on stage actually was giving away gift cards to anyone who donated to him, which is a little skeezy, but he did it and he was able to meet that threshold. So
Wait. Who was that?
I
I
think it
forget
was
his name.
Burgum.
Hmm?
It might have
All
been
right.
Burgum.
So just to clarify, I did look this up. So to qualify for the debate, he needs 3 national polls or 2 national and 2 state polls with more than 1% support and 40,000 individual donors. I'm not seeing a confirmation, but it does look like he met the individual donors, but he could not find he couldn't find 3 national polls that put him as more than 1% support. So I don't see the issue here. I mean, they're just listening to the base here,
That's reasonable.
and I'll agree with Lactoid that I think that super delegates are kind of garbage, and I think that the Republican Party is largely a little bit more democratic with who they support as their primary. And I think that was the large issue that they saw is when Trump became their nominee in 2016. Most of the establishment Republicans didn't want him there. Like there was that sort of began the schism as you saw a lot of the popular crowd, a lot of the voting base wanted him, but not a lot of the I don't know, Republicans. So all I'm saying is that like there is this schism, and I think we all agree between we can even say the voting base and the Republicans. But it seems like every time we bring up some new person, it's sort of just operating around this cult of personality. And as soon as we realize that we didn't actually like that specific person or their policies don't make a lot of sense, then we have nowhere to latch on to next. And all I'm
But what
saying is
is
that's
this
like a
cult of
recipe for
personality?
disaster.
What is this cult of personality that you continue to refer
For
to?
Trump, the cult of personality for Trump, do I need to cite that, or are we
Most people who are going after Trump, they're not going after him because they like his personality.
okay?
I can point to so many people that say, for example, the late Walter Williams used to say all the time that Trump is not the person that he wants his children listening to, but his policies are absolutely everything that his children need. Same thing with Thomas Sowell, who refused to vote in the election because he didn't like Trump's personality and he wouldn't vote for Hillary Clinton. But after the election had come through and he started to see Trump's policies, he was on an interview with the Hoover Institute. He come out and he says Trump is not the type of person that I would want somebody to replicate, but his policies have been great for America, and that's why you saw so many people start looking more towards Trump, especially with his uptick in black vote, which was the largest uptick that a Republicans ever had, and he might even get more than that if he is indeed the nominee, where he received 12%, and he might even get more than that this time around, particularly with black men, because of the policy record that he had that was positive towards those people. It's
So
Just
not
I
just
real quick.
personality. He
Thank you for
does
the
have
raid,
personality in spades.
Emperor Dave. Thank you for the raid on YouTube. So welcome, YouTubers. Hit that like, hit that subscribe button. Okay, go ahead, respond.
so
I
I,
want to hear
well, I was going to
Josiah.
say,
Go
so
ahead.
I have seen polling which indicate that Republican respondents disapprove of Trump's behavior, say that he's uncouth or whatever. But when we talk about a cult of personality, what we're talking about is that that the Republican base, or at least a large plurality of it, back Trump over a party that historically speaking they had like devoted their lives to. So, for example, we know that most MAGA supporters and quite a contingent of the Republican base value loyalty to Trump over anything else. Like they want their candidates to be loyal to Trump in particular. The GOP didn't run on an affirmative policy platform and haven't since 2016 because it's whatever Trump says. As a matter of fact, Mitch McConnell was like, we don't need to give them anything, the Democrats anything that they can attack. So it's all wrapped up into Trump. Trump's support increasing with each credible indictment that comes through. It seems that there is a cultish element to the base of the GOP now. That's what we're talking about. And as far as his policies go, I don't know what policies you're talking about because
Building the wall. Do you remember the
repeal
wall?
and replace Obamacare,
The huge wall?
infrastructure,
That's now here.
which he
Yeah.
promised. And in terms of his economic metrics, for the most part, I mean, those were continuations of Obama-era policy, and in many of them, they've been lapped by Biden. Black unemployment's lower under Biden than it ever was under Trump.
You make mention that everybody was like, "Oh, it's a continuation of Barack Obama," but then when the market crashed, Barack Obama was like, "That's not my market. It's not my market." So you can't
Because it was under Trump.
you can't send that over. Yeah, but it was
And we
also
can
under
even
Trump.
blame COVID
It was
for it.
also
Can
under
you clarify? I'm
you
sorry.
can't
Can you clarify what you mean by
you
which
can't do
market?
that because
Which market?
when
Hang on.
Trump came,
You
Hold
got to
on,
clarify.
yeah,
all
one
market
moment.
metrics.
You gotta let him finish. Go ahead, finish.
You can't
King.
you can't sit there and try to cherry pick certain metrics because when Trump came in there, the stock market when as I remember it was at 17,000 on the Dow Jones. With, Within its first 2 years, it jumped up to over 28,000, hit 30,000 in his only term before COVID happened. And then after the economy was shut down, COVID happened. We had a bull market that not a bull market, a bear market that was tanking. And as soon as Trump was able to open up the economy and he's made those trade deals with Japan, with China, which didn't get completed because of COVID, we had the USMCA, the uh, new NATO deals. We had new treaties with our our NATO allies that were causing them to spend the money that they were supposed to be spending towards their national defense. So we didn't have to spend as much money as we were. And we were able to see our economy rebound faster than it ever has. And then Joe Biden gets in office, and you want to say that's a continuation under Joe Biden. Those jobs tanked. They didn't start coming back until the COVID restrictions came back, and now those people are starting to get their jobs back, but their wages are down. Biden's economy is still significantly worse than Donald Trump's economy at its worst point because of the real inflation rate under Donald Trump was 2.2 to 3%. Biden's real inflation number right now is 9%.
It's not
And
9% right now.
yes, it is. Look at the real inflation.
So what
It's
market were you
Inflation
talking
is
about?
fucking crazy right now.
So what market were you talking about? Because I'm
I
going
don't
to go
know,
all the way
9, but-
back to it. I wish you would have just said, because you
Yeah,
said
I said
It was at 9.
I've specifically mentioned the Dow Jones. Where you look at the stock
no,
market,
no, no, no,
where
no.
it
You
was.
said, wait a minute. No, no, no. I'm sorry. So you said that when you began this entire monologue, you said that you said that I cherry picked, and Obama said when the market crashed, it wasn't his market, and then Stacks
Yes.
jumped in and said it happened under Trump. What market are you talking about? The market he inherited from George W. Bush, or the market that he left Trump and that continued on to the end of COVID? If you'd have just answered that, we
So
wouldn't have had to
if
go all the way
it's
back.
so if it's Obama's market, he inherited it from George W. Bush, and it's good. But when it's Trump's, it's bad.
Obama's
Just to be
market.
clear, sorry, I'm gonna just jump in here real quick
What
and
does
just
George
clarify
W. Bush
something.
have to do with anything? George W. Bush was out of office for 8 years before Trump got in office. There
Last
was
time
nothing to inherit from George W. Bush.
So you are terribly confused. When Barack Obama came into office, he inherited
It was the
Bush's
worst
recession.
It was the
That's
worst
what we're
recession. It was
talking
the
about.
2008 housing crisis.
You see, your presidents, your Republican presidents, tend to leave Democratic presidents recessions. 13 out of the last 17 recessions have occurred under Republican administrations. Y'all suck at managing.
Wait,
the
wait,
economy.
are you really
Hold
going?
on, hold on,
wait,
hold
wait,
on.
wait.
That is, and
Are
that
you
is,
gonna
and
call
that is,
Clinton's-
and that is.
Hold on.
Clinton's
Okay,
economic policy was a
hold on.
puppet.
That
We all
is-
know
No,
this.
allowed to
Hey,
finish
stop,
our-
stop, stop. I'll give you all a chance. Let Josiah finish,
And that
then
is-
I'll let you at him. I'll unleash the Republican beef. Go ahead.
So George, a recession predictably was triggered under George W. Bush, and then it took Obama 2 terms to dig us out of it. The economy was trending upwards. He passed it off to Trump. most of Trump's best economic gains, with the exception of the stock market. And I don't know, again, why conservatives hang so much on the stock market. Of all the key economic metrics, it's the least important. GDP is much more important. Unemployment is much more important. Stock market is the least. And that's it. And by the way, even prior to COVID, which that's the other thing too, it's so funny when people talk about Trump's economic stewardship, they want to gerrymander. Only the first 3 years count of Trump. That last year that he was in office apparently doesn't. Fuck you. You all would have never made that concession if it had happened under a Democrat. I'm not going to do it for a Republican. It counts.
That last year he rebounded right after COVID when they ended the
What do you mean
restrictions, and it
It
rebounded.
didn't rebound. What do you mean
Yes,
it
it
rebounded?
did.
It was recovering. Yes, it was recovering
That's
compared
not
to
get
the
back
low.
to
It did
That's
not get back
recovery,
to
that's rebounding.
pre-COVID heights.
But it did
It
not.
did not get big. Yeah. Go ahead.
Right.
Let
we
me
didn't
jump in here.
we didn't hit pre-pandemic levels of employment until September 2022.
Bro, have you been
Gibbs.
outside?
I want to hear from Gibbs.
Have
Gibbs,
you
go
been
ahead.
outside? Like,
I
I don't know
haven't.
if you-
Maybe just
tell me
have
more
you
about-
gone to the gas station?
I'm sorry,
Have you
I
gone to the
couldn't
gas station?
hear you over your Mandalorian helmet. Tell me more about being outside.
Listen, I go outside. Listen, that's neither here nor there. If I can wear this outside, even better. Here's the point I'm making.
That's true.
If you've gone to the gas station lately, or you've gone to the store lately, the average American's hurting. And as for, let me give you an open statement.
What has Biden done?
Hold on. If you think the Republican
Make it
Party's
worse.
dead,
I'd like
I'm going
to
to
go.
tell you right now, the Republican Party is not dead. We're thriving. We're surviving. We're having the time of our lives. And I'll tell you why. Because the Democrats hate their constituents so much and are so bad at managing their constituents that it's just making the Republican Party look good, like by miles and stretches. You know what? I'll admit I'm not a huge Trump fan. But next to whoever the Democrats are putting out there, Trump looks like the second coming of Jesus Christ. It's absolutely pathetic. We got Biden over here coughing up like cum dust. I don't even know. He's just like coughing up everything. He's dying. Can't finish his sentence. Kamala Harris, what's she doing? The Democrats can't put a bill through Congress. Like, it's ridiculous. All their policies
Democrats
are just failing.
Democrats can't
Oh,
put a bill
failing.
through
Yes.
Congress.
They're failing.
Let's
And then
compare.
they do. All
Even
the bills are
Lactoid,
awful,
even
bro.
Lactoid is
Awful.
clenching right now because he
I'm not-
knows
listen,
legislative
it's
agenda to
failing.
legislative
They have
agenda.
no legislative
My
agenda. Have you
party
seen
kicks your
California?
party's
They're
ass
trying to
so
put a
bad.
tax on people to leaving California. You're taxing people leaving your state because it's so bad. That's terrible. That's
I don't
not
live
gonna
in
win you
I don't
many
live in
fans.
California. Number one, and
I'm not saying you specifically.
California's economy
Have you
outstrips
seen
any
San
red state.
Francisco? Have you seen Detroit? Have you seen Chicago? There's reason people are leaving these Democrat states in droves to come to
Chicago,
Republican-led
Detroit, they are cities, not
They are
states. So I don't know
cities,
what you're
yes.
talking
Okay, cool.
about.
We're
Yeah.
getting semantic.
Okay,
But
but
they're the
also
major cities in the states that they're in. are they
also
not?
7
Give me
of
a
the
break.
10 poorest, least educated, least healthy, most
So you're
federally
saying your
dependent
constituents
states
are-
are Republican.
Oh,
Again,
yeah, okay.
on both a macro level and on a statewide level, your policies suck, which is
Oh,
why
do they?
blue states tend to outperform
Okay,
you all
well,
economically.
can I-
get
wait,
some
can
space
Whick-
stop.
can
I
I-
want to get some space to Lactoid because
Thank you.
Lactoid's, like you said, clenching.
All right, a couple of things here. First of all, the idea that it's like the blue, then it's good, and the red, then it's bad. This is way more nuanced, right? Like I said before, Bill Clinton's economic policy was primarily driven by the Republicans. It was primarily in conjunction with the Republicans against his own party. That is absolutely true. He opposed welfare. He said he wanted to end welfare.
He also raised taxes, buddy. You all oppose tax. Yeah.
So the cuts to welfare were one of the most unprecedented cuts to welfare that have ever occurred in American history.
He also wanted to raise taxes. You can
He
pretend
raised
that it was
some
a
taxes and he
conservative
lowered
on
other
the
taxes.
on the highest earners.
Yeah, you're right.
You are
You're right.
correct.
Yeah, you're right. So there's some.
So
things
admit that was
Hold up. I'm not saying that everything he did was Republican. Okay, what I'm saying is
That's
that
right.
primarily when you
Because
look
otherwise Republicans
when
would
you
be
look
able
at
to replicate
primarily-
it, and they
hey,
never have.
Lactoid, you gotta let Lactoid speak.
Yeah.
Let Lactoid
It's that
speak for a
beard,
little
man.
bit.
It's like you said, get me fired up.
Oh, I understand you are openly, admittedly partisan, but just hear me out, okay? So it's not so simple as to say blue good, red bad, right? When you look at Bill Clinton's policy, there was a fuck ton of right-wing influence there in terms of the economic policy, in terms of cutting spending, in terms of moving power to the states, in terms of lowering some taxes and raising some other taxes, in terms of all sorts of shit, right? It's way more complicated than just the Dems had control. And to be honest with you, this idea of we're going to look at GDP when the Republicans are in power compared to when the GDP when the Dems in power is such an infantile way of viewing how the economy works, right? You can't give Biden credit for creating a fuck ton of jobs when he happened to be the president when you had the rebound from COVID. That's crazy, right? And in the same way that you really can't blame Biden for all of inflation, that would be ridiculous too, because yes, Trump authorized a lot of the money printing that happened when COVID hit. That's 100% true, and you can levy criticism at it for that. I think what's more interesting is when you look at the actual policies that are proposed by parties when they come into power, right? As opposed to the like GDP measurements, which are influenced by all sorts of things around the globe, as opposed to, things like, what did Trump do when it came to Obamacare? Did he get rid of it and replace it? No, but he removed the penalty. He dropped that down to zero. That helped a fuck ton of people, right? The wall. Did he build the wall? Not really. I mean, he built some fences in certain high areas, but he also reduced illegal immigration by a fuck ton, which is what his base truly wanted, right? And so when you look at all the things he promised, is it ever going to be as as successful as the most grandiose of his claims are? Obviously not. But there is success in almost everything he did based on the parameters that he is setting, which is he lowered illegal immigration, if you care about that, right? He removed the payment you had to make if you didn't have insurance, which is what the people were pissed about when it came to the ACA. And why can't we focus on that as opposed to saying when the Republicans are in power, it's bad. When the Democrats are in power, it's good. In terms of the economy.
So let's be clear. You are right that it is more nuanced than blue good, red bad. That's 100% true. The president of the United States, no matter who it is, Republican or Democrat, they are the single most important actor, but they are one actor of many. But that said, economists have studied this. They've controlled for lag time. My point is that the economy performs better when Democrats are in power. Now, you can say, well, there are other factors involved. Maybe you can make the case, but there's more evidence in my corner than yours. You're appealing to the complexities of trying to quantify a successful economy. But when we actually look at economic indicators, there's much more in my favor than there is in yours. With respect to giving credit for Biden or Biden's economy compared to Trump's, this is about the Republican Party, not Biden's record. All I'll simply say is we can point to policies and actions taken by Biden during his administration, which allowed the economy to open up, create more jobs, and accelerate that recovery. And even if we control for pre-pandemic levels of employment, which was reached back last year, September, 4 million jobs have been created on Biden's watch since September of last year.
Biden's
so that's 1 year.
1 million
that's
jobs
1 year.
that were new.
And in Trump's, and when
economy.
Trump was in office, his first year, he created 2. 4 is twice as many as 2. Biden still wins.
Yes.
Trump still loses.
No. Hold on, real quick. So
Yes,
again, we're past
No,
we're past COVID, right? That was a major factor when it came to to employment statistics, which are also more nuanced than just where were jobs created whichever president was in power. But I just an honest question for you: if Bill Clinton were to run today on his economic platform that he got done in the 1990s, which is, by the way, where the vast majority of the Democrat economic growth came from, right?
It would be a less progressive economic platform than what we have.
You think you think the Dems would vote for that, or you think the Republicans would vote for that?
I'm going to jump in. Hold on, real quick. I'll answer your question. I absolutely agree that there has been a shift from the Democratic Party from the 1990s to today. Absolutely, of course. And your whole claim that conservatives haven't is also kind of horseshit. Conservatives have also switched from the 1990s to today. You want to claim queer issues when the the Respect for Marriage Act DOMA, thank you. When DOMA happened, I live in one of the reddest states in the nation, and my representative voted for it. They voted to affirm gay marriage. Conservatives are largely for it right now. We see shifts of parties. That's not really what we're talking about, what me and Josiah are talking about. I'm saying, yeah, Dems have shifted for sure. I'm saying Republicans have also shifted, but they haven't shifted to any meaningful, substantive policy issues. They just shifted to some culture war bullshit on some trans athletes or queer issues that no one in the country cares about. They keep citing I don't know, some critical race theory which no one even knows what it means, some ambiguous boogeyman that they're teaching things in our libraries, and they go to the libraries and it's wait, no, I'm cool with all
they
this.
They put porn in their libraries.
Yeah, porn in the library, bro.
All I'm saying is all you have to cite is just a couple videos online. But when you actually go to like
That's
your local
actually really
library, you don't see a lot
No!
of issues, and a lot
I
of
wanna-
people feel that.
Literally,
feel
the
that.
school districts were pulling like pornographic books from school libraries that were put there. When you look at, hold on. When you look at CICUS, right? Literally, the sex education standards that are adopted by California and Illinois, they quite literally by 5th grade, you can look at the standards. I can even fucking send them to you. Like quite literally, they have like transgender theory that you have to learn by 5th grade.
Lactoid, not to cut you off, Lactoid, but if you really want to make that argument that the Republicans aren't talking about anything when it comes to this idea that there's some indoctrination to try to take their children away, California just passed into law officially of what was it last week that if you do not agree with your child's gender affirmation, your children could be stripped away from you in California.
That's true.
Republicans are saying that children under the age of a consenting adult should not have those abilities to do these types of things. Where now you have, I think it was up in Maryland, they actually had parents are suing the school district there because they refuse to tell the parents about whether or not the kids are gender identifying as something else on the playground, and they're doing all of these different
Real
things.
quick, did that
But
California law actually pass? Or
yes,
was
it just
just
passed last week.
So
It was
actually passed?
it was proposed last year, but it passed last week.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, there's a reasonable basis in the culture war for people to like actually have policy, like it's a policy position issue when we're talking about the education of our children. I don't think that's like unreasonable that nobody cares about. The Republicans, as much as I'm pretty in favor of immigration, but the Republicans absolutely have made like a specific policy platform of like stymieing illegal immigration into the country. And to be fair, like to some extent, right, what they're going to take credit for, I think this is way more complicated than they're going to take credit for, but one of the policy positions they're going to take credit for is one that they've held for the past 40, 50 years, which is going to be the pro-life, pro-choice debate and affirmative action, right? We're talking about two major issues that the Republicans have seen like success on because they have appointed judges that make actual like legally sound arguments and got rid of old bad cases.
Do you count that as policy? That's what I was going to say. Do you count that as policy, given that that's the repealing by the Supreme Court? I think that's stretching it.
It's repealing policy set forth by an activist court.
I'll round with you because it was obviously conservative judges implemented by largely Donald Trump. So like it was definitely the success in quotations of the GOP party. I guess what I am trying to say is if that's the dying hill, which is pro-life versus pro-choice, we are more pro-choice as a country now more than ever. But
we're still not more pro-choice than we are pro-life in this country. If you actually do a poll, and they actually did a poll on women because they want to make this a women's issue when it's not just a women's issue, where 60% of women are pro-life. But some women who are pro-choice want there to be limits to how far you can go. The Democrats essentially want to erase the idea of limits. We saw that.
Which Democrat candidate is doing that?
If you let me finish,
then you can go after him.
If you let me finish, we saw that with Ralph Northam during his election cycle, the Virginia governor, where he was recorded on in an interview saying that we would deliver the child, make sure that the child is comfortable. Then I would talk to the mother to see whether we would go for it with terminating the child or letting the child live.
Show me a bill that bans limits, and then I'll believe you. That's all I'm asking for. It doesn't even have to be passed. It just has to be introduced. That's all I'm interested in. But you can't find one in the Democratic Party. They are, largely speaking, putting limits at like 22 weeks. 30 weeks. I forget exactly what the average is, but it's somewhere around there. The idea that the Democratic legislation is wait, hold on. Sorry. The idea that the Democratic legislators are fighting for no limits is batshit insane. I don't know how else to engage with it.
It definitely is a culture war aspect. Hold on. It definitely is a culture war aspect. I think you are missing a little bit there. Like, so I'm not going to dive into the pro-life, pro-life, whatever to get all the specifics. That doesn't matter. That's not important, right?
Right.
The average Joe on the street doesn't want to care about 22 weeks, 32 weeks, however many weeks. That's like, they're not going to sit here and, split nuts. And you're sitting here talking about, oh, the trans issue, and they're coming after the children. To these people, yes, that is what it seems like it's happening. They're being told their way of life is bigoted. There's no way that they can look. Hold on, no, I'm just gonna be honest.
Let
They're
him
looking
finish.
at it and they're going, "Hey, my way of life is being called bigoted." And these are the people that are supposed to be talking about tolerance, and they're telling me I'm a bigot for even having a question about this. As women are getting their rights taken away, and these conservative women are going, "Hey, why should I have to compete against a man in a sport?" But we can't ask that question. That's a bigot question. And then, so, like, yeah, it's a culture war. You're laughing, but these people, the average guy on the street, really feels this way.
Hunter,
And
when
you're
he's
sitting there,
done.
and you're
Hunter,
wondering
stop.
why
Wait. When he's
Hispanics
done, I've got to say
and
two
some
things.
African Americans are coming and voting for Republicans now, and it's because they are sitting here going against these core values of these societies. Hispanics are Catholics. Do you think they're going to want to put up with all these kind of shenanigans? No, they're going to start looking for the person that most closely represents their core values, which is the Republican Party. And for you to sit here and go, "Ha ha, it's not a culture war," that just means you're out of touch with reality.
So two things real quick. So I just looked up that California bill. The idea that judges are empowered to remove children from their parents strictly based on issues of gender affirmation, it's not true. The law simply says that gender affirmation or parents' acceptance of gender affirmation should be one of the factors, or can be one of the factors that they consider. So that was one misrepresentation. The second thing, I had to double check the Ralph Northam comments, and he was referring to when non-viable fetuses, when a woman with a non-viable fetus went into delivery. It was not some sort of infanticized or post-birth abortion situation. So that's the second misrepresentation. Glad we got to clarify those facts. Now, Hunter, you can respond to whatever
Thank you.
he was saying.
The idea that the average American cares more about trans people in sports rather than abortion limits is out of touch. Abortion limits affect every
It's a combination,
single...
bro. It's a combination.
Okay.
It's not just one or other. It's all of them.
How many trans athletes do you think are there in America, and how many people do you think have gotten an abortion or have considered getting an abortion? Give me those numbers.
It's not just
Right,
trans athletes.
it's literally a culture war at every level. They feel like every level of their culture is being
It's
attacked.
orders of
Trans
magnitude,
athletes,
not one
yeah,
order of magnitude.
like
It's
these values
several.
are being pushed on them in school. Like they don't get a choice on sex education. They're sitting told if they have a question, they're a bigot. If they're sitting here, oh, immigration, they're like, well, these societies are being flooded. We're losing our jobs. All these things are at
Losing
some
our
level.
jobs with
Yeah,
record low
that's why they
unemployment.
have this great replacement theory. I'm not a proponent of like, oh, that's what's happening, but this is a real thing that a lot of these people believe, and the reason why they believe this is because it feels like their culture is being attacked on every level. And for you to sit here and go, ha ha ha, ha, that's not happening, just means you don't know. Like that.
Sorry.
That's really how it feels.
I think that you're giving Republicans way too much credit. They're not that racist that a plurality of them believe in the great replacement theory, and they're terrified that whiteness is coming to attack them. Most of them care about their jobs, care about, yes, inflation is a problem that I think is on most people's minds for sure. And let me tell you just one quick thing about inflation. June 30th, 2022, it absolutely was at 9%. Today, it's 2.97. Or sorry, it's 3.18. Yeah, it's 3.18. Yeah,
It's also a global phenomenon. We're dealing with inflation better than ever.
I want to hear.
Look at the
once
real
you're finished,
Well,
King has to
Our
go.
currency is the
numbers.
global trade currency, though, right? So if we
When
increase inflation through money printing, that's obviously going to impact the rest of the world too.
What do you think the fact that the U.S. dollar being the global reserve currency? What do you think the relationship means there with inflation? Because you're not going to create one.
No. You absolutely can, and I'll explain why exactly. So at the beginning, I think the last 3 years, more than a third of the entire money supply in U.S. history was printed, okay? When you have the global reserve currency, which is the currency that the rest of the world invests in, the rest of the world uses to trade oil, right? Literally gasoline, the shit that affects the price of all consumer goods because you have to truck that shit into the stores, right? And that's of course, it's going to affect inflation everywhere else in the world. And then surprisingly, where did inflation hit other places in the world the most? Oil, of course, because that's what the dollar is, what they use to trade oil.
So, Lactoid, you can pretend that the U.S. domestic policy is the single reason, or the only, or the primary reason, single reason. Okay, well then, who the fuck cares?
It's a major. when
If
you
it's
when
one
you
of many
almost
factors.
when you
The
increase the money
reserve, the
supply by
reserve,
40%.
the reserve currency exists that when you have two different countries with different currencies and they each don't trust the other during financial transactions, they'll both use the US dollar. The idea that that would
and for oil. And they also
By the
trade
way,
oil in the US dollar. The thing is,
speaking of-
when you increase the money supply by 40%, the idea that this is basic shit. The idea that this wouldn't have a massive effect on inflation is crazy. And we did see it have a massive effect on inflation.
If we want to remain the global reserve currency, the idea that we just put the Republican Party who wanted to just slam the debt ceiling, like it put them in charge after no one would trust us, after our entire economy would tank because we played chicken with the global reserve economy. No one trusts the dollar right now because Republicans wanted to play chicken with the economy.
Oh, hold on.
No one trusts the dollar because
you
$1.4
can
trillion
criticize
Stop.
that.
Hey, I'm
We were
taking
talking
some
about
control.
inflation.
I'm
No,
taking
I know.
some control
I guess
back.
what I'm saying
Stop.
is there's a both
Are you
sides
both
issue
not
happening.
stopping? Are you really
I'm the
just going to
enlightened.
talk over me?
Sorry.
Is
Go
that
ahead.
what's going to happen on my
Sorry,
show?
Wick.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
I'll
Appreciate
turn
it.
you up.
King's had some issues with your statement on inflation and had some issues with your stance of economy as well. And I want to give him a chance to have his say. And I know Lactoid also has a big problem. But then once they are done, I want to give both of you a chance to respond uninterrupted as well.
I just
So
want
if
to
you
say
cannot
Lactoid has many
interrupt them,
problems.
I will make sure that they don't interrupt you. How's that? Cool. Go ahead, King.
Well, firstly, I was talking about the real inflation, which is a different metric than the annual inflation, the month-to-month rate of inflation. But what what I've been seeing here, firstly, you talk about non-viable fetus. Well, you don't come to delivery with a child that's non-viable just because Democrats refuse to call a child and call it a fetus or a ball of cells doesn't stop it from being a child. But secondly, what I was going to mention was when we talked about GDP numbers, you were bringing up those numbers earlier. Well, if you looked at GDP numbers, Trump was getting 3% and over 3%. Barack Obama, during his tenure in office, I think the highest rate that he received on a quarter was 2.3%. Biden hasn't reached 3% yet. Most presidents reach 3%. As a matter of fact, the last time a president didn't get 3%, it was Jimmy Carter. It was the last time a president didn't receive 3% in GDP growth in a single quarter. Biden hasn't reached it there yet. His real wages are right now the lowest that they are because they are rising at a rate that is far slower than the inflation is. Then when you actually look into some of the numbers of some of these things and why it becomes an issue for people, Republicans see the abortion issue as a problem because of the immigration thing. We talk about, well, we don't have enough people here in the United States to take care of these jobs. Well, you take a look at the abortion numbers since the introduction of Roe v. Wade. We're at over 42 million that have been aborted so far since Roe v. Wade's introduction. 42 million people. That's almost as much as what Stalin reportedly killed during the Soviet Union of his own people. And when you take a look at those particular numbers in today's time, where we're saying that less immigration is better for American jobs, but we don't have enough people in the country right now to actually do that, it becomes an economic issue and a crisis issue that way. And economics for the most part, is the biggest problem for Americans when they go to vote. And right now, you're starting to see some polls saying that young people don't want to have children because they can't afford anything. We also saw a poll just recently that was talking about how this generation like, can pretty much forget about the American dream of having a home and the white picket fence and everything because the housing market prices have gone through the roof, and because government continues to get involved where they don't belong, the market is not going to crash, and the government's going to toss more money at that, and it's just going to make the housing rates even more expensive. Chairman Powell of the Federal Rate Reserve, we've raised interest rates, I think, since the inflation started. What 5 points. I think a total of 5 points on the interest rate going up. They don't reduce those very often. So we're going to be stuck with that rate for a long time. And you say the Republicans don't have any any policy issues. They do have a lot of policy issues, and a lot of them are very winning. They want to um, reduce immigration because less immigration means more economic opportunity. It also is better for people of color, for minorities, because there's less competition for these particular jobs, particularly in big city areas where there are a lot of low skilled workers. It's less competition. It's for getting rid of illegal immigrants is a big one for less competition because it causes wages to grow when you don't have somebody paying an illegal under the table less than what they would be paying an average American citizen. And the crime rates right now is another big issue that Republicans have been running on when it comes to substantive policy. Democrats right now don't have a crime policy. You can look at it everywhere, and the inflate not the inflation, the immigration is so bad. The mayor of New York is saying it. The governor of New Jersey is saying we can't continue to accept these types of things going on, but yet the Democrats' answer to it is to ignore it, and the Republicans have been trying to do
We need
something
to,
about it.
yeah, we need to pass it on. Pass the ball to Lactoid here, and then I'll allow Jesiah and Staxiums here to do with it
Sure.
as they will.
So, yeah, I mean, I agree. Crime is terrible. And I mean, we see nothing but, I think, apologia for crime as sort of the policy coming from the left generally in this country, which is something that I wish the Republicans were a little bit stronger on, but it's something that at least they're better on than the Democrats and the left, generally speaking. I would agree with that. With the economy position, though, there's just a couple points I wanted to make. Right, I think when people make the claim that the United States domestic policy, this isn't going to be a significant factor when it comes to global economic trends, I think it just shows a lack of understanding as to how big the U.S. economy really is. Right, like the country has over a quarter of the entire world's GDP. Right, we have the global reserve currency. Oil is traded in the U.S. dollar, and we have examples in the past, right? 2008, that recession was triggered by a domestic U.S. policy, and it led to a global recession because, of course, all these other fucking countries all had their shit integrated with us. Jerome Powell even admitted, yes, he fucked up on the interest rates and he fucked up when it came to inflation. The chairman of the Fed admits the government fucked up and they are in large part responsible for the inflation. Of course, U.S. domestic policy has impacted inflation rates. And of course, this is the reason why our inflation rates are so fucking high, or at least were so fucking high. We are getting them under control. One of the ways we're getting them under control is through the interest rate hike. And so, good for Powell for actually realizing that there's an issue. Better late than never. So no, I mean, the U.S. and again, ultimately, all this is not all Biden's fault. Okay. A lot of this is Trump's fault, okay? But when it comes to, again, before Stacks, you said something about how the Republicans have changed too, when you brought up how most of them are in favor of gay marriage. You're right. Republicans are changing in accordance with the Overton window. But I guess my point is they seem to be more consistent with where they were in the past, as opposed to the Democrats, which appear to have changed more, right? When it came to like the economic policy in response to COVID, who was pushing for the most the craziest shit, right? The Republicans brought down the weekly unemployment boost from to 600 when it was originally proposed to be $1,200 a week or some crazy shit like that. And that was the number the Democrats. What was it?
No, I was just agreeing that it was.
Yeah. So like when you look at the actual numbers the Democrats are proposing and pushing, if it weren't for the limiting factor of the Republicans, which they should have been way tougher on the economic portion, but if it wasn't for those limiting factors, inflation, I don't even want to think about where inflation would be right now. If we were giving out $12,000 a week, if we were handing out all the stimulus checks that they were intending to do, if we had the economic policy that they were pushing for, and and I think ultimately, right, we have to recognize that currently that is like what the Democratic Party is trying to push for going forward, which is should scare people.
Okay. Which one of you wants to go first?
I'll just quickly knock
Oh,
mine out real quick, Stacks,
Are you gonna be
because
quick?
it was really long. Yeah.
You
So
don't have to because they were really
no.
long.
Hey,
Yeah,
Take it back.
yeah. So what King was saying earlier, the fetus thing again, you just misrepresented Northam's comments. A fetus is an unborn baby. So his comments were in reference to what happened when a woman delivered a non-viable fetus or with severe abnormalities. So again, you're just completely misrepresenting his position and other people's positions on abortions. As far as lactoid's concerned, again, we're gonna agree to disagree on the impact that U.S. domestic policy has had on global inflation. I completely agree with you that there's a tremendous relationship between domestic fiscal policy under Trump and Biden, which has contributed to domestic inflation. But the fact that the dollar is the U.S. or is the world's reserve currency does not have a major impact on global inflation. And if you disagree with that, you're free to take it up with somebody like Econoboy, who has more training on it than me. But inflation is just when prices increase, and when the U.S. is the world's reserve currency, it's talking about like when you have a central bank or disparate state actors who don't trust each other's currency, what will they use to facilitate a transaction? And it would be the dollar. That's all I have to say on that. As far as the rest, Saxium's take it away.
Sure. Just to echo real quick, Josiah, viability does not refer to when the fetus is a person. It's whether or not it can survive outside the womb. Even the most ardent pro-lifers would probably say it's best to abort at that point. Speaking on abortion, was mentioned it's lower per capita than it was at the inception of Roe v. Wade. It is almost solely because of sex education and contraception. I actually really dislike abortion. I have pretty hard limits personally, and that's why I'm so much in favor of Democrats, is because I don't want to virtue signal about abortion issue. And I want to actually reduce them. I will also agree, sort of, with Lactoid, that Dems changed, but your sort of position that they've been fairly consistent on their issues, I would say Democrats are sort of resorting back to their base, to the FDR New Deal Democrats, who are way more interested in welfare and public education and free education, all those sort of things that FDR was really in favor of. And I'm so glad we mentioned crime, how bad Dems are on crime. One, Biden made it explicitly clear that he was not in favor of defunding the police when he was running for president, and has not made any moves towards doing so. And there is only one party here who is looking to nominate someone who has been in sorry, there's only one person. He's been there have been what, 4 indictments. Like there's only some point where we can drop the bullshit about being the tough on crime party.
Yeah,
So.
and actually, I will jump in one last thing, because again, I think we're falling into the trap of this is not about the Democratic Party. These two things are not mutually exclusive. I'm obviously, again, partisanly progressive. There's no question about it. But even if the Republican or the Democratic Party was as bad or worse, the question is whether or not the Republican Party is a dead or dying party. So Stacks and I, we are being baited into, defending the Democratic Party versus the Republican Party. That's not what this is about, and I'm not going to do it anymore in this conversation. This is on
We'll do it in a
all.
different conversation.
This is on
It's
you
not- it's
all.
not to get a whole
This
lot
is on
more-
you all. This is on you all to make an affirmative
I
case.
do want to
Nobody was
hear.
baiting you.
I do want to hear from the Republicans or the Republican leaning or the Trump voting or whatever you want to call yourselves in the show today. What is your favorite thing about the Republican platform? Doesn't have to be about the party, but the platform, their policies. What is your favorite policy that Republicans have that they are trying to get passed today?
Before they answer, should we take a bathroom break? Give them like an hour to come up with one.
I got it right
Because
now.
they're probably going to need it.
I got one right now. Everybody hates Ted Cruz, but right now he's pushing a bill through Congress, a lot of support, trying to get income tax revoked. So that's good. Taxation is theft. During the American Revolution, we went to war over a 3% T-tax. I think it's time for another one, folks. No, but
You support Puerto Rico statehood, by the way, since they're being taxed without representation?
Or
I
DC.
mean, I support
Or
the rights of the
felons.
people to make their own decision on that, and they voted against it, so that's up to them. I'm not going to.
Gotcha. Okay. I don't think that's true. I think
Let's
actually
ask-
they support
I
statehood.
don't think
but
that's
yeah.
true at all. Let's ask
But,
DC if they want to be a state.
Yeah.
They're like okay. I
Okay,
mean,
so
we're really
Ted
going off
Cruz
tangents
getting
there.
rid of income tax. That's your favorite policy on the chopping block right now. What do you got for us, King?
Right now, my big issue right now is fiscal responsibility, trying to eliminate some of this reckless spending. And though I'm not a big fan of his, Ron Paul has been consistent on this front. For everything that Congress is trying to approve, they need to cut the fund to some of this other crap. We're spending $9 million a year studying studying crickets. We're spending I think another 10 million on whether or not a lizard can run on a treadmill for a long period of time to study their lung capacity. All of these things are reckless uses of money. Another one is that Rand Paul brings up is the amount of money that we're sending to Ukraine. Money that doesn't need to be going over there. Period. They're not an ally of ours. They are their own. They're their own nation. They have uh, the other members of NATO right next to them, and they've received right now almost $70 billion from us. And what are we getting back in return from that? Nothing. So, fiscal responsibility, trying to get rid of some of this reckless spending.
Okay, last but not least, Lactoid, what you got?
I like Gibbs's suggestion for when it comes to income tax, or I guess his pointing out the income tax. I also think the what DeSantis has done to education in Florida has been very good, and I would like to see that implemented more on a national stage. That's something that both Trump and DeSantis have talked about in terms of cutting out what is essentially critical race theory. It's not technically critical race theory, but it's sort of critical race theory adjacent, non-legal education that's focused on primarily racial identitarianism. And then I like Vivek's policy of voting exams. We should bring those back.
Voting
exams?
Interesting.
Yeah.
$5 for
Lactoid
Tessica
knows he
Johnson.
loses the popular vote if he doesn't do something like that every time.
Gotta raise
so-
the voting
there-
age
Yeah,
too.
exactly.
Is there
Give
more
him
than-
5 minutes.
Okay,
He'll say
Republicans-
only
give me this-
Republicans
Republicans lose
vote.
the popular vote now.
Give me this.
Okay,
Give me this. $5 from Tessica Johnson to say if there are more than 2 genders, then the wage gap is a myth. Thank you. That's great. And Socrates, thank you for the sub. Gang, if you're liking this content, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, throw some bits my way, throw some subs my way, throw some super chats my way. I'll read them out when I can. And yeah.
Hey, what are you
so-
at on your subs out of curiosity before we go on? What's the goal at this point?
Oh, well, I want to get to 250, but I'm
Oh,
not.
shit. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Balling. Okay.
Like, that's
Yeah.
for the month, though. That's not a
Okay.
daily goal. The daily goal, I usually have a 10 sub daily goal, and we're at 2. So
Gotcha. Okay.
we'll get there. We'll get there.
There you go.
I want to talk more about the DeSantis in Florida. So from Staxiums and Josiah, I'm curious, do you think DeSantis is doing a good job in Florida? Why or why not? And Admiral Gibbs, thank you again for the sub.
Well, capitalism.
I mean,
Uh,
you go ahead.
well-
I think you're a little.
Well, I
bit
was
more
going to
versed
say,
in
it depends on the metric. So I think that Florida is currently experiencing, off the top of my head, like a net migration in terms of people moving there. That's good. Also, they have the highest inflation in the country. That's bad compared to every other state. So it depends on the particular metric. Skyrocket insurance premiums. I think they're doing pretty well in education. Maybe Lactoid could back that up in terms of like national performance. It depends on the metric. Although I think that much of his focus is elsewhere at the moment.
What I'll respond to. So I would have to probably see specific policies. Number one policy that I think was on my mind when it comes to DeSantis in Florida is his COVID restrictions. I was largely against those, and I think that the vast majority of old people in Florida who are lying in their graves would probably agree with me too, only after they died. The second thing is that I think that when it comes to education, I'm very much in favor of being critical of what is taught in schools. I'd have to see specific policies, but I know one that DeSantis was really interested in was like you can't teach like sexuality, or you can't teach sexuality. You can't say gay. The Don't Say Gay bill was that in Florida? I don't think that was
Yes.
in Florida.
Yeah,
No, that was in Florida.
Doesn't
That
actually
was in
say
Florida.
that.
Sure, but that was what it's. I'm just using it as a reference
That's what it
point.
was
But
said.
I do.
It was said. Yeah.
I do know that it's very hard to legislate these sort of things, and sometimes you can use really ambiguous language. And I know that there was a few teachers who were like saying, "Okay, gotcha, we won't teach anything about sexuality in schools, and then they like took out misses, and they all went as mix, right? As sort of like this, like, because it's hard to legislate these sort of things. I would have to see specific policies, but I think that the things that come to mind when it comes to DeSantis, I'm largely against.
Okay.
I want to touch on something. We were talking
Please
about
go ahead, Gibbs.
other economic things. I want to talk about we were talking about the culture war. We were talking about inflation. I want to talk about another cost of inflation. I don't know if y'all know this, but I have a heavy MMA background. One time I got to interview some people, and Kimbo Slice was there, and Kimbo Slice said, uh, I was a Democrat my whole life until I got rich, and then I became a Republican. And I think that speaks to a lot of people's mindsets here. It's because Republicans want to put more money back in these people's pockets. And once you have money, you realize you want to keep that money, And so whenever the average consumer goes to the gas tank and they see $3.50 gallon gas, and then they turn right around, they look at the newspaper and it says Biden's shutting down the pipeline, and you have Trump claiming we were energy independent a year ago. That's a bad look, and that makes people go and vote Republican. So for people to sit here and go, "Hey, we're gonna sit here and say the Republican Party's dead," that's just ignorant. That's just ignorant. And the party
Well,
that's dying
to that
is
to that
Democrats. They're shooting
to
themselves
that
in the foot.
point about the Republican Party being dead recently, and I think I shared this with you, Josiah. There was a poll done, a CNN poll, that showed that amongst minorities, that Biden was severely underperforming his historical average. Um, that Trump, again, didn't have a majority of minorities, but he had a sizable lead uh, compared to his other Republican candidates in the past. Why do we think that's happening? Do we think that it's going to continue to happen, or do we think this is just kind of like a an outlier, a bump in the road, something that isn't going to have a big effect? I'm just curious what the panel thinks about that. Why is Trump specifically gaining so much traction amongst minority voters, or at least seeming to?
Well, one of the
So
big
I
things
don't.
was the attacks that he received recently, um, with all of these indictments. It was talked about in a lot of black podcasts, a lot of black radio shows talk about it. If you actually go and you look at some of these black people that go and interview people on the streets, you come after the guy, and the guy is saying that they're coming after me because I'm doing things for you, and uh, these people, a lot of them, mostly young black men, are seeing the second step back, which freed over 1,000 young black men back into the population from a bill that Democrats had passed in '93. Um, but they're seeing this, and they're connecting with that. They're saying, well, he feels like we feel, because if the Democrats are out there and they're putting the notion in people's heads that it's the minorities against the police. Now they're saying, well, Trump is facing the same thing, so there's a connection there, and they're looking at that. But also, it comes back down to mostly their pockets. I've seen so many young black people that would never have considered voting for Trump, but they come back and they're saying, I'm going out there right now and I'm looking, and I can't afford anything. I miss Donald Trump because when he was in office, I could afford stuff. And to I don't know your name. Let me see what to Admiral Gibbs's name uh, point about giving money back, and you go out there and you look at these gas prices. That was Biden's biggest bluster. Was he could he could have turned around today. Chairman Powell would not have had to raise interest rates if Biden would have turned around and allowed America um, to access energy. But what does Biden do instead? He goes around the Grand Canyon, which is a massive oil reservoir, and declares it a a national monument. So now the 1 million acres around the Grand Canyon you can't drill in. Period. He stopped all of our ability to produce oil, and then he depleted our strategic reserve trying to lower the prices of gasoline, which is one of the biggest fuels for why you're seeing the cost of everything else rise. And people are seeing that, and they're like, "Well, under Trump, things were cheaper. I could afford more stuff," and that's why they're going towards Trump.
Okay.
So
Any
just
other-
real
go
quick, I'm
ahead.
gonna so real quick, a couple of things. This is so funny to me. So as far as oil is concerned, the idea that Biden shut off domestic energy production is just simply not true. He approved more permits and leases at a higher rate than Donald
Those
Trump ever
permits
did.
were completely useless.
No, they
9,000
absolutely
of
were not.
9,000
You're
of them were
talking about
useless.
millions upon no, because it was the oil companies that filed the paperwork and did the surveying to get the permits in the first place. They wanted the permits. Biden approved them.
Shutting
The,
down
I-
the Line 5
the
pipeline.
idea that
Gas
the
prices
permits were
surging.
useless, the idea that they would actually be spending all that time, effort, and energy trying to procure land that wasn't oil producing is stupid. The fact of the matter is the permits were for oil producing land. He approved them at higher rates than anything. And as far as gas prices and oil is concerned, it was back in like 2018 or 2019 when Trump pressured the Saudi government to slash oil production. And even though we are a net domestic energy exporter, we also import as well. And it was Trump that cut oil supply right before COVID. COVID shut down travel, so people weren't driving. So supply and demand were both down. Then, as COVID began to loosen up and people began to travel more, demand increased, but supply was low. And so Biden did what he could. If anything, that's part of the reason why so many environmentalists are pissed at Biden, is because he continued to approve drilling permits and leases at a record rate. So you're just simply factually
And
wrong on
You're
this.
factually wrong.
Whatever you
Line
say,
5
sweetheart.
You're wrong.
Hey, hold on.
Whatever you say.
I'd like to
energy
First they
production
cut
has
the
been
Line
created.
5 pipeline. That
The
raised
Keystone, it
we
was
haven't
not
even talked
functional.
about
It was
Keystone yet. We haven't
it
even
was
talked about Keystone
inoperable.
yet.
It
Let's
was
talk about
not a,
Line 5. He cut the Line 5 pipeline down, which raised natural gas by 30% across the seaboard. Are you kidding me? 30%? The average person is going to sit here and take a 30% increase in natural gas just like willy-nilly? Bro, come on. And then, the Keystone pipeline, shut that down.
the Keystone pipeline was inoperable. It wasn't going to be operable until 2023.
How
You're
about stopping
simply
the Alaska
wrong
but
oil
about
drilling?
it
it,
The
once
Alaska oil
again.
drilling that stopped, that raised gas prices about 20 cents when it happened. I mean, come on, man.
Oil
You're just
companies
straight
were
up
just
lying out of your
raking
face.
in record profits, so they were just continuing the price hike on
I
their
Can I
side.
jump
agree.
back in
So,
and
Josiah, the question was about minorities and minority voting.
Sorry,
I'm curious.
I had to correct them on their lies about the
Fair
gas
enough.
prices. This idea that Biden just had a lever, just shut down net energy production, it's insane. As far as the perception and Biden's unpopularity, I think it's the same with all demographics because Trump is competitive neck and neck with Biden right now, and I think
Biden's losing to every candidate except for I think every Republican candidate right now that did a recent poll from CNN. Biden's losing in a head-to-head race with 7 of them, including Trump.
yeah, and
He's losing to
I don't know about
he's
the I
losing
don't
to
know about the
Chris
Ooh,
seven
not
Christie.
looking
thing.
good.
He's
I
losing
don't
to
know
Chris
about the,
Christie,
but
Tim Scott, Nick
he's
Haley.
still saying competitive with Trump, and it'll change in a week. But the reason that Trump and Biden are still competitive, I think, largely has to do with perception. So there
According to
is a
CNN's latest
nostalgia
poll,
bias.
according to CNN's latest poll, Trump is up on Biden outside of the margin of error this time. These polls have been margin of error, but Biden is performing so miserably, uh, and his record is so miserable and so abysmal, especially towards minorities. You really wanted to.
Oh,
I mentioned the
so I don't
economy
know what you're
earlier,
getting at there.
but
So
you
anyway, the
see,
filibuster aside, so to answer Wick's question, I know King wants to interrupt because he's been fact checked left, right, and center. He's a Republican, so
well,
it makes sense. He's weak on the facts.
look at
So
Biden's
at the
record
end of the
towards
day, I think
minorities to
that
see
there's a
why.
perception issue. Okay. So Biden's in office now, and whether we like it or not, this happens for Republican presidents and Democratic presidents. When there's a perception that things are going bad, we tend to associate the sitting president at the time or things that are good, Republican or Democrat. The question is whether or not you can point to policies that have contributed to that badness or goodness. And I think the other issue is Biden has had a weak position in terms of actually lobbying for his successes. This is something that people have been complaining about for months, myself included. Facts don't speak for themselves. And so this idea that Biden has had all these successes, if you don't actually go out
I hear
and your
Democrats
surrogates in the
say that a
media
lot, but they
actually
never
pitch
mention those
that, then
successes.
you can't actually persuade people. I'm sorry, King. I'm done now. Go ahead, buddy.
I hear Democrats say that all the time, but they never actually mention the successes. But what you also
We
fail,
can. They're more
what
than
you also
Trump's. I know
fail,
you want to factor in the Trump again. His presidency
well,
ended in
what you
I love
2019,
to
also
but
answer
that's
that
failed
not the
question.
real world.
what you also failed to mention is Biden's, as this is a question about minorities, Biden's relationship with minorities is abysmal. Biden's treatment of minorities is record abysmal. More black people than ever have been waking up to a lot of the things that Joe Biden has said about black people. A lot of the policies Joe Biden has supported towards black people. Joe Biden was the one who did the anti-busing bill. He actually did a bill of James Eastland, a senator from Mississippi, a Democrat senator back in '72, which it got blocked by the Supreme Court, but then they turned back around and came up with a bill that blocked $63 billion from going to African American schools. Joe Biden is on record saying multiple racist things about black people. He passed the '94 crime bill, which put black people historically at a massive margin in jail. It just in 2019 when he was running for office, he gets on the Breakfast Club run by a black host and tells people that if you don't vote for me, you're not black. Joe Biden has a record where he comes out here and he
Did he
says
win the
the
black
most
vote that
abysmal
election
things.
cycle? Did he win
He's
that
going to
black vote? Did he
he's
win
going
it?
he won the black
Exactly.
vote.
That's
You
what I
want to know
thought.
why he
Yeah.
won the black vote? Because
So at
black
the end of the
people
day, unless
black
something
people
changes dramatically,
yes,
Biden's
they
going
are
to carry the
changing.
black
No,
vote.
but people are
They're
waking
looking
up.
at it. They're
That's
waking
the
up
Oh, I
to it.
understand.
They're
citation.
You're
looking
right.
at
They're
it.
waking up. You're right. Sorry.
I mean,
Black
at
people
least the
have been voting
Hispanics are
at a
waking up. The numbers
90%
suggest the
clip for
Hispanics are switching
Democrat.
in droves.
Wait, hold
I
on.
mean, I've been going to
I'd like
elections.
to wait. Hold on. I'd
Yeah,
like to
go
answer the
ahead,
question.
Papa.
Sorry.
Jackson, go ahead.
So, King, unless I misheard you, you were mostly saying that these false accusations towards Trump is sort of like what is incentivizing a lot of black people to vote for him because they also feel like they were targeted by the U.S. government. Is that correct? Is that a fair assessment of what you said?
That's what I've seen from a lot of people.
Sure.
What they've been
Sure.
saying.
All I want to say is that we could just check the record on how Trump feels about false accusations made towards young black men because the Central Park Five are sitting right there. But I will say that minorities are obviously more religious than white people in this country. Very obviously, right?
That's actually
Latin
not true.
countries Latin countries are overwhelmingly more Catholic. Black people are more religious than white people, generally speaking. Is that who is saying that that's not true?
That's what I was saying, basically, about to say,
Yeah,
is
I
that the
said that's
Hispanics
not.
are a bit
The
more like
Republicans were saying that's
wholesale
not
Catholic.
true, so it's almost certainly true.
Well,
Okay.
Gibbs says it's true, but King is disagreeing with it. I don't have the numbers, so I don't know.
Okay,
And
if we want to put that into question, I can find a
don't
source.
know.
I thought that was pretty unquestionable,
I
but
mean,
I can
yeah,
go grab a
Hispanics are
source.
predominantly Catholic across the board.
Absolutely.
I don't know where
Absolutely.
you're getting your facts from if you don't think they're Catholic, but you're
Thank
wrong.
you.
I mean, if that's on
But
my own side, you're
what
wrong.
what I will say is props to Republican. They've been less racist than they have been in the last 20 years. And I think that has stopped a lot of
What have
minorities from voting
Republicans
for
done that was
Republicans.
racist in the last 20
I mean,
years?
do we want to remember the 2008 Obama shit when they called him Muslim constantly and they said, how much Fox News were questioning whether or not he was in Kenya, which by the way, Trump was kind of the central head figure of that controversy. But I think that there was a lot of racism made towards Obama, and minorities were like, damn, well, I agree with Republicans religiously, but Democrats are at least not willing to be racist to me constantly. And I think that power balance has shifted a little bit, and minorities are like, wait, I'm actually free to choose. I'm choosing the more religious party, which is obviously the Republican Party. I think that that's a fair assessment to make, that minorities are becoming a little bit more Republican. But Republicans are also losing the youth at record numbers. That's also fair to say. Younger people are generally way more interested in climate change, and we have right now Vivek who's saying that climate change is a hoax, and he got booed at the Republican Congress. There's no one who's really willing to fight these issues on the Republican Party, and they're losing the youth as well. I'm saying, yeah, they're probably picking up some minorities. That's fair. They're also hemorrhaging in other sectors.
Republicans have never had the youth because the youth were indoctrinated before they get to vote.
Gotcha. Well, if they're indoctrinated, then boo-hoo. I don't know what to tell you. You live in a democracy.
Once we raise the voting age, you guys are fucked.
I'm gonna agree with the Dems on that one.
True.
That's bullshit. The youth are always left leaning starting out. What's the expression? If you're a conservative and you're young, you have no soul. Come on, man. Everybody rebels against the system when you're younger. It's not
It's
because they're
also the same
indoctrinated.
thing
Now
about
the concern
Hispanics
is
too.
The concern is this, and this is the concern, is that there is indoctrination happening. And that's why I think a lot of these people are in the Republican Party are so invigorated, is because they see the things like the critical race theory, they see the sex education things in school that are just outrageous, the porn in school. They had like, and then they're told, like I said before, oh, you're a bigot if you have any question about this. And like some of these people, like the Hispanics, they're going to take that as, hey, you're actually attacking my culture. And I don't know if you know anything about Hispanic people. As a Hispanic person, I can say we're very proud of our culture. So, back on up there, and you're going to see them vote Republican in droves because that, just like we're seeing in South Texas, big area
I
switching.
wanna hear from Lactoid, and then I have one more question that should last us until closing time here. But Lactoid,
Closing time.
what's your thoughts on the at least according to the CNN poll? So again, this might be just a blip. We don't know. Do we think it's a blip? Why or why not?
Could I get linked that CNN poll, by the way? Because I can't find it.
What was your question again, Wick? You
Sure.
cut
Can
out.
you link him, King?
So
I know you had it up just recently. Can you just DM it to him or put it in the
Oh,
group
yeah,
chat?
let me
But go
get it up
ahead,
again.
Lactoid.
I think Stacks might actually just be right on this. I think that there's more religiosity among specific minority groups, and then you also have an element of cultural conservatism that exists among the Black community, and also among Hispanics. And for a very long time, and even today, right, because of very specific policy issues, right, with Hispanics, especially being for immigration, especially being immigration. There are specific reasons why you have culturally conservative groups otherwise voting Democrat, right? Which you wouldn't expect if there wasn't these sort of other things. It could be a mix of the fact that Republicans are less focused on certain things that tend to off-put these minority groups, and so there's sort of a natural inclination now to go towards that party. It could be that honestly, like there's a lot of people who maybe are sort of questioning the paradigm of we always vote blue. Maybe there's more people who are thinking, well, hold on a second, like I'm going to take a moment and look at these parties and look at these politicians and see who actually agrees with what I'm proposing, who actually agrees with me, as opposed to just like voting blindly for whoever happens to be on a campaign slogan. And that has to do with more access of information, right? In the past, you saw, especially like in cities, right, in major cities, Republicans wouldn't even now they don't even bother to run in New York. They're not even going to bother to run in these big cities. So when they put like election materials up, the only election materials you see around the city are going to be like Democrat election materials. Now that we have the internet, you have a lot of people who otherwise only had access to that specific information. Now they have access to reading about any politician that they want to, and they probably might read into a Republican and say, well, actually, I agree with this guy a lot more than the person who I've been told to vote for, so I'm not going to vote for them anymore. That's what I'm thinking. I mean, it's probably more of a natural, as opposed to some sort of great waking up. It's probably just sort of like a more information, natural cultural conservatism that leads to people to voting who they vote for.
Okay. Wow, excellent analysis from all involved, I think. I'm curious. This is something I honestly don't know the answer to, but it is concerning as someone who does hope Biden wins. I am not unbiased in this debate. One of the reasons that put him over the top in 2020 was the minority vote. And if that is going away, it should be looked at as to why, so we have time to fix it if we need to, if we can. Last question for the night. Recently, some conservative leaders have started pushing for bans, or at least talk about proposing bans on contraception. Do we think that this is something that is going to be going mainstream with conservatism? Do we think that it's a good thing or a bad thing? What are our thoughts on the state getting involved in either limiting or gatekeeping access to contraception? I want to hear from King first, and we'll just kind of go around. Go ahead, King.
Well, I haven't heard anything in the news about any of that, about whether Republicans are trying to block contraceptives. I've heard Lindsey Graham say some stuff that were off the rails, but even Mike Pence, I have not heard Mike Pence, who's probably the most Christian conservative type person that would want to do something like that. I haven't heard him even say anything of that nature. Personally, I don't think it would be a winning policy, um, and I don't think that it is the business of the state to be involved in what somebody does in their bedrooms. The only thing that the state should do is try to find a way to, because of the increase in sexual activity, make sure that they have sufficient clinics that are properly run so that people can get medical treatment for sexual diseases if they should encounter them.
Okay.
I'm going to go real quick, and I'll just say that for the most part, I echo King there. I know that some radical conservatives have talked about, I think Justice Thomas mentioned potentially revisiting a certain Supreme Court case. I can't remember if it was Obergefell was the gay rights
Griswold.
decision.
The gay rights.
Griswold,
yeah.
Thank you. Thank God we have a lawyer here, even though
True.
it's lactoid and he's the worst. I'm just kidding. But yeah, I think it would be a terrible issue. I think it's kind of like the abortion situation. They're the dog that caught the car, and it's been an anchor hanging around their neck ever since. So I don't think that they should pursue this with any zeal, although I suppose as a progressive, I kind of want them to, so we can weaponize it against them during elections. Yeah, that's my take on it.
Gibbs, what do you think?
I mean, I hadn't really heard that in any numbers, but I mean, I'll tell you who it would appeal to, and that's going to be to the Catholics. I mean, they're like very against it. They might get the Pope's endorsement. That would be the only pro I could think of that. Maybe they'll get a large Catholic vote, but I mean, who's that really going to win other than the Hispanic vote and the Irish vote? I mean, we're not going to win the election doing that. Otherwise, I think, like he said, it's going to be a depth charge to the Republican Party. So I hope they don't push it. It'll really mess up my life a little bit. Because who wants women in their lives when you're single that aren't on contraceptives? I don't need a bunch of little Gibbs running around. I don't think y'all do either. That'd be a bad time. So I'm really hoping that. That they don't push that. And if they do push that, I tell you what, it's going to be a hard day for the Republicans, I think. But, what do I know?
Gibbs, just get another Mando helmet for your second head. So just do that.
I think I'll do real good if I do that. I think I'd be showing that off
The
on Snapchat all
cosplay,
day.
just the Mandalorian cosplay.
Yeah.
That's how you get around the
With the
restrictions
teen,
on contraception. Gotcha.
Mhm.
Lactoid, what do you think?
I actually agree with Clarence Thomas when he talks about how Griswold's kind of a bad case. Legally, it doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense why progesterone is constitutionally protected, but fentanyl is not. The case doesn't really go into detail about that. It's a pretty shit case, and it's very weak. That said, there's no political will to destroy birth control. There's in this country, like it's only on the extreme fringes. Most Republicans are very much in favor of birth control because it prevents abortions. And abortions are what they don't like because they see it as murder. I don't think there's any risk of birth control going away in our lifetimes, at least.
Fair enough. Staxiums, last word on this.
Yeah, I mean, I think I just kind of obviously agree with the whole panel here. I know you were thinking that this was going to just be this is going to last the rest of it, but I think we all agree.
Well, we only got another 5 minutes before.
Oh,
closing,
fair enough.
so.
Fair enough. But anyone who's against contraceptives are virtue signaling on abortion. Let's decrease those numbers. I think we can all agree on that. Contraceptives are good. Sex education reduces that. Maybe we'll get some fighting on that one at least. But I largely agree, and I agree with you might only get the Irish Catholics, but then again, Biden's an Irish Catholic, so maybe they're voting for him. So who knows? I just don't see it's a winning case ever.
Who knows? Fair enough. It is something that again they're floating it, I think, to see how people will respond. So I think it's important to actually keep an eye on because again, people said for years, Roe v. Wade ain't going away. It ain't going nowhere. Up until it happened, everyone thought it was invincible. So we have to kind of keep an eye on that and make sure that we're looking to see what's going to happen.
Lactoid burned so many things in effigy to try to get that thing revoked. So yeah, I don't know.
Nobody thought that Roe v. Wade was ironclad. Like basically from its founding, everyone was saying how shit it was and how we got to pass an amendment.
But no one thought it was going to go away either, right? Did you are you telling me
there's a difference between
that if you had to guess in 2006, it was almost a meme. Like everyone, I remember George Bush Sr., George Bush Jr. Both of them were like, "We're gonna try to repeal Roe v. Wade," but neither of them did fuck all to do it. Right?
Well, they can't. They actually can't. You see, the Supreme Court justices I can't remember her name. I think it was Kagan, uh, said one of her own memoirs that she believed that Roe v. Wade would be struck down the moment that it was challenged. But uh, Republicans can run on repealing or removing Roe v. Wade, but they can't do anything unless somebody has a case that actually manages to get to the Supreme Court. Congress can't send the case up there. They don't have any skin in the game. Somebody who's in a state has to go through to the process, and it just so happened that this particular time it made its way up through the process.
Just to be clear, there's a big difference between the legal ramifications of Roe v. Wade, which I think kind of everyone agrees was a little on shaky grounds, and the political will and popularity of abortion, which is insanely high in America. So,
Right.
I think we're just sort of talking past each other.
Right. So Griswold is a shit case. It is. Like, if you go and read it, it's pretty close to Roe in terms of how weak it is. Roe is worse, though. Roe is legally a very, very shaky case.
And it's weird that they're legislating behind the bench. It should have been done through Congress.
Absolutely. But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing about Roe v. Wade, is that Roe versus Wade, unlike with Griswold, right, there's no political will to remove birth control. With Roe versus Wade, you had tremendous political will to outlaw abortion in a lot of places. So the only thing stopping that was Roe versus Wade. So if, when Roe versus Wade fell, I think you saw a lot of change. If tomorrow Griswold were to disappear, I don't think you would see, legally it'd be interesting, but I don't think you would see a lot of change because, Republicans aren't going to vote to ban birth control.
Or you just get another, like a Respect for Marriage Act, except for birth control, where they would just legislate it.
Respect for
no
fucking
problem.
act.
Yeah,
the only thing that I've seen that is even remotely of interest is the idea that the government should be sponsoring the payments of some of these contraceptives and birth control, which they shouldn't be. Government should not be involved in doing any of that. It's not government's job.
If it reduces abortion rates, why are we against it? I don't get it.
Look, a condom costs $16 for a pack of 32. It's not. It's not like. It's not like.
But if it reduces abortion rates, who cares?
It's not like people are breaking the bank to use proper contraceptives.
No, but see, like that's a fine theory and all.
That's nobody uses condoms anymore, man. I hate to break it to you, but
that's a fine
that's
theory.
why they're so cheap.
That's true. But my thing is, my case is, it's not government's job to do that. It's a waste of taxpayer dollars.
I don't think it's a waste of taxpayer dollars to reduce abortion. I think that's
Stacks, but you're trying to solve problems. Okay?
That's
really not what government is for. It's just do it. Pull yourself up on your bootstraps. Come on.
Like I'm actually probably, as a Republican, I'm probably going to take some flack for this. I'm actually in favor of the war in Ukraine, right? Whatever. But I do sympathize with my fellow Republicans.
What side? What side, Gibbs? You didn't clarify.
Not with Russia. Okay. Right. But here's my thing. Right? I do sympathize with my fellow Republicans who sit here and go, "Oh, we got all these problems. I can't even drive down my street without running through 6 potholes, but we can give billions and billions of dollars to the Ukraine." Like, I can sympathize with that.
Hold on.
I can sympathize. So you don't sit here and tell me y'all solving problems, because the only problem
Biden's bipartisan infrastructure law, baby, which your guy couldn't get through.
Okay. I can't go down the street without the homeless problem or the crime.
The pro-Russia party.
Amount of problems, and it's all because Democrat logic. Like, defund the police. Look at San Francisco; it's falling apart. It's just.
Gang, this has been beautiful, but I want to respect everyone's time, and I know some of you are pretty verbose, and so I'm going to give you a chance to have closing thoughts and statements on the topic today, and to tell people where they can find you if they want to hear more from you, and to shout yourselves out, let people know where you came from and things. We're going to start in the reverse order we started. We're going to start with Staxiums, and we're just
okay. Sounds good. So all I want to say is that what? Am I?
Fucking I'm sorry.
What?
I'm sorry.
No, you're not. Go ahead.
Nice.
Go ahead.
Dude, what a great bit. Oh my God. If Republicans are outdoing Democrats, why on earth could they not even flip the Senate during midterms with a incredibly unpopular president? Also, I want to say that they keep claiming they're fiscally responsible, but they keep wanting to cut taxes on the rich and cut the IRS, the only revenue positive program in the government. And I also I'm confused as to how the GOP suddenly became like a pro-Putin party. I still fundamentally do not understand the hatred for supporting Ukraine and the love and just jerking off on Putin's body. I don't get it. But I'm Staxium's everywhere. I'm mostly on TikTok. I mostly post there. But I'm basically everywhere else too. Thanks for having me, Wick.
No, thanks for being here. Really appreciate you coming. And yeah, we'll have you on again, I'm sure. Next up, Lactoid.
Yep, the war in Ukraine is a lot more complicated than people say. Although you might disagree with Russia, they actually do have some solid arguments that need to be contended with that nobody seems to acknowledge or take seriously. Birth control. Last thing I want to say about that. I think I am in favor of just free birth control, like sold in all gas stations or vending machines.
Very libertarian of you.
Well, I'm looking at the long run cost, okay,
Sure.
and I'm saying just fucking hand it out like candy.
Somebody clip that right now.
Favor. If you want to reduce government expenditure, that's the way you do it. If you like what I had to say, you can find me on Lactoid TV on Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter. I'm going to keep fucking calling it Twitter. Nobody can tell me otherwise. It's Twitter. Yeah, so thanks.
Thanks for being here. Are you going on Prime tonight or not?
I am, yeah.
Okay, well, we'll see you there when we raid out. But first of all, Admiral Gibbs.
Name's Admiral Gibbs. You can find me on Admiral Gibbs and everything, on the X, on all these other things. I know that Lactoid doesn't like
X.
Twitter here, apparently, but the X is a better name. We can all admit that. Lord Elon and all his good stuff. Anyway, long story short, I guess someone wanted me to say something in Spanish, so ven y tomarlo, way. That's what you need to know. If you don't know what that means, come and take it. That's also basically all my political beliefs. But like I said, you can follow me on twitch.tv/Admiral Gibbs and on Twitter and all these other things. Thanks for having me on.
Hey, thanks for being a little last-minute replacement. I know
All good.
our original guest had apparently an AC issue, but I hope they get it fixed. And yeah, thanks again. Check them out, gang. Josiah, go ahead.
Hey everybody, my name is Josiah. Again, run a left-leaning, unapologetically partisanly progressive YouTube channel called Pondering Politics. As far as I'm concerned, the Republican Party is a disloyal opposition party. It's an authoritarian cult of personality, which has largely abandoned a policy agenda. They haven't had one in 6 years. It's all about whatever Daddy Trump wants. We're currently seeing a schism within the GOP because the right hand doesn't know what the left is doing. It's hard for them to cohere in any meaningful way. That's to the extent, again, that the country needs any sort of conservative check on progressivism, a brake check, which I'm sympathetic to that perspective. It certainly is not the GOP. They are not a governing party. They are interested only in culture war issues, what footwear the green M&M is wearing, if Biden's going to take away your beer and limit you to 2 things a day. The Democrats are just better in every single possible way from a substantive policy perspective. And so maybe next time we'll discuss Democrats' agenda versus the Republicans. But yeah, so anyway, that's the GOP. You can find me on YouTube, youtube.com/@ponderingpolitics. And I will say, Gibbs and I don't agree on much, but he is a base Star Wars fan, so we have that in common. Shout out there. So.
Check them out, gang. Thanks for being here. Really appreciate having you on. I do want to, as the politics season comes up, I want to do more crunchy stuff like I think today was.
Did you let King go? I'm sorry. Did you let King?
We're going to. I'm just saying that.
Sorry. Oh, okay. Sorry.
Don't worry. I didn't forget him.
Okay, just
King, you got the last word.
Oh, thankful of you. Firstly, I'd like to thank you for having me on. I know I've seen you a couple of times whenever I do stay for some of the after panels on Prime shows. I don't stay very often because he runs really late into my sleep time and my video game time. I take that very seriously. But as it stands today, as the Republican Party, it's the only party that people like me have a choice in voting for currently. It's not ideal. I'm a Constitution Party representative. I'm a Constitution Party member. I've run for office before under the Constitution Party's line. The Republican Party right now is divided as they are actually working and functioning as the government was intended to be by our founders. And unfortunately, the Republicans, they have a messaging issue, and hopefully they'll take what they can learn from Donald Trump's ability to actually connect with people in a way that we haven't seen before. That was one of the things that they used to say about Biden. He's so good at connecting with people. Well, Trump is also rather great at doing that. And if the Republicans would learn anything from Donald Trump, hopefully that is that their policy platforms, wherever it may be, will allow them some space to try to reach out to these um, constituencies that they have been absent from, or at least, if not absent from, have had a hard time connecting to. But if you like anything that I have to say, you can always find me on the Story of America of Payson Williams, anywhere and everywhere that you can find it.
Okay, check him out, gang. Thank you for being here. We have spoken briefly on a Prime show before, but this is the first time you've actually been on my show, and I appreciate you for coming on. Gang, if you like this content, hit that like button. If you're on YouTube, hit that subscribe button. If you're on Twitch or Kick, hit that follow button. That's how you're gonna find updates for when I go live. And we're gonna go live a couple times this week. Tomorrow we got some call-ins we're gonna do. And then Wednesday, I'm going to be debating Ninetales and Aston Mac on whether capitalism is racist or not. So tune in for that. That should be fun. Thursday, we're going to have Mix Vivian Wolf and we're going to have food stamps on, and they're going to be arguing about optics and advocacy. We'll have a few other people on there too. And Friday, I'm trying to get some people to talk about the governor of New Mexico, I believe it was, who recently declared a state of emergency and used it to suspend gun rights and suspend the First and Second Amendment. Is that something any of us support? I don't know, but we're going to talk about it on Friday. So tune in. It's going to be great. For now, let's raid out. Let's go to Prime Kai.
And if you get Whick to 6,000 subscribers, Lactoid has promised not only to keep the beard but to vote for Joe Biden in 2024. He has it signed in blood.
If you get me
need to be more than
6,000
6,000.
subscribers, if you get me 6,000 subscribers, I will personally go to his house and force him to do all of this against his will.
Yeah.
But yes, for now.
And because we live in Biden's America, you cannot stop. You cannot do anything about it.
True.
Apparently.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
I gotta bounce over to Prime's panel.
Hey, wait,
got red flag.
Lactoid, before you go, dude, how many panels do you do? This is insane. You were like 3
on average
panels
a
a
week.
fucking night. Be honest.
I'm normally on like 2 or 3 panels a week, like, or 1 to 2.
God
It's not actually as much as you might think.
Well, that's still more than.
Yeah, that's true. Still,
definitely more
okay.
than me.
All right, buddy. Good luck.
Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll
Potter,
see
we
you
also got
later.
red
Hey,
5. I
guys.
don't know if you saw it.
Much love.
Gibbs. Yeah, son.
Like that?
Nice.
All right, I'm taking off.
I'm
See you
out as
guys.
well. I gotta go.
See you, Zach.
Thanks for having me, Wick.
Peace.
Bye, everybody.
Yeah, thank
Man, you guys are all so nice to me today. Affiliate birthday. I really appreciate it. Can you believe it's been a year? It's been a fucking year. Holy shit. It's been a year, and I have, I believe, the best, most wholesome and engaging community that anybody could ever ask for. Thank you, guys. What a fantastic year it's been. A lot of people encouraged me. Stardust encouraged me to start. Prime encouraged me to start. Whick. I mean, it was a lot of people who all said, "Hey, just do it. Just fucking do it." And a year ago, yeah, no, and it's been an awesome time so far. Met incredible people. Have an incredible community. Super, super, super awesome. All right, let me see if I can. Gonna have to switch on over to the StreamYards.
Yep, there he is. At least I can hear you.
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah. I will be right back. I'm gonna get some food, or my food from the microwave.
Okay, fair enough.
Hey fellas,
Hey, what's up?
what's up? Thanks for being here. Oh, Wick, thank you for the kind raid. Hope you guys all did well. Um, or enjoyed your time there. Let me shout Wick out. Um, Wick. Yeah, shout out to Wick. Hope you're having a good one over there. Now everyone check out Wick's channel if you haven't done so already. He's a great guy. All right, let's see if we can get this up and running. Okay. Okay. Go. Oh, there's my face. And back to its face. Hooray. How are you, friend?
How you doing, brother? Happy Monday. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday to you, I guess. I mean, I don't know. I never like Mondays. Like, are you a big fan of Mondays?
No. I mean, well, besides your show, which is the highlight of my Monday, but Monday mornings, not a good time.
Yeah. Do you are your weekends tend to be really enjoyable, or?
Well, this last weekend I was working pretty late. I actually work during the weekend. So if I work during the weekend, it sucks. If I'm not working during the weekend, it's usually okay.
Okay.
I'm busy almost every weekend. Like I always pack my weekends full of all sorts of shit.
Okay. Yeah. I'm usually not busy. And I like it that way. I remember I worked at this one firm where I had to work over the week. Well, we have to be available, you know. And being on call, oh my god, that's awful. Have you ever done that, Lactoid? Been on call?
Um,
I don't think that's a problem for lawyers, right?
Well, yeah, I mean it's salary, so you're always kind of on call. But like during an hourly job, I don't know if I've ever actually been on call. To be honest with you.
I was salaried. I was on
Oh,
call. Yeah, yeah,
That's the worst. Salary and on call. Oh man.
yeah. Awful. It only happened to me once, and I don't know if I would ever do that again. Like to be able to have the people drop everything and just walk off. No thanks. Any which way. Hello all. This is a very itty bitty River Roundtable, but we're gonna make it work. We're gonna try something a bit different than we usually do. But I'll introduce my guest. This is Lactoid. How are you, friend?
I'm doing fantastic. Thank you so much, Prime, for having me. Tiberius, I am looking forward to chatting with you. This is going to be definitely very interesting. So yeah, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube.
And I apologize for not putting you in your proper place there, Lactoid. And our friend Tiberius is with us. How are you, Ty?
It's a pleasure to be here. I'm doing all right. I'm a little spurned by your decision to turn down my last invite to you, because
I
I
didn't
like
turn it down. I was
Oh.
not. I didn't even see it. Remember? That's why I said to Jack.
Oh, okay. I apologize.
I was
I forgot.
just getting to it.
Okay, fair enough. I have literally I made that panel and like you were the guy that I wanted to see. So it was just one of those deals where I'm like, still salty about it, but I totally get it, man.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I've been like completely out of it for a while now. It's a problem. I got to get my head back in the game. But yeah. But I hope. Yeah. I hope you did enjoy your panel. I hope it turned out well.
It turned out really well.
All right, cool. Yeah. So anyway, so what I was planning on doing here, my friend Lactoid and I have a long list of like
complaints and grievances.
Yeah, grievances against each other, certainly. But like we're always like arguing back and forth and great debates. But like the problem is usually it's in the context of a panel, and it makes it difficult to get deeper into these discussions. So like for this time, I figured why don't we like jump into that. And we have our friend Ty here, and I don't know where he falls on any of our differences. So I'd really want to
Right in the
hear from
middle.
them. Right in the middle.
Sometimes I definitely take a far more like staunch side than others, but there's definitely a level where one, I will be happy to moderate your loveless quarrel. So thank you for having me here. But also, like, I actually like both of you on at least the topics that you guys have thrown out. Because while I don't even, I know I don't agree with both of you on those, or at least some of them. So there's levels where I can split the field, but it's also we can get into kind of the nuance and the weeds because there's only a handful of us here to like actually work some of that out. So I'm actually really excited for this one.
All right, awesome. I'm really glad you guys are game. So Lactoid, if there's anything particular that you want to discuss, like either now or in the future, like just feel free to throw it out there.
Sure.
I figure that we could start because we didn't really get a dig too deep into this last time because again we're in the context of a panel, but I had talked to you about packing the courts, and I caught you off guard there because you weren't the solution that I presented wasn't something you had heard before, and now that we have some time, I'd like to like get like a deeper response. I'll lay out what I said, and you can respond from there. I talked about how for packing the courts, I would like to like supersize the courts. Usually, when you hear about packing courts, it's like adding 4 of like your type, D or R onto the courts to correct some perceived imbalance. What I was talking about is massively expanding the Supreme Court. So it like we'll just use a number 50, like 50 justices on there, and so they would have like a rotating panel where or like maybe a randomized panel where for each case they would like draw lots, and I think this is how they works in like the federal judiciary where they're like you just get like a judge randomly, and you just like have a random assortment of judges, and then they would decide on a case. The reason why I think this would be a good idea is because this would massively reduce the importance of each individual judge, right? Like, well, we hang on the words of a person like Clarence Thomas or John Roberts, right? On each of them, and it gives them massive undue power. So I'd like to reduce that and like dilute it while still leaving like the courts in place. Right, there are a lot of progressive leftists to talk about like, well, maybe we should get rid of the courts and all that. I'm not so sure about that. It was a good idea, but leaving the courts in place as is currently constituted, simply bigger. So, what do you think?
Would okay, I guess 2 housekeeping issues. When it comes to whether or not the court decides to hear the case because they get to decide cert, is that something that only the drawn judges vote to hear, or is this something that all 50 of them would all vote, okay, we should hear this case, and then once like that vote's gone through, then they select the random 9?
So maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is currently just one judge like decides that on the Supreme Court. They don't all like vote on it. That was my thought, but am I wrong on this?
I could be fucking wrong. I'm pretty sure it's a majority, but let me check.
It feels like that would be just like a preliminary judgment on the case, basically.
Yeah,
so
it's a majority, or well, no, it's not a majority. It's 4, so it's not 1.
Okay.
Right.
So
I mean, what number would you pick? I guess.
Okay, so I didn't know that was the case. I was assuming it was a 1 before, but we can. Whether to hear a case. I'm trying to like think of a number that would be significant. So the way it's currently is less than half. We could say 24, but and so this is sent to all the judges. Is you understand? Like all the judges look at the case, and then when at least 4 vote for it. Okay,
Yeah,
well then,
like.
if that's the case, then I mean, I guess I'd have to put more thought in that because I really
and
thought
they
it was just
reject
one.
The vast majority, the vast majority of them.
Yeah. I'd have to put more thought in that, but like for now, I'd say 24.
Okay. So you'd have, and then, so you'd have 50 Supreme Court justices that are sort of on standby. And then you could maybe even accept more hearings, honestly, if you have that many judges, because you just have more manpower to actually hear and do the work and write the opinions. Are you concerned at all with the situation of what if you have, like, the Supreme Court, you have like one randomly drawn 9 write a Supreme Court opinion that disagrees with another randomly drawn 9 Supreme Court opinion, and they happen to drop, let's say, like 2 or 3 days apart, where like they've already heard the case, they've already wrote the opinion, and one totally contradicts the one that comes after it? Because normally the Supreme Court would, like, when this happens among federal judges, the Supreme Court weighs in and says, well, no, actually this one got it right and this one got it wrong. But the Supreme Court is the top court, so are we going to have like another court on top?
Yeah, yes.
To, like, settle the disagreement. Yeah, the hyper court.
The hyper court.
That settles the disagreements between the different aspects of the Supreme Court.
So,
go ahead. Oh yeah, I just kind of wondering if you would actually have, in the kind of the same way we have it with senators, like a senior like court justices, to where it's like, hey, you've been here 5 years, 10 years, or whatever. You're kind of like the creme de la creme, so you get the big cases, or you get the full 9 panel or the full 5 panel or however big that is. Like, there's actually a number of ways I could see this working out. Like, just the regularized packing the court idea, I think is terrible. I think it's a short-term like gain politically for a long-term disaster for everybody. But like actually expanding the court with an intended purpose of like, hey guys, we're a nation of 330 million people. We have so many damn cases that get sent through the federal system that, you know what, the Supreme Court doesn't hear half the shit they should. All right, yeah. Like if we want to if you want to like expand the court and then like give it like subcommittees to where it's like, hey, these 5 are the people that are on like the Supreme Court committees for like law and order, criminal justice, that kind of shit. Like, yeah, I'm game.
So I'll try to tackle both of these. And I'll try to circle back to the first question like Twit asked me. Like, now I'm thinking it actually might be better to have like a case counsel. So you would have like every year, like, you would put like 5 or I don't know, 7, 9 justices on the case council, and that would decide which cases the courts take, right? But again, we would go through different ones each year. And then they could also see if the courts are taking cases that are duplicates. So if they are covering grounds that like if it's reasonable to expect that the outcomes of these cases will have similar grounds, then they either don't accept it or they will push this off until later. That so we don't have 2 at the same time. I'm fine. I don't think the issue of the courts like handling 2 of like the same cases will like be a thing that comes up a whole lot. I don't think that's like a huge worry. But even if that's the case, we can say that, all right, well, we can like fairly anticipate that this case is going to cover these grounds, and so this will be the case that we take, and we'll go from there. And then afterwards, if that isn't the case, right? So if the ruling doesn't cover the expected grounds, if then maybe they can visit it and say that we'll take that second case.
So the effect of this, and I understand like the goal that you're pushing for, and you would diversify the power, but the effect of this will be more instability. When you mentioned how you're going to have, well, don't have a situation where you have multiple cases handling the same thing being decided all within the same term. That's impossible to predict, right? Because when judges write opinions, and in this case when justices write opinions, they're making references to all sorts of interpretations, and they're making interpretations, right? They are interpreting the Constitution. And so let's say you have 2 cases that are completely different, but both of them have some kind of like hand in the 14th Amendment, right? Let's say they're both touching on the 14th Amendment. And then you have like one set of judges that rules that the 14th Amendment should be interpreted this way for this specific set of facts. And then you have a whole different set of facts. And in order to answer that question, you have a different court answer it entirely different way and say that the 14th Amendment actually applies this way. And while I guess both of the questions are answered, the answers are contradictory, right? Because now you have two courts that are saying that the 14th Amendment is supposed to be applied in a specific way. What happens if those ways contradict in any meaningful way, right? Who is the one that normally like decides disagreements between the two ways we see this? And that traditionally is the role of the Supreme Court. And I think this is kind of why you guys were sort of appealing to, well, we should have like either a hyper court with somewhat meaningly. But
Actually, went on a hyper court.
Well, I know, but what Tiberius said, well, what if there's like senior members, right? We take the like top
I
9
didn't
senior
want that
members,
either.
right? Because when you do that, what essentially you're doing is just creating a new Supreme Court, right?
Yeah.
Because if you're looking for any kind of body that exists to resolve disagreements between courts, that is the Supreme Court, right? So what it almost sounds like you guys want is you just want like another appellate court, right? So you have like the trial court and then an appellate court and then in like an even stricter appellate court and then the Supreme Court, maybe along those lines.
So I don't want that. I want a Supreme Court. So I think your concerns are quite interesting there. But one, like, and in terms of like the senior members thing, right? Like, yeah, I'm not for that. I don't know what the role of the Supreme Court justice is like per case. Maybe you could help me with that, like not Supreme Court justice, the Chief Justice, excuse me. Like what do they do like specifically that is necessary? Because that might change my answer. But like, it feels like they have more or less equal power. But
yeah, more or less equal power. I mean, they get to preside over like certain administrative things around the court. It's not, we don't spend a super long time into it because I mean the Chief Justice it's sort of like, you know, they're the person that is like kind of the administrative head. Communications goes through them, through the court. They have an equal vote to the other justices. So when it comes to deciding something, I mean Roberts, you know, he can be outvoted, right? He doesn't like he can't pull like a twofer or some shit. The more I think about this, the more I'm in favor of keeping a smaller like Supreme Court that in which you have a level of consistency where they're only hearing one case at a time. Because I can imagine like already, like what if you have a scenario where like, I don't know, you have one case here, one court hear a case about like the right, especially when it comes to like the right of privacy, right? Which has been kind of like, there's already been some turbulence about that. What if you have the court hear a case about birth control, right? And they establish that you have the right of privacy over progesterone. And then like a week later, you have a court who hears a case about maybe like some alternative form of facts or like some alternative form of birth control or something that could lead to perhaps like abortion or something along those lines, right? Or something where it's tangentially related. And then you have them rule, they specifically, let's say Griswold, or like the court that's deciding the birth control situation, specifically rules like the 14th Amendment means this. And then a week later, the same court technically says the 14th Amendment means this. Like who do I, like if I am now like a lawyer, I'm making an argument for my client, which one do I cite? Just cite whichever Supreme Court decision, like at the time, even if it's at the same time that supports my argument. I mean, because that's what I'd be doing anyway. So would I just be doing that?
Yeah. So like the more I think about it, the more like I don't. And it could be just like my view of the situation is dim. So I will, acknowledge that. But the more I think about it, the more like I don't care about this problem you're bringing up. Like we have a Supreme Court like that contradicts itself all the time, right? Like it does
which
that
isn't
constantly.
Good.
No, yeah, and like it contradicts the past court. Like it updates itself from a past court, and the lawyers cite decisions like you just said, whichever decision works best for them. So to cite an old decision, even though it's been like overruled, but like it gives their logic, their legal logic, weight, right? Because a court somewhere, right, whether it be on the appellate level or like wherever, like has agreed with me, right? This is the logic that someone somewhere, a judge, used, and so that they'll go with that. So like that, so it doesn't necessarily concern me that this might be the case. I don't think it would even come up as often as like you kind of making sound like. I think that we can actually have a bit of a balance between these cases to space it out to try to mitigate this issue. But like the fact that one justice might say one thing like is like legal arguments, right? Like aren't shut down by the Supreme Court. So like it's not as if when the Supreme Court rules on something that like you can't bring a case that is going to re-bring up the issue, like put it back in front of the court. It's not like the lawyers won't argue on any grounds that is advantageous to them. Like all these things still are the case. So like I'm not like particularly concerned. There's few times these things like directly interface with the public, right? I think that like the one thing that I would say that might be problematic would be in terms of the police, because that's the public facing uh, mechanism of the justice system, right? And so like what are the powers of the police and what is it post power? That I think might be problematic. But then the police tend to do whatever the fuck they want any which way, right? At this point, the courts have never actually been able to rein in the police. So again, I don't seem to care. Like,
well, like what if you like maybe here's a better example. You have one situation where the police have set up a heat scanner to scan the inside of somebody's house, and then you have another situation where the police set up like a smell scanner to smell the inside of somebody's house. And one court rules that the heat scanner is like okay or not okay, and then another like the same court, just different justices, like within like several days of each other, decides the smelling sensor is okay. Like well, again, now like it just seems like yes, there's a level of instability that's always built in when it comes to, and the court does change its mind and there is inconsistencies. But what I'm saying is that like what it seems like your policy will do, and maybe there's positives we can talk about, but one of the negatives is that it will have is that those discrepancies and inconsistencies are going to be magnified to some extent, right? You're going to have situations where like, because in the current system, the Supreme Court tries to stick by what they've said in the past, right? There's even like case law on this where like there's factors that they implement that they have to meet in order to even overturn themselves.
What is the past to you? I'm just like a point of clarification. When you say like stick to what they said in the past, you mean within this configuration of the court? Like last year we said something, so we'll stick with that, or do you mean past courts?
Well, generally, right? So the idea is that the court tries to not overrule itself. It obviously will if it decides that there's factors, and I can bring up the 5 factors, but there's like specific factors that they have decided that they don't necessarily needed to be met because the Supreme Court has the ability to overturn the Supreme Court. But they really try to hold themselves to the idea of you have to hit these 5 factors in order to overturn past law, because consistency in the rule of law and jurisprudence are like some of the very basic tenets of the American system, right? The predictability of I know what the law is, because part of the idea of consenting to the law is not having it change on you every 10 minutes, right?
Yeah.
And so in order to actually change it, there needs to be some level of process here. And so, the Supreme Court, they have to, if they're going to overturn something they did last year, they have to at least bring up what they said last year and specifically explain why they're not applying it here or why they're overturning it and why they should overturn it, right? In this system, it's going to be impossible because you have decisions coming out by different justices in the same term. So, I mean, they're not going to have the time to address each other.
Once again, I think the case counsel actually deals with this. In the example you gave, the smell test and the smell scanner and the heat scanner, like that would easily fall within a duplicate case situation. And so you would take one of those and run with that. I want the police to start smell scanning my place. Then Mexican food all day, every day for me. And so, but yeah, so like I think that's like a simple example of like how we could we don't have to worry about duplicates. That like that a because I hear this from court watchers all the time. There's like the Supreme Court like blogs and whatever, right? They talk about how this case is big, right? This case hasn't been decided yet, but the case has been taken up by the Supreme Court, and this is huge because of these implications, right? That like as a legal scholar or a watcher of the court, you can see that this case touches on these particular grounds, right? That and it could have these implications depending on how it's decided. That case counsel could do exactly that and say that, well, these two cases are quite similar. Why don't we hold that off until either the next term or maybe like 2 terms? Maybe there's like a delay before it's brought up again. So I think I don't know. I think it's super simple. You brought up something else in terms of like stability. um i I don't see this as causing a major instabilities. Like I think, well, sorry, jurisprudence is what I want to talk about. Yeah, like you could have it so that like the court respects past decisions. You can do the same thing, right? Like the court is a conservative, lowercase a conservative institution, and the judges can still operate on those grounds and say that, well, hey, has been decided this way, and so that's going to affect how I look at this, right? Like the court has recently decided, or maybe not recently, decades ago decided this, and I can still apply that. None of that has to change.
But opinions take a very long time to write, right? So what happens is like they put a lot of work into writing these very, very long opinions that go into a lot of different aspects of law, and then like they finalize them and then they publish them. So like,
but like even sorry, I just very quickly, but like even within the context of one case decided by 9 judges, right? They'll each interpret the law differently. Even now, that's the case, right? So like those 9 judges, if they're talking about the 14th Amendment, will have their different interpretations, like right there, and then those and no matter what the interpretation is, if it benefits some lawyer somewhere, they're going to cite that, even if it's in the minority.
well, right.
Go ahead.
What I'm saying, well, I mean, if you're going to be citing dissents, you're going to lose. But the whole point of this is that if you have 5 justices that all have a particular interpretation of an issue that's come forward, then like it's the same people reviewing like you're the same people reviewing the cases. And so it's going to be like more like the decisions that come out of those are more likely to be consistent, like following a thought process that is espoused by these 9 justices, as opposed to having different people, right? If you have different people putting along different, which I'm pretty sure is the point, right? What it sounds like is that the reason why you want these 50 justices is because you don't like the fact that you have 9 people that kind of like have their interpretation of the law that are making these decisions so consistently. It sounds like you actually want a little bit less consistency in the idea of you want different legal thought processes being expressed more commonly than as what it is now, right?
I guess essentially, I'm not sure if I would put it that way. My point is simply to dilute the power. Like if it were the case that um just by a matter of chance, right? Like 9 like libertarian minded court judges were pulled like over the course of a term, right? Just like 50% of the cases, just like libertarian minded people were pulled. I'd accept that, right? That it would have a more consistent view of the law. That I would disagree, but I would accept that. It's that like I'm trying to reduce the power of each individual rather than necessarily like hope that like a a progressive minded mix gets pulled, and then I might have a chance where I wouldn't have one under our current configuration.
What's your goal? What's like your goal? Well, you can talk about like diluting the power.
I do want to give Ty space.
Yeah.
So yeah, Ty, do you want to add something?
Yeah, so when it came to Lactoid's criticisms, I'll definitely go with you guys that the seniority one, like, I was more spitballing there, and, like, that's probably not going to be worth a shit. What really does come down to me between where you guys are at is, like, the unitariness of the Supreme Court to where it's just a handful of people, and they see a handful of cases, and they literally swing a big-ass hammer at people if they want to. I do think that's a little on the concerning side. Like, is it too much power invested within too few people? Versus if you expand it, there is a point where it's either you're going to have 15 people talking about a case, which probably makes everything go even slower than what it already does, or you're going to have, I think the only way you can actually make this work is subcommittees, to where it's not you have like a various appellate courts, but it's if you are on the Supreme Court, you're not allowed to hit any and all cases. It's that you're on a committee or a group that hits minority rights or law and order or something civic. You know, the lines would have to be drawn out, but I think that's the only way you can actually functionally make this work. So yeah, it's either break up the Supreme Court into like subgroups, or we're probably stuck where we are.
Yeah, I don't want that. What you just said, I don't want any part of that. I don't think you would have to do that, and like I think just like Lacted was talking about, that each case touches on like a wide range of like references to past cases. That like I don't know how you cleanly divide things as to like, well, this is a minority case, right? Like this affects like racial minorities, so this group will be able to and then we have literally the same problem. Then like we'd have a configuration of people on the racial minority court, and we'd have to be hanging on each and every word. Like we just like multiply the problem uh of like of courts having a lot of power, or justices having a lot of power, just in like smaller domains. So yeah, I'm not in favor of that at all, and I don't think it's necessary. I think there was another response I had to you, but I'll have to think about it. Lactoid, if you want to ask me another, or if you want to if you want to respond to me, Ty.
No, I largely accept defeat here. Like the problem here is like I'm more spitballing because one, I'm a little out of my depth on the Supreme Court. Like just the general like packing the court with just more people who agree with us. Like obviously we've been down that road before. It can get really shitty really quickly. Beyond that is we're talking about like structurally reforming the court to some degree, or we're just going to add more people. Honestly, I kind of wonder if going back to 7 actually wouldn't help expedite some of this shit. But I think the best person to answer that would be Lactoid.
And also, like in terms of like the amount of people, I was going to say this, the amount of people who hear the case, it could just still be 9 justices that hear a case. It'd just be like a random assortment of 9. Yeah, Lactoid, go ahead.
I guess I want to clarify. We all agree here that packing the court, as it's normally referred to, is a bad idea. Do we agree with that?
Yeah, I think more or less.
Okay, good.
Yeah, like I think. Well, it's okay. I don't want to say that it's necessarily a bad idea, because like I'm for diluting the power of each individual justice. And if that's the only way, then I guess. But I think that it's ineffective, and that like you're just going to replicate the same problem eventually.
Well, it also destroys the idea of the court, right? Because here's what's going to happen. You're just going to add the justices to each administration is going to go back like a ping pong ball, go back and forth and just throw on more whenever they want to get something done, right? The fact that it's not constitutionally limited is like crazy to me. That was an oversight, I think, by the framers of the Constitution, for sure. I mean, that was like they literally were like the Congress. They figured out like how to the caps and how to like arrange for how many people are going to be on there. Imagine if we had something like that, where like there was no caps on senators, and there was no real rules as to like who could be appointed senator, I mean, it'd be anarchy. Or even president, right? Are you in favor of breaking up the position of president into a bunch of different roles?
Certainly not. But I disagree with what you just said, though, in terms of it would necessarily be the case that the court would be expanded, like each president would just like keep expanding. I think we seriously talk about expanding the courts when the courts are looked as the most out of touch with the public, right? Where like the popularity of the courts fluctuates, like throughout the years. And I think it's like at very specific moments in history that like we have serious discussion about these things, and there's serious political will. There wouldn't be political will necessarily among the the Congress to appoint new judges, right? Like that doesn't happen, or new justices. Like that wouldn't be the case. Like, oh, I guess we're just going to keep expanding the court. I think there would be a moment where it would happen, right? Like that a president would have to like go through Congress and get the political will to expand it. But then I don't think that necessarily within the next term or the term after that, that same political coalition will be there. I mean, the fact that we haven't been able to expand the court, and presidents have talked about it, right? Like, so the fact that we haven't been able, yeah, the fact, but they can't do it necessarily because they don't have the political will to.
Well,
to do it.
right.
But
Well, a huge reason for that is because people are afraid of like the mutually assured destruction, right? The ping pong ball effect, where if we do it, they're going to do it next time, and this norm is very strong, and this norm has been established. Because what happened? The reason why I think it's an oversight by the congressional, by the constitutional framers, is because the Supreme Court's not supposed to be responsive to the will of the people. That's not the point, right? They're supposed to interpret the Constitution, and the Constitution has very specific procedures on how it gets amended. So if you want to amend the Constitution, you got to follow the specific procedures set forth by the Constitution to amend that very Constitution.
Yeah.
But if you can pack the court, now you've essentially just amended the Constitution without actually amending the Constitution, right? By putting it, like you could, if you wanted to, you could put on like very specific hacks that could all interpret something that's like obviously not what the Constitution meant, but they could interpret it to mean something entirely different and get your specific political agenda done contrary to the Constitution without actually having to change the Constitution. I mean, this is a horrible scenario. The reason why I think your proposal has been so interesting is because it seems like you're cognizant of that fact of like, we don't want this to become like a ping pong thing. And so this wouldn't be like one side adds justices, the other side adds justices or whatever. This would be like, we could even keep the ratio at what it is now, but we just make it 50. And then we like work out some system where like a number of people hear it, depending on the case. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to this on like, I guess in terms of destroying the integrity of the court, but I would just be against it in terms of it just seems like it would fuck with the whole it would fuck with the pragmatism, it'd fuck with the consistency. It really does. The more I think about it, right? Like this would be like, well, do we want the same president deciding all of our wars? Why not we have like one person who decides one war, then another president who decides another one, and then we just have them all like we have a council of presidents, and like each one does like one presidential thing. We can even like when the bills come to the presidential office, one president randomly gets selected to sign the bill or to veto the bill. Would you be okay with this?
No.
Why?
I don't know why
It's dilution. It's dilution of power. We have one person running the country. That's crazy. We need at least 10 people.
Wait a minute. So like sure, like you can like slippery slope this all you want, right?
Yeah.
You can like imagine nonsense like that, but like I don't have to like actually play along. So like I think the court has a very specific place within our government that's unique, and that like the court is the most powerful body, right? Do you agree with that, or branch?
I don't. I think that I think Congress is the most powerful branch for sure because they can just amend the Constitution if the court rules in the way that they. Right, but now it's hard. It's hard to amend the Constitution because you got to get a lot of people like.
And it's easy to just like write a ruling within a case, right? Like it's
It depends what you mean. It depends what you
mean.
mean by power. I would agree that Supreme Court justices as individuals have tremendous amounts of power, far more than any individual congressperson. I would agree with that.
Okay, fair.
I don't know if more than the president though, because the president can send troops.
Yeah, but and which is fair, but like unless we're worried about the president literally like dissolving the court, like using his the military to dissolve the court,
Through
and like
packing?
it's not really a thing they have to worry about. I mean, like it could be. I mean, maybe Donald Trump would do that. He might, but beyond that, I don't think that's really a thing they have to worry about. And the president's goals and things that he runs on, like the justices can derail that in a way that Congress can't. Like with Congress, like like a president's thing or agenda might not get off the ground. But if you if as the public we put the political will behind electing a president and getting a sympathetic Congress for policy A, right? And policy A goes through, the judges could be like, nah, like you put all that effort, and it could have been years long effort, and they collapse it.
If it's unconstitutional, right?
Or if they say it's unconstitutional,
Right.
if they say so.
Well, but who's gonna? But who else? Like, we have to have somebody say whether or not something's
I
constitutional.
agree. I agree, but like that's why I'm just saying reform that institution. So Tiberius.
So we've actually been through this before. Like it literally was to the point of constitutional crisis, and that was during FDR, right?
Yep.
Because FDR literally made the same argument where Prime is. Like, guys, we've literally sweeped the House, we've sweeped the Senate, we have sweeped the presidency. I'm in my second term now, and like I'm literally if there is anything that this country has ever had for a mandate of governance, we have it. And the Supreme Court was Republican as hell at that point. And he literally goes up to the Supreme Court and says, look, I'm willing to work with y'all at least to some degree, but this shit's out of hand. I will fucking pack the court. I will make you irrelevant as shit if you continue doing what you're doing. Thankfully, the court actually largely just backed down from that fight because they recognized that while there was things that they adamantly disagreed with, there's levels to where it's hard to argue with, what is it, in the 36 elections, the Democrats have 400 people in Congress? Like, damn. Like, that's a lot of representative power behind you, and you're just going to come out as the singular body and be like, nah, we don't care how many people voted for you. We don't care that you're pulling 70%, approval. Fuck you. That was a fight they were going to lose, and they knew it.
And like to back up Ty's point, let's look at the civil rights movement. It like for that to succeed, or in the 60s, right? To succeed the way that it did, it took a confluence of events, right? One, like JFK probably need to get shot. That probably actually needs to happen. For that one, because I don't know if he would have actually had the pull and the political know-how to like work Congress to make that bill happen. And then two, LBJ used his death as a political motivator to make this to get that through. And LBJ was a smooth negotiator. He understood Congress very well, and he was able to work it, even if like we didn't have an obvious political majority, but we had enough of that. By that political majority, I mean like for this policy to make that to push that policy through. Not like I think the Democrats were in charge at the time. But in any case, like, but to actually make this a reality, you like that majority that he made that happen. He like cobbled that together himself. So there was that, right? And he had like the politicians in place that could be moved, right? But beyond that, there's the court, and the court just happened to be in a configuration that didn't immediately strike this stuff down, right? Because past configuration of the courts would have. Past configuration of the courts, like we're like explicitly white supremacists, like just explicitly so. And so if that happened to be the case, then this not decades, this centuries long movement would have failed, right? And and it just so happens to be that it all came together at one point in time. It just so happens to be that from there the political winds shifted so that like reversing it immediately, in terms of the legislator, was just too difficult. And so like we're on this historical trajectory, but that's just like almost a matter of luck that we had that court configuration, and that's a problem.
You're pointing to the Civil Rights Act, I think, because it's something that you politically agree with. But there's been plenty of instances in which, like, the political will has been adverse to something that we would agree is like a right. So, a great example I can think of, there's been several times in which there's been a movement to ban burning the American flag, make it a crime. That is 4 separate occasions. The federal government's tried to do it. And the Supreme Court has repeatedly stated, no, you have the First Amendment right to ban, to burn a flag. You burn your own flag if you want to, right? This is a situation where the Supreme Court countered the political will in order to protect people's individual rights. We saw this, Brown versus Board of Education, right? If we want to talk about that, where the Supreme Court ruled that under the 14th Amendment, constitutionally, you couldn't have segregated schools. The political will was not in favor of that, right? Especially not in the places where it happened. And so, again, contrary to political will, the Supreme Court said constitutionally, sorry guys, you guys are shit out of luck. I don't care what you all think. This is what the Constitution says. If you don't like it, go change the Constitution, because that's the system that we have in place. And in fact, FDR, I think he's a great example, because when he threatened to pack the courts, he got, and he appointed a lot of justices as well, by the way, because they did back off, and he replaced a lot of them with his own picks. And the Supreme Court that he got to pick through threats of packing and, this tremendous democratic, which he did, right? This tremendous democratic mandate that he has now. He put in one of the worst courts in American history. Not the worst, but it's the same court. FDR put in the court with his mass democratic majority, with his threats of court packing. He put in the court that decided that it was okay to put Japanese people in camps. He was the one who put in the court that in Chaplinsky, a guy called a cop a fascist, got his ass kicked, and that Supreme Court said, well, it kind of serves you right for calling a cop a fascist. This was the court that decided Whick versus Filburn, right? Which decided that interstate commerce was going to be interpreted in a way that was never been used before to explode federal power in ways that were unprecedented. So you see a lot of negative ramifications happen as well when you don't have a court that's specifically tasked with keeping the country to the Constitution. And does this sometimes mean the majority doesn't get their way? That's the whole point.
No. So the argument that I'm making here, the Supreme Court can be quote unquote tasked to keeping to make sure the country follows the Constitution. Like they can be tasked to do that. I would agree that's their purpose. Like the whole point of me bringing up all that was just to illustrate how powerful the court is, and that political will, like assembling a political majority, all falls apart in the face of whichever configuration the court happens to be in at the time, and I could, in terms of bad cases, I would say that there's a bunch of other cases that are bad cases. The way I disagree, but that's the point is that my solution doesn't actually address that. That that the court will put out cases I disagree with. It's simply about diluting power. That's it.
So when you say diluting power, you've made it from 9 to 50 in a country of 320 million people. What's to stop this 50, this group? Are things going to substantially change now that we have this group of 50? I guess besides the, we can leave aside my pragmatic concern about having conflicting decisions happening at the same time. But I don't know. What if like 50, like a majority of the justices, or like all of the justices, like strongly agree with a particular legal position that the vast majority of Americans disagree with? Like, I mean, that could happen.
Yeah, that's okay. Like,
What
that's
if
not.
What if you have a situation where you have 41 justices that all agree with one thing, and then you have 9 justices who disagree, and every single time by like chance you happen to draw like the majority of the court, not all 9, but a majority of the court, like for 3 very important cases, all happens to be that small minority of the court, and now they control basically all the decisions, those 3 decisions.
I mean, like, yeah. What if like the gods of RNG are against us? I don't know. Like, like, like if you played Baldur's Gate, I'm sure like you've cursed those same gods before. But like, I don't know. Like, what if? Like that's like a weird hypothetical. Like, what if out of these 41, there are 9 who like believe in it, who have a certain opinion, and they're drawn for cases that are relevant to those opinions. And then they rule on those opinions, and then what are you gonna do?
Yeah. No, for sure. Like you have like 50 justices, and then 5 of them, just 5 of them, like have like
5.
have like some crazy belief that that I don't know, like the First Amendment does not apply to flag burning. Okay, and then you get a case on flag burning.
Get rid of the Second Amendment. Yeah.
Or something like that. Or like let's say with the flag burning. Okay, and then you have a case on flag burning, and you happen to draw the 5 that all agree that it should be illegal to burn the flag, or that it's constitutional to allow a law against burning the flag, and then they get to hear that case.
Well, yeah, now we'll have another situation where the courts have made a bad decision. Okay, they've made plenty.
Yeah, but now you have the minority. Now you have like a tiny minority of the court You have a tiny minority of the court making a terrible position that we basically have to hope we get a better RNG next year.
The tiny minority of the court is in itself a minority of the people.
So it's even minority of a minority
that we have. Yeah. Does it? I don't know. Like, it seems like a weird reductive problem when the courts itself is like reductive in that same way. That like they are in themselves a minority, and 5 of these people get to boss around the other 330 million of us, and say that their opinion is the law of the land now. Right, we've reviewed the case. This is opinion of the law of the land. That's the way it is at this moment, right? And they're not like randomly drawn. True, yeah. Even worse, those 5 people are put there for life, and we have to deal with those opinions, year after year, rather than having a chance of a switch, right? That we have a different configuration of individuals.
Here, so let me meet you halfway.
The situation you're talking about is what we have, but worse.
Let me meet you halfway. I think that this would still raise instability because you're having more new justices with different judicial frameworks deciding things more quickly. But couldn't you accomplish what you're looking for in terms of dilution of power? Just have 81 justices, like tomorrow or whatever, we pass a law, and now 81 justices. We keep the ratio exactly the same. And then when all 81 just decide case one by one by one. Like, you don't do this random drawing stuff. You just have like all of the justices all write opinions on each case that comes in front of them.
All right. So I'm a little confused. So 81 people decide on one case? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, per case. Like, you would just have it
Why?
that way.
Why would be the point? What would the point? Because you stipulate that we have to keep the ratio as it is.
Yeah.
Then like what?
Because you've removed a lot of RNG, because now instead of being based on RNG, it's somewhat tangentially based on like, the votes that go towards like the Congress and president, who then appoint these justices. As opposed to getting unlucky and drawing the 5 that happen to believe that like the 13th Amendment didn't apply or some crazy shit, right? I'm not sure I want to risk that. But you'll also have a situation in which now you don't have to worry about the court, like some 9 randomly picked ones deciding one today, and then another 9 deciding something completely different tomorrow. Instead, you'll have some consistency, right? Where you have like the entire Supreme Court consistently voting one case after the other, after the other, after the other. And then, it's already diluted between 81 people. So it's not just 9. That's what you're concerned about. It's 81, even more than the 50 you asked for.
I'm sorry. I like, then now what we're doing is like, we're expanding it from a justice who has too much power to a faction that has too much power. And that doesn't solve my issue. Like, it's
Why does
like,
the
I
randomness solve
guess
your
it does.
issue?
I guess it does to a certain extent.
Yeah.
Obviously, right?
What about the randomness solves the issue for you, as opposed to just having there be more justices?
Specifically, though, you said more justices with the same ratio of ideologies, I imagine.
Well, yeah,
right?
well, I would assume if we're going to make a change, otherwise, like the concern, the political concern is going to be, well, if you happen to implement this during a Republican administration.
I talked about this last time. You brought this up. This is a really good question you gave to me, and my answer to this was, we would have like each term, right? Each presidential term, they would be able to appoint 5 justices until like the date, like we would get to 50 or whatever the final number would be, right? So, and then after that, once that 50 is in place, then we just like, it's maintenance in terms of like people dropping out of the court. Right. Okay. So like, yeah.
So some kind of like neutral way of doing it, where it like, that's the only way it's going to get done, right? And you would also have to like maybe create a lag time, because if you feel a situation where like the current administration's Democrat and they're pushing for this, and then they're going to get 5. Oh, don't worry, you'll get the 5 if you win the election next time. They're going to be like, no, we're not going to vote for this, because you're going to get 5 now.
That, yeah, I could give you that. The president that puts this in place doesn't get to put anyone there beyond the maintenance of like the court as it stands.
Brother, I mean, I'm not. I mean, I don't. I don't see this as like a adequate or a practical solving of any problem. But the way you structured it doesn't make me all that concerned. So if there's enough people that support you, then I'm not going to care that much. It's all right. Fair enough. Right? We'll have the court be this way.
I have it challenge the status quo here, and so the powers that be, being black to a white man, won't stand in my way. I'm
not gonna stop you.
I'll take it. I'll take it. All right. Why don't we move on from there, though? Because I'm glad that we got a chance to like dig deeper, and I think your concerns were quite interesting, and something I hadn't considered. So maybe I'll have to put more thought into that. Maybe the arguments that I laid out weren't convincing enough, and it just requires me to put more thinking into this. So I'm going to do that. But yeah, thank you so much. Okay. So the next thing I was thinking talking about is the role of the federal government. But before I do that, Tiberius or Lactoid, do you guys have anything that you guys want to talk about specifically?
I want to give Ty an opportunity because I got to pee. So
appreciate that. Nice cover. I do want to square off with you at some point, and we do not have to do this today, on like the bombing of Japan or the nuking of Japan. I do want to have that out with you, because like you kicked ass on that panel. You really did. I just wanted to square off with you on that one, because there was some things I did like disagree with you on, like nuance and context with. But I don't want to litigate that here, because we'll be here all night just on that topic. And yeah. So I do want to talk role of the government, because I really do believe I'm probably going to split hairs between both of you. Yeah, because you seem to have a lot of priorities that you want to put on the government, both socially and economically. Lactoid is probably like super like hard on like the government's largely there for social issues, but economically it really needs to keep its hands off. I'm going to kind of split the difference, because I think it really needs to have about an even hand in both. We need to like have levels of freedom and like ability to like disagree with each other, but there's also levels to where it's like the government is going to have a social doctrine that it pushes. It's going to take up certain issues and it's going to say, look, we think this is the moral issue. We think this is the right thing to do, and we support this. And then when it comes to economics, there's going to be things where, we're going to recognize that either the private sector doesn't do it that well, or the private sector is in a particular situation to where certain numbers are not where we want to see it, where people are either not getting fed enough, or more particularly, maybe people are too obese. And it's going to want to push certain economic conditions in certain ways to kind of balance those things out. And I think it's totally adept at doing that.
Okay. So I'm a little confused, and maybe maybe I just didn't hear you correctly. So, please correct me if I'm wrong.
Sure.
And it just feels like you agree with me more. Like you're saying, you split the difference, and that the federal government, should have hands in both of these pies, being the social and the economic. Right. Well, then that just sounds like my position.
Yeah, I get that. So the way I would split it is, I would absolutely say that, like, putting in an economic right or an economic guarantee really jives me the wrong way. So I would never be of the mindset it's like we have to guarantee education or food or any of this shit, because I think there's a level where it kind of just breaks down for me. But there is levels to where, like, for social stuff, it's a lot easier for me to say we are guaranteeing X, because that's something that isn't a commodity. It's not something that you have to put a price point on. It's more of like the battle of internal morals, will, and ideology. And there's levels to where we can just simply kind of come in and say yes or no. That's a lot easier than making sure everyone has, a PlayStation and 30,000 V-Bucks a year. That requires a lot more effort. I'm memeing here a little bit, but they're like this is where I do believe we're going to split the difference. I think Lactoid's going to be a lot more hands off when it comes to economics. There's things where I'm going to probably disagree with him on. It's like, no, like the government probably should take an active interest in being like, yo, this shit's way too expensive. We want to encourage people to, or businesses to, like, pull that down through certain subsidies or certain, particular buying programs. Or, vice versa, where they're like, we're going to tax the shit out of this because we don't want people to do it anymore.
Okay, so I think it'll just be easier to have this conversation eventually when we have specific examples that we can, like, bounce off. But first, I want to give our friend Ty to, like, lay out his case and what he thinks the role. Sorry, that's exactly Ty Lactoid. Lay out the role of the federal government.
So ultimately, all taxation is theft, and government is limited specifically to what I would determine as protecting people's rights. I see it as the enforcer, right? The government is supposed to enforce morality to some extent, as I would define it, on people to ensure that people aren't violating other people. That's how I see it, and you can apply this liberally, right? So, as long as we have this as the basis of what justifies government, you could justify things like police, right? Because the idea is we have to have people go and stop people who are violating the rights of other people. We could justify, even to some extent, environmental agencies, in terms of, you're dumping cadmium in my water. This is my property, and you're poisoning me. Like, you're aggressing upon me. Someone's got to stop you, and I can't do it because you're Monsanto, and I I own a shed. So the EPA can stop you, though, and they probably should. That said, the government has sort of twisted into something completely different at this point. 2/3 of all federal dollars collected go not towards public projects. They go towards redistribution programs. So you take money from one pocket and put it in the other, right? It's not about roads, even the military, right? The military is counted in that 1/3. So even when you factor in the military that we spend a fuck ton on, and some would say too much, when you factor in roads, when you factor in infrastructure, when you factor in all that shit, we're not even at 1/3. There's 3 programs alone that make up more than half the federal budget: Medicare, Social Security, and Medicaid. Those are alone, those 3. And then you have a whole fuck ton on top of that as well. When you look at graphs of government spending as a percentage of GDP in the United States, it has consistently gone up. And it's gone up by a lot, okay? Compared to where it was, looking at, especially after COVID, right? A lot of graphs stopped before COVID, but then when you look at the graphs that include COVID, we're talking incredible amounts of government spending as a percentage of GDP. And most of that is federal. Most of the growth is federal. And I think that part of the problem here, and why I'm generally skeptical of the federal government, is because A, it tends to grow the most because it can diffuse the most costs among a larger population. And also because it commands absolute authority as opposed to the state governments that are subordinate to the federal government. So the state government is somewhat limited in what they can do because the feds can come stop them. But who's going to stop the feds? No one's going to stop the feds because they're the feds. The fact that there's, it's sort of the federal government's a self-checking mechanism that has ultimate power. The fact that it's grown the most, the fact that it has, obviously demonstrated the most aggression in terms of a hawkish foreign policy. The fact that it is responsible now, I guess I already talked about in terms of growth of spending. The fact that its agencies seem to be, and I think we talked about this a little bit last time, Prime, but its agencies seem to be very interested in what I would consider just qualitatively Orwellian projects, like the NSA, the FBI, the CIA, right? These sort of like, they black site operating, mind control developing fucking like glowies that are like tasked with like trying to infiltrate like the American mind and control you. It's fucking crazy. And they deny this, and then like the NSA has to come out and apologize and be like, yeah, I guess we were doing all this. We were spying on everybody. We were spying on our allies. Taken as a full picture, I'm skeptical of all government, but taken as a full picture, the federal government seems to uniquely be a problem. And it's why I'm most skeptical of that, and why I want to have there be, really, I want to relegate the federal government to like a role of like all government, but especially the federal government, to solely enforcing rights and making sure that states don't violate people's rights while otherwise letting states do what they want.
Hey, just quick question before we jump into it.
Yeah.
And I think you might have just answered it, but do you think that in Black Toyd's ideal world that the federal government should be above the state government? Or
yeah, I think it needs to be, for sure. But it's kind of one of those things where it's like there are power. I almost hate to reference it, but like power dynamics, right? Where with great power comes great responsibility, and should come great skepticism, right? The more powerful power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. The more power you give something, the more you should be afraid of it, not the less you should be afraid of it. And so if you have something that has absolute power over everybody, that should mean that, like, yeah, we need to have you here, right? Like the teacher needs to be in the position that they're in. But that means there's certain rules on you now, right? If you're going to hold this power, we don't want you doing X, Y, Z because we're afraid of you. Because the whole point is that you have the power that we should fear, right? You control the most technologically advanced, most powerful military on the face of the planet that the world has ever seen. United States could end the world tomorrow. I mean, the level of power here that we're talking about is just is mind blowing, and that's something to be feared, not just respected, but feared down to its core, because it doesn't always operate within the light, right? I mean, the NSA and CIA have done shit and I promise you are doing shit right now that you and I have no idea about. And
100%.
Right? I mean, oh, Jesus Christ! It's just I think about like what have they done that we just don't think they've done. And then, we don't want to get into conspiracy theories because they start sounding crazy.
I'm going to say this because I know it. I wish that people realize that if any one of you out there who was like listening into this has ever sent like a nudie pic or a dirty pic, you are not the only person who's seen it. Straight up.
The fucking feds, dude.
And
they got your
like,
shit
literally
tapped.
the feds see all of that. All of them, all the time.
Sean, I just want to put back because I agree that the Fed, the NSA, like was according. I'm not sure which leaks was it. Was it Snowden leaks or whoever? But like they are hoovering up our information, and that they have access to all these things. But whether someone has actually seen it, that's a different thing, right? Like we would have to have like an equal number of federal agents to the population to actually watch.
We're all federal.
Like,
Pack
the
the,
good-
federal government. We're all federal agents now.
Yeah.
There's some good news on this one. Like 99% of the shit they collect, they can't store. Like there's just like they would literally information overload immediately, even with the amazing information storage that we have today. What is horribly concerning actually is private sector. It's what Facebook is able to collect on you that I think people really need to talk about, because we've demonstrated this before in the regards that like Target can now collect information on you so well that they can largely tell if people are pregnant before they even know. Like they literally can recognize your spending patterns change enough to where they can tell if women are pregnant. It's mind-boggling.
Okay.
It's kind of based.
So I thought you brought up a lot of interesting things, but both of you brought up a bunch of interesting things. So I wrote some stuff down, and let's see if we can address them. So you say, and I don't want to take too much time in interrogating this sentence, but that taxation is theft. Okay. So like, I hear you. All right, but you still
And you
say that we
agree,
should.
right?
You still say we should have federal agencies, though, right? You brought up the EPA and whatnot. How do we fund those agencies?
Yeah. So, and this is a very good question. The likes of Scott would absolutely disagree with what I'm about to say, and they would label me a communist and despise what I'm about to say. Okay, but this is
Scott can go to hell. Yep.
This is what I think.
So it must be sane. Got it.
Stealing is wrong, but there are situations that I think you can justify stealing. And in terms of like an actual analysis, sitting down and justifying every dollar you steal, if you can specifically do it on what I would consider to be a consent calculus, right? Are you getting more out of it in terms of protecting people's rights than you're putting into it? Then I think you could justify it. So an example of this would be like, if you had to steal like $1 from everybody to hire a cop that goes and stops rapists, like, yeah, you are stealing the money, no doubt, okay? And that's a wrong thing that needs to be justified in of itself, right? And so when we're arguing, okay, we have this pile of money now that we've stolen from everybody, how are we going to spend it? Well, this has moral weight now, this money, so it better be spent right, and it better be spent efficiently, and it better be spent on something that's justified. Well, hiring the cop to go stop the rapist, right? That's justified because rape is very non-consensual, even what I would deem to be much more so than just stealing $1 from you. So, if you take this analysis every single time, you can begin to justify some government programs, like a sort of minimal level of government that is tasked with accomplishing specific goals and facilitating interaction between private people in a way in which people have their rights protected. The problem is that this doesn't mean that you can steal money and then not justify it, right? And a very like a simple way to think about this, it's not perfect, but one of the ways that I like to think about it is whenever you say the government should spend money on something, ask yourself personally, would you go steal money from somebody to pay for that? Right? That's the first question you should ask yourself, right? So if somebody's starving, would you go steal money to give them food? Maybe, right? There's a real conversation to be had there. Would you go steal money to pay down your student loans, Prime?
To pay down my student loans.
Yeah.
I couldn't justify it to pay down my student loans. I could justify for using the our collective cash to invigorate the economy by like unleashing the full power of our youth by giving them a chance at higher education. so that they can be fully activated citizens, and then give back to that economy, generate more, economic activity through their actions they might not have been able to accomplish otherwise without a college degree, and doing so in a way that uh, is more sufficient rather than their initial years out of college being spent paying down loans. They're instead generating money and putting that into useful areas of the economy. So I could do it. I could justify it that way, not like for me, like stealing money, as you put it, for me.
But would you steal money? Let's say you knew some kid down the block that had like a lot of college student debt. Of course, they had a relatively high income, like most of people with college student debt. Um, and and they're sitting on they're making money, but they're sitting on debt. You wouldn't steal money for their benefit, right? Even if it turns out that left them more money to go spend on other things. Would you steal money to give to them?
I see the problem is when you're reducing these things to an individual. If it was an individual debt, I think that completely changes the calculus. When we're talking about like a population and and having an over having a purpose that is beyond like the action in of itself. So meaning that yes, the action would be like getting rid of debt, but there's a purpose beyond that. All right, it's not just like any debt. It's not like, for instance, car debt. Like a car loan debt. I mean, those are both debts, and they could be equal, right? Like you could have like a I don't know $20,000 car loan, $20,000 student debt loan, right? But we're not talking about getting rid of the car loans. We're talking about student loans because there's a specific purpose behind that. And which will have like different types of economic activities. That's why I can justify the one rather than the other. Does that make sense?
Well, I understand the arguments that you put forward in favor of forgiving student loans, but what I'm saying is that I guess from my perspective on
I mean, I wouldn't have student loans in the beginning. That money, the more effective
sure.
way is to just.
I understand, but assuming we have student. Sorry, go ahead, Ty.
Oh, I appreciate that. I want to get in here before we completely get off the point because the student loans are a fun conversation. But for me, this is where I really do want to push back against Lactoid because while there's levels where I get how coercive and how powerful government institutions are and how we want to limit that, when it comes to taxation as theft, the issue that I have here is largely that while it is openly either coercive or simply a rejection of your individual consent, which I get why the libertarians cannot fucking cope with that shit, the reality, at least for me, is that you are exchanging basically non-compliant rent with the service of the protection of the sovereign. And I don't think a lot of people who don't understand history realize how big of a deal that is. While you are having to give up some levels of your economic well-being and your own personal ability to make your own conscientious decisions, you get a standard rule set which you largely are given as a notice. This is the rules you all play by, so you don't have to fight over fucking everything. And more particularly is that you have a common economic rule set to where you can build out economies of scale well easier because you have particularly the rule of law to where if you do X thing, you get sued for it or you get fined for it. That's incredibly powerful, and I think a lot of people do not recognize. If you look at where we've gone through history, not having those things are horrible.
I don't disagree that to some extent, the protection is probably one of the only things. There's other things, I suppose, but the protection. Actually, to be honest, I think protection might be one of the only things that's justified in terms of government action, right? I get it, right? There is some level of stealing that happens to you. Now, you called it, I think, non-consent,
compulsory rent,
compulsory
non-consenting rent,
right? Yeah. Right. Which, we can have a discussion about. This sounds just like. What a mobster would say, they're coming in the neighborhood, hey, protection money. Protection money, right? I mean, this is literally what it is, right? Protection money. You want to live in our neighborhood, you got to pay the rent, right? And they're going to show up with baseball bats and crowbars, and they expect you to hand over a payment. The government is just a big that, okay? They're just a big protection racket that we've decided, well, like we got to be very afraid of them, just like we're generally afraid of protection rackets. But it turns out like there's a bunch of other gangs out there that are very scary, and so we need some level of like protection racket in place to prevent
protection rackets.
to protect us from the other protection rackets and to protect us from enemies foreign and domestic.
I will 100% like go like into the memes on this one.
Yes.
I'm fine with it because there is like the reality is that at least to me it's a blatant acceptance of either you deal with the demon that you understand and know, and what we've got a lot of experience with dealing with government now, or you literally kind of just evolve into lordism. Like this is the literal reason I can't be an anarchist. Like so me and Lactoid agree on that one. Like the part where I get it is that the protection clause is where it gets hairy, because I can say I'm protecting you, therefore you have an army and police. I can also say I'm protecting you, so I'm going to guarantee you food because I'm depriving you of like the horrors of reality, right? Like we can make sure that you have food. We can protect you from like starvation. And there's levels to where that scares the hell out of me, because economic goods are not social goods. They are completely separate. They function differently. And like I am far less scared of the government playing social curator than I am the government playing economic curator.
You could be afraid of both, right? Like I can imagine one. I mean, unless
Absolutely.
I mean, like so for I guess the historical example that I think we're all thinking about, and the classic example that I use whenever anybody which nobody has today, but whenever people bring up the point, well, like you live here, so you consent to the law. Jim Crow was social enforcement by the government to some extent, which I think we all agree is like, but I guess it was also economic, right? So how do you separate social and economic here? Seems like almost.
Yeah.
So there is levels to where they're always obviously going to be tied at the hip, right? Because your social well-being can actually be strongly infectious of your economic well-being and vice versa. However, like there is things that you can kind of look in a vacuum. You can recognize the price of automobiles and go, all right, is this actually in a position where we want it to be? Are these things too cheap? Are they too costly? I'm actually going to make the argument that food actually is not too cheap. It's not too expensive. It's too cheap because we waste 40% of it. Like there's levels to where I think government should have a hand in going, all right, I don't want to guarantee this where we just ban everything or that we just come in and guarantee anything. But I definitely think it should have a vested interest in me. And like, all right, the price point of this is X and we want it to be up or down 20-30% because we want to encourage certain economic and social repercussions from that.
Well, we could. I mean, first we should start with ending the subsidies, but
I was going the other way with that, but okay.
Well, ending food subsidies, then the price goes up. And
okay, fair enough.
Right. But with Tiberius, would you agree though? Even if you agree that there's some level of like stealing that we need to pay the protection racket, we can also reasonably say that like the protection racket taking money from us is like in of itself a bad thing. And so if they're spending that money on like protecting us when we need it, okay, like we have this need that's being fulfilled by pretty like uncomfortable means, but hey, the need has to be fulfilled. But when the line starts crossing into not needs anymore, but like, $80 Air Force mugs, right? Where we start crossing into that territory where it's like, wait a minute, what the fuck? Like, do you agree something immoral is happening? Like whenever the government wastes money, I see that as like a moral tragedy, actually, whenever they're wasting money.
I kind of get where you're going with this one, and there's levels to where, like, at its face, I get where, like, even the anarchists have a point. Like it's openly coercive. It literally is like legalized extortion. Like I can look at it from that framework and go, okay, there's something like inherently immoral about like government as an institution. The problem is like it's where morality seems to go to die in terms of it loses all practical sense. What you give up, in my opinion, for most government interactions is totally fucking worth it. However, what is really concerning, where I really agree with libertarians, does government like to get its hands in pots that it really fucking shouldn't? Like, I'm 100% behind, what do we call it? Where government sets the rules and then the corporations are able to, like, go ham on it. regulatory capture, shit like that. Like, scares the hell out of me, bothers the hell out of me. I get it. The other side of that is that you definitely want shit like monopoly protection, so you don't have that. Or if you're gonna have that, you have to have the arm of the state really ready, willing, and able to come beat it in the head. I think the power company still gets away with some really ridiculous shit, straight up. And don't even get me started on telecommunications. There are levels to where I totally get where people and institutions and these governments should be able to collect taxes and make sure that you aren't going to get invaded. I think that's obviously the one that we all can agree on. But there's also levels to where, should government be there to set you back up when a hurricane wipes out half your fucking state? Yeah, I probably think that's actually one of the things that it would be the best at. But apparently we don't want to worry about it. We rather worry about funding old folks.
You go first.
I guess two things. First of all, to some extent, I'm actually like very unhappy with the way the government deals with disasters. Right, like especially because they've become predictable, and they become predictable in a way now where the entire country subsidizes people to live in certain areas. Right, so if people had to pay the cost of living in Florida, they would pay higher insurance premiums, right? But they don't do that, right? I mean, they pay a little bit higher insurance premiums, obviously. But what happens is FEMA swings by every year when some massive hurricane hits and dumps tremendous amounts of money into Florida, money that people should be paying an insurance company for. And the whole country basically subsidizes people living in Florida. And other places, you're just expected to eat the cost, right? So like, people have to buy heating appliances in my state or in the north. Why do we have to pay for that, right? That's just that's one of the weather negatives of living here, but we pay for that when the federal government through FEMA pays Florida through their negative health weather outcomes.
I'm not sure that they do though, or at least I'm not. So like I was like nodding my head until like you brought up FEMA. So like you and Scott have like moved me on this issue. You guys moved me on a few things, but you've moved me on this particular issue in terms of like the price of living in these disaster prone areas. It's something I've brought up many times over the years. Like what are we going to do with a changing climate where like these disasters becoming more and more predictable and regular, as you've astutely brought up. And like it kind of like made sense to me the way, like you said, like the market could just deal with this and that it could price people out of it. And we should like so like what you've talked about, like the price controls on insurance, that those insurance companies are leaving Florida because they can't charge what they need to charge.
That's right.
To people for that, right? Like that kind of makes sense to me. I would like a kinder, gentler way to help people deal with this changing climate rather than leaving it up to the the cold carrying hands of the market. But still, like I kind of like that, to say that like, okay, well, if you're going to assist in living here, that's fine, but you got to pay for that. But you brought up FEMA instead, and when FEMA doesn't dump that much money, right? Like, and it doesn't actually cover the cost of these disasters. We see time and time again, like Congress doesn't allocate enough money for these things. And so you hear from people who are survivors of these different disasters, and they tell you that they got like a $1,200 check, tremendous amount of money, right? Sure, a lot of people got $1,200 checks, but like obviously not enough to make them whole. Like if you lost a house or some shit, And so I wouldn't say FEMA would be the problem. I would want a strengthened FEMA to help people when disaster like does hit, because at that point in time, once it's already happened, we need to be able to help people to get on their feet, like so that we don't like just throw them in generational poverty because they happen to get hit with a hurricane. But beyond that, like if we're encouraging people to move out of the state or move out of certain areas, like that beachfront housing has to go, then the market, I think, might be a good way of making that happen. So I wanted to do you have an immediate response to that? Because there are other things I wanted to say.
I got
Um,
something I want to add, but go ahead.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, go ahead, Ty.
Yeah, so like when it comes to the market, we can get into the weeds on like what we would say is disadvantage or poor behavior, but it is really, really good at discouraging certain behaviors. We can like clearly acknowledge that where like certain shit gets into a price point where no one wants to do it, then like no one fucking does because it's just literally not worth it. And that's something that I really like markets for. The problem is that like there's obviously a conversation on, hey, should you live in Oklahoma in that 7% chance that your house is wiped out by a tornado, right? Because we can compare that and say, all right, yeah, it's probably worth it. We can cover those folks. But then we're like, hey, there's a 30% chance you're going to lose your house if you live in Florida because you're going to get hit by a hurricane all the time. There's levels to where that gets hairy. What I'm just trying to put out here is that the market's really good at just pushing people away from shit that is just completely not worth it. But there is levels to where should we let the market do whatever the fuck it wants? Hell no. I just wanted to get that out there.
So I wanted to go back to something Lactwood said a while ago, and you talked about how the government should be used as a tool. It should use like policy as a tool to encourage morality, right?
Or to enforce it, not to encourage
to
it.
enforce morality. Okay, sure. Which means that we could take a moral stance as a collective government and then enforce that morality on people with policy.
Well, to be clear, so there's no I guess good way to say this, but what I mean by morality is very clearly like my morality. Like my perception of government is that it only exists to enforce rights. And for me, like rights means a very particular thing, right? You specifically, do you consent to this thing happening to you or not? If you don't consent to some kind of infraction upon you, some kind of aggression upon you, somebody messing with your shit, now we're talking about them violating your rights, okay? And so then at that point, the calculus is just like, do we get less of that if we steal some money and hire the right people to stop that from happening? And if we can't justify it, like if we can't do the math and justify the cop, right? Let's say we have too many cops, and when we look at the overall price tag, like it doesn't justify itself. The government at that point has a moral obligation to cut their police force because they are not spending the stolen money efficiently.
I guess I could sign on to that last part.
Just because that has to do with the cops, right?
No, just because it has to do with the cops. No, but like what you've been saying before about like the government has more obligation to spend the money wisely and not waste the money. I agree that's true. It's just that you and I are going to disagree on what's wasteful.
No, we are, and this is why, and I think Ty might too, and this is why I have the ultimate question for you guys here. Back when I was talking about you have to independently justify it. Like if you personally wouldn't steal for it, it's probably not a good thing to have the protection racket go and steal for it. Let's talk about retirement, right? Social Security, one of the top 3 federal programs. Why is it okay for the government to to steal money from me to pay for the retirement of somebody else? Even let's say if they are like not destitute, right? Let's say they have like a suburban house or they have like a high income house. Why should I be having my money taken out of my paycheck to go to them? Is that something that you personally would steal for?
Well, let Ty go first.
Damn, I had a candy bar in my mouth. Okay. I'm trying to do this from the side. I don't like the way that you morally frame, is this something I would steal for? But let me just roll with it just for the sake of context, right? It's really close. Like, I absolutely think that in some ways a society should at least value its senior leadership, or at least its seniors in general. The problem is, and everyone knows this from who's talked to me, I fucking hate our seniors. Because I don't believe that they deserve any credit to the livelihoods that they've led. Like if I was I'm sorry, like if I literally was ever going to accused of bigotry, it would be towards boomers. But that's a whole other conversation. All I'll say is this. It's either that you morally justify it because you say, hey, look, I am going to provide you a guarantee of at least some modicum of retirement because your body is completely shot, or is probably likely because you've worked 40 years. Versus, you know, you're going to have to pay for it now, but you will get it at some point, and you can justify it that way. It's there for everybody. You just have to take it on the chin when you're young, but you get the benefits of it later. The other side of this is simply morally, I think it's actually unjustified personally, because what it actually comes down to is that if you are a elder and you have gotten to the point where you are at the point of retirement and the society has not allowed you to flourish and prosper to the degree where you can secure a modicum of retirement under your own aegis, that's not an indictment of you. That's an indictment of the society writ large. Because maybe there might be an outlier here or there of people who are going to fall through the cracks who just can't afford the retirement. But the fact that you live, or we do, in the most wealthy country in human existence, and we can't make it to where people can afford to retire on their own means, yeah, the system's fucked.
So, I think, again, this is about like what's wasteful and what's what's moral. I absolutely think that as a society, like we want better out. I want better outcomes for people in general. Better economic, better social outcomes, and like a better outcome is that a person doesn't have to work until they're dead. Um, that at some point we decide that our elders, as our friend Ty put it, have done enough, and they can live the rest of their life in some sort of relative comfort, and that is something worth putting money behind. I think our tax code is a moral code, right? It shows the priorities of our society, and uh, like in our budget as well. Those things are obviously tied. And I think as a society, it simply makes sense that we want these people to be comfortable. They're a vulnerable population. As you get older, you become more vulnerable, and we should take care of them. I think that should happen regardless of their where they landed in the socioeconomic system, because one, that can change, right? Even if you land like upper middle class by 65, it doesn't mean you'll stay that way. Um, and I think that when you put up structural barriers uh, to these things, not structural barriers, but uh, when you put up bureaucratic barriers to these things, then people fall all through the cracks. I want to help the maximum amount of people possible, and also I want to protect these gains, because I understand we live in a political context, and that if you make it so that it is dependent on factors. Like if it's not a universal program, then it's easier to attack. And then we if it is attacked, we can lose it, and then no one gets help. So like that's why I don't give a crap that Bill Gates gets like I don't know some check, some level of check for Social Security. Like I don't care about that. I feel like that level of quote unquote waste is minor compared to the massive amount of people it helps, and that changing that system would endanger that system, and then no one would get help, so it'll be a worse outcome. So there's that. So you can spawn like to it. I did want to take this moral place to a certain area, but like you want to respond.
Yeah, well, this is totally relevant to my belief in the role of the federal government as well. So, Social Security is one of the biggest disasters in terms of a policy proposal, and people laud it as one of the most successful ones, right? First of all, it robs people of their agency, right? Every single paycheck, I get some percentage of my paycheck taken out and against my will put for my retirement, which I may never see, right? Living until the retirement age is somewhat of a dice roll. Not everybody lives to be 67, or I guess 62 if you're talking about the early retirement age. And the people who don't get to live that long, perhaps they wanted to spend that money now for whatever purpose
That's
they
how
have.
insurance works, though.
I understand.
Right,
Well, you're right, but insurance is consensual. Social Security is not. And so if I have to, I'm being forced to pay into this essentially insurance program, where now, against my will, I'm not consciously taking making this decision, but assuming that I live long enough to take some of it out, perhaps I might be able to take some of it out. If I have as an agent, as an adult, I want to spend that money now on myself. Maybe I value a house or a car or entertainment now
or
more
hookers.
than, or you know what, in libertarian paradise, or hookers. Okay, whatever you happen to spend your money on, it's not my business. I wouldn't be doing that, but
Certainly not. He's a libertarian. He wouldn't do it.
no.
Definitely not.
So
it supports the right, though.
So that's the first reason why it's bad. And the second reason why it's bad, and I think this is a lot of people don't know this, right? But not only does it rob people's agency to put their money into like immediate needs or wants, it robs people from putting it into retirement. A recent analysis, I can post this, by the Federal Reserve of St. Louis, found that for 98% of all people, if they took the money that was being taken from them and put into Social Security, for 98% of people, if they had simply put that in the stock market, they would have more money. Even if they put part of it in bonds, like for a safer investment, or part of it in bonds and part of it in like ETFs or these kind of like safe stock market investments, they would have much more money than Social Security, right? It's true that when you put money in Social Security, right, like you will get money out if you live long enough, but it's important to look at what kind of money are we talking? Right? Is it money that you can transfer to your kid? Sometimes, right? There's survivorship benefits, but that isn't always the case. And it's certainly you're not going to get all the money back that you put in, right? First of all. And second of all, again, Social Security, when you put money into it, it's not growing with the rest of the economy. So it's being eaten away by inflation, which, has been super high. 98% of people, if they chose to put it in the market instead, if they got to keep it, they would make more money. So not only is the government forcing me to have a long-term horizon for my well-being, but they're doing it in a bad way. They're inefficient. And so that goes back to my original perspective of, unless you can really morally justify the government doing something, like it shouldn't happen. And in this case, you have the government mandating my time horizon for how I want to spend my labor and my money. And they're doing it in a way that's making 98% of people lose out. Like, what a terrible policy.
I would disagree with this because I think that the problem is I haven't seen the study that you're talking about, but like one, I believe you in terms of results. But I think that it's because of people like you who want to dismantle that system that we can't expand that system to accommodate for exactly what you're talking about. So like there's that, but I'm leave that alone for now because this is not where the direction I wanted to go. So I think as a libertarian, the rights that you want to protect, right?
Yeah.
That would include the right to be able to purchase private property.
Yeah.
Okay. So you would say that any citizen of the country, we'll just keep it to citizens because I don't know how would you feel about immigrants, so let's not pull on that one.
Ultimately, nations are unjustified. So ideally, we wouldn't have the concept of citizen, but we have to protect from other, from the communists specifically. That's what I'm concerned about.
All right, that might be another conversation that we need to dig into. But in any case, so citizens should have the right to have private property, and you would say that the government should defend that right if it's threatened.
Yeah.
Okay. What if not everyone has an equal chance, right? Assuming they have the cash, right? That an equal chance to exercise that right to purchasing private property. The government should step in.
Well, hold on. Well,
Like
so
equal chance on the market, like how the market's supposed to function. Like, yeah.
I
Like,
guess can you give me an
go
example?
ahead. Sure. Yeah. Well, perfect
I know it's
example.
gonna be, but go ahead.
Of course, you know it's gonna be. Black people, right? Housing. Like, let's pretend that Prime has money, right? Let's live in that fantasy world. Sub to the channel. but uh, but if I did and I had enough for to buy a house in a certain neighborhood, but I was kept out. Let's say that the um, uh, real estate agent doesn't show me certain neighborhoods, right? Because they're just not right for me, or um, like there is some sort of scheme, covenant, I don't know, to keep me out of these neighborhoods, or whatever, right? That, like, yes, I have the right to buy private property. That's true, but I can't. But that my right is inherently less than your right to do so. Like my ability to exercise that. So you would say that the government should have a place in dealing with that, right? Defending my rights.
No.
Okay, there
So
you
let me explain. And this is kind of like a crude analogy, but it makes sense to me. Where like a market, when we talk about markets, a market is just, in my mind, an amalgamation of individual people consensually interacting with each other. And that term consensually interacting is like incredibly important. So not only does this determine what people do, but it also determines who people do things for. So part of the market includes the fact that, like, I don't know, you have businesses that will refuse to serve people who show up without a shirt. No shirt, no shoes, no service, right? You'll have situations where people will refuse.
That's like an anti-hippie thing.
It was an anti-hippie thing, for sure, yeah.
Yeah.
And you have people who, I don't know, will refuse to do business with people that rub them the wrong way, right? In terms of like some kind of contract or some kind of negotiation. And it's sort of like, I almost view it kind of like sex. Okay, let's bring it to that.
Sure,
you have the
please.
right. You have the right to have
I'm
sex.
also horny.
Yeah, you have the right to have sex, right? The government's not going to stop you, but you don't have the right to have sex. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have the right to sex, but if you can't convince someone to give you sex, kind of shit
These
out of
are
luck.
negative, positive rights we're talking about, right?
So
Is that the concept,
yeah,
right?
this is what people, right? So there's this dichotomy that people put forward of the concept of positive and negative rights. The issue is, I think positive rights are like very shaky, because you can basically argue for anything using positive rights in a way that really doesn't feel like a right. So like one example could be, I have a right to my private property, my wallet. So I have a right to not have somebody come steal my wallet. That person running over to steal your wallet could say, well, I have I have the right to live in a world in which I get to have your wallet. Or I have a right to live in a world in which I am not walletless. And I don't have a wallet right now, so you're giving me yours. Well, now we have a very clear contention here, right? We have the difference between me and my wallet, and we have somebody who's now claiming they have some sort of right to my wallet. We have the dichotomy between the incel, who claims he has a right to some woman's body, and the woman who has a right to her body, right? We have we have the dichotomy between me and like the chairs that I personally manufactured, and somebody who wants to buy those chairs, right? And so the question is, who ultimately has the right over that property? And for me, the right to that property comes from whether or not you made it, whether or not ultimately it's yours, right? It comes from your body, right? You are your mind. You own your body, and you own the things that come from your body. And
what about like a house that like you didn't make, you just bought?
Well, but the thing is, again, you can only consensually buy it. And so the reason why you have rights over that house is because the people who built that house gave it to you. If you stole the house, it's not yours. If I go out in the middle of the woods and build the house myself, we can all agree that's my house, right? If I, chop down the wood, fucking drill the nails, screws, whatever the fuck, build a house, that's mine, right? Well, if I build the house and it's mine, I can do whatever I want with my house because it's mine. So I could sell it, I can exchange it, I can trade it with somebody for, let's say, 8 cows, because I want to start a cow ranch now. So I'm going to go off and build a cow ranch. Well, they didn't build a house, but it's their house because I built it and I gave it to them, right? So you follow the transfer of ownership. This was a philosophy that was espoused by Robert Nozick. So, you know, stemming from your body, that's more John Locke, right? But the idea of what makes something justified is whether or not every single time it's changed hands was that consensual, right? Did they give that, trade that to somebody for exchange for something, or give that for free, or whatever the fuck? And for me, that's how you build a society in which people are having their rights respected the most.
Okay, so none of this addresses like the examples I gave, like at all. So
It does, just not. It's just biting the bullet.
no, hold on. Right. So I talked about a real estate agent who doesn't show me certain houses. Right. Like, where's the consent being violated there of like the property owner? Like when I don't even get a chance to even look at the house. I'm not presented as a prospective buyer because again, like I'm just not a good fit for that area. Um, like we'll start with that one. Like, where is the consent being violated?
Well, so in the situation in which the realtor is just like, I guess, the realtor is a bad example because realtors most of the time are independent agents and they can more or less design, like if they want to, design their like what they do. Obviously within law currently, but assuming these laws didn't apply, realtors like the homeowner hires the realtor to try to sell the house. If the homeowner is unhappy with the realtor and their effort to sell the house, they can fire them in terms of, I'm not going to work with you anymore, and I'm going to go find a realtor to sell my house. And the realtor is free to do whatever they want in the meantime.
Yeah, that doesn't matter in terms of how I'm structuring this, because let's assume we have a non-racist, right? Like, Ty is selling his house, right? And I'm assuming Ty is not a bigot, right? We're gonna dice roll there. But Ty is like looking for the best price. That's all he cares about, the best price on his property, and he's willing to sell to anyone. And the real estate agent, unbeknownst to him, is only putting certain buyers in front of him, right? Ones that match his skin color. And like he may get the best price like of that selection, or he may not. He won't know. There's no way for him to know because he doesn't see the wide the widest selection of buyers that they see, right? He only sees what is presented to him. And so if she is curating the list, right, then like that possibly hurts Ty, but also it hurts me as a buyer who doesn't even get a chance to put in a bid.
Right, and only the rules here that I would enforce would be laws against fraud. So like if Ty doesn't care who he sells to, he would go to the realtor and say, okay, I want you to sell to the top bidder regardless of their race. Do you agree? And the realtor will say yes, right? Boom, contract. Now, if the realtor sells to not the highest bidder, she's violating the contract and she can be sued, right? And then what you can do is when you're going to realtors, you can ask, hey, like you're not going to discriminate against me based on my race, right? Like you're just going to show me like the best houses. And if they say yes, I'm not going to discriminate against you, and it turns out that they do, boom, I think you should be able to sue them based on fraud. But if they tell you I am a brazen racist and I do not want to sell you a house, I'm not in the business of trying to force that realtor to sell you a house. I think you need to find a better realtor.
Okay, so all right, wow.
I, as a realtor, would sell a house to anybody of any color or creed, as long as they were the top bidder. Okay.
He would only, of course, my friend.
Money is green. Green is the only color I discriminate against.
Whenever he gets to the subject, he wants to make that clear.
Make that crystal
he's not
clear.
a racist. He just wants to. He'll just defend them to the bitter end. But no. Okay. So, I might come back to that specific example in a second, but I'm just going to move off that for just a quick second and say, like, what if we have a situation, let's just pretend hyperbolic, right? That all realtors or whatever property owners or wherever the blockage is refuse to sell to Black people within this nation, right? That there's no place that can go to get a house, right? I have the right, according to you, to buy private property. but because of my skin color, I am like 100% locked out of the market. Do you think that's a perfectly fine state of affairs?
Again, like when you say you have the right to private property, yeah, you have the right to like
Right to
consensually
engage in the market, and I cannot engage. in the
not
market.
necessarily, right? So again, like let's say you have the guy that lives in the town where no women will fuck him. Does he have a right to have sex with a woman?
Yeah, he does have the right to engage.
But he has no
for that.
access, right? Nobody will do it.
Nobody do it. Like, sorry, I don't want to. Sorry,
This is the analogy, though, right? It's the same thing with like housing.
But I want to focus in on the one because like everyone always distracts from this, but like I want to deal with the morality of this point. Like, deal with that, and then we'll move forward.
No, I'm explaining the morality. Like when I say you have a right to private property, what that means, what I guess to be more specific, you have a right to yourself and to the things that you create and the things that you trade for. And you have a right to have those things without somebody else coming and interfering with you, whether it be a criminal, whether it be the government, as much as we possibly can do it, or whether it be, the mob or anything else, right? Like that's your shit. This is your body. This is your property. It should be left alone as much as possible.
Yeah.
So you don't have a right to a yacht, but if you own a yacht, you have a right to a yacht.
This is what we're running into. We're running into the same issue that like of what is waste, what is morality, because like I just fundamentally disagree with like your sense of morality.
I don't think you do though. Like you would agree with the guy who no woman will fuck. You agree that he's a shit out of luck, right?
I don't care about this example. All right, this is why I brought up the real estate thing, right? Because that has specific real world implications, and it's a practical example of a thing that happens to this day.
Incels are real.
Yeah, sure. Okay. So I when you talk about like the government enforcing morality, I would say that equity is a morality. You talked about wealth redistribution. You thought that this is a horrible thing that was happening. But I think the government should push forward a society, a morality, like push us in a direction that maximizes the well-being of everyone and their ability to engage with the larger culture and economy and all those things, to be fully activated citizens. And so like wealth redistribution makes sense to me. Yeah, let's do that. Let's especially do that when we're talking about people whose rights have been historically violated. Let's put programs in place that give them redress for harm done, and allow them to like access the market or whatever or other resources in a manner that's equitable to others, and not equal to others, equitable to others. And there's a difference there. So, but like you disagree, right? You disagree on that. So, like, it's just a problem which can constantly be running into. To Ty, Lacted, do you want to say something?
I have plenty to say on this one, but Lactoid's probably
prompted,
no,
Ty. I feel like
okay.
I kind of laid out the reasons why I disagree with it, but I want to hear what Ty
says. So when it comes to your year two's morality, I will absolutely outline that you do not line up on the ethics of harm reduction. You guys are not on the same page there. Like your moral structures are different. So like if you guys don't morally like agree with each other, like for one, that's obvious to me, but also two, I think that's okay. What's really where this conversation really goes for me is that sorry, I'm losing my point. Well, the last thing you guys talked about was sorry, I need to write this shit down.
Real estate or incels, whichever one.
Oh, okay. Basically, I'll put it this way: do people have rights to be dickheads? Right? Do people have the right to be exclusionary? I have fumbled over this my entire life, because I largely look as myself as an outsider to people in general. I feel like I'm the black sheep. I feel like I don't fit into most like crews, organizations, whatever. And because of that, Like, it's really hard for me to be like, yeah, y'all should just be at free range to wall out people as you choose, because, like, it sucks. It really fucking sucks. But on the other hand, there is absolutely levels of kinship that people have. And you have it with your own friends, right? People you've been with for, 10, 20, 30 years. You got those ride or die friendships, that kind of shit, right? How do you negate that? How do you tell people that you should value X person that you never met before over people that you know, trust, and love? And there's like, my ethical calculator literally starts spitting out error codes on this conversation. So I'll simply say this. I think that when it comes to like market access in general, like if you just like making money, being a bigot doesn't make any damn sense. If you believe in like a doctrine of fairness and that you should give to get, you shouldn't really be that exclusionary, because everyone has something to give and to get.
But we can recognize that people have different priorities, right? So like,
Right. The issue that I have is that I recognize that not everyone shares my moral code, that some people, because of their own like weird ass purity doctrines, value certain groups of people far more than they value other groups. I get it to some degree because I do it too. But what really it gets down to is there a point where you should not guarantee a minimum level of acceptance? That one, I think we kind of have to just say, yes, we need to guarantee that. Otherwise, you are literally just dehumanizing people. You're not treating them with any form of dignity or respect or value. And like, I'm sorry, but like, I don't care how racist you are. Like, that person goes through 90% of the same fucking shit that you do every single day. They're trying to take care of themselves. They're trying to take care of the people they care about, the people they love. Like, I can't float that shit. I just can't.
Okay, so I'll move off. Oh, and I just quickly to address your incel thing, right? Like, yeah, but the right to bodily autonomy is, is above a person's right to uh yeah, have sex with them. So like, that's fundamentally different to private property in my estimation. But I guess you might disagree because private property comes from like your effort, and yeah,
Right, it comes from your body. Like in the classic
From your
example, this
body.
is the cake case, right? So like, so you're saying that like you don't have a right to like make somebody like grab you and jerk you off, right? But you do have a right to make somebody bake you a cake, right? To
They
literally
don't have a
like
right, but they're welcome too. Is what I'm saying. Sorry, go ahead. I apologize.
sure, but like do you think that like I should be able to walk into like a shop, right, and compel someone to use their body and make me a cake?
We've already
All
talked
right,
about.
fair
I
enough.
think I've more or less agreed with you there. But uh, yeah, so we'll just have to agree on this part. But you said other things, and I want to yell about you on those things too. You talked about how the federal government has uh I don't know what's the word I'm looking for. I'm not being very elegant today, so I do apologize. But it has like the power of violence, right? State violence. Um, and we should be afraid of the federal government because of that power. But um, and maybe you would already agree with this point, but like it seems like that while yes, the federal government, because of its supremacy role, has more state the power to employ more state violence than um, the state governments. Even if we were to rebalance the situation, that wherever there be power, right, state power, they'll have state violence that could be incredibly repressive, and that might just take different forms, but still be like uh incredibly dangerous. So like in terms of like an actual state, a U.S. state, or a locality with its like local sheriff's department, they have their ability to employ that violence, and it doesn't particularly matter to. So what I'm trying to get to is that it doesn't particularly matter to me that the FBI has like access to so many more resources and can theoretically violate my rights in this way and that way. I'm not like particularly I'm I guess as equally as afraid of the FBI as I am of state troopers and the local cops, right? In fact, maybe more afraid of local cops because I'm more likely to interface with them than the FBI, right? So when you talk about this skepticism of the government, of the federal government, and their state violence, I don't find it like particularly compelling just because they have bigger budgets. I hope what I said made some sense.
No, I think you're right to be scared of people. Look, you should fear states too, right? You should fear any of these organizations that have tremendous amounts of power, which states absolutely do, right? All I'm saying is that like the level of difference in power, the feds have a lot more. And although they're not going to be in contact with you specifically as much because of the role that they play, as a standalone entity, they are much more dangerous than like any given state government, like to more people than just yourself, right? So when we're talking about like a good way of thinking about this is like on an individual level, like my local fucking traffic warden scares me more than the president, right? Because the traffic warden could give me a ticket. The president, I don't really control, right? I don't. There's no way I can dodge them, right? They exist out there. The traffic warden, though, they're gonna fucking give me if I park wrong, they're gonna give me a fucking ticket. That sucks. But obviously, there's a huge difference in power between these two individuals, and there's a huge difference in terms of how much damage they can do if we get the wrong people in that role, right? You get the wrong person in the role of we get the wrong people in the government, which I think to some extent we already have. But if you get the wrong people in the government,
you got communists there, right? That's
dude, fucking yeah, dude, they're everywhere. Anyway. What the fuck's his name? He was right.
Sorry,
the whole time.
You get the wrong people in the government.
It leads to very bad outcomes, and the more power that they have to do bad things, the scarier they are to a larger group of people. And so the big issue I have with the feds is really just their size and their power. Like if you gave any particular state the same power and size of the federal government, I would fear them just as much. That doesn't mean I fear them in the sense of like as it relates to me personally, right? I fear the state police as well, but I'm talking about fear in the sense of who is more likely to fuck up the whole country, who is more likely to denigrate my freedoms in the long term. It's obviously going to be the federal government, right? Like they have the ultimate power. If the state does something the feds don't like, the feds will stop them. If the feds do something that I don't like, I mean, there's no one to stop them, right? They are God.
Themselves.
Yeah, but themselves, right?
Right.
The Supreme Court, kinda, right? But
yeah, well, that's one of the reasons why, like, I we can talk mad shit about the framers if we want to, but the reality is like the separation of powers, particularly having a primary or a tertiary system, it makes sense. And hell, it's almost a quaternary system because you have both the Senate and the House. Like, having literally like the vested interest, or at least to some degree, like the separation of, hey, you can't fucking touch this shit, does matter. The only thing that I really think we need to have the serious conversation on when it comes to that balance of power, straight up is, why is it that we keep just shoving so much power into the goddamn presidency when we are shoving everything from that's going to the presidency is acts of Congress? If anything, it screams to me that we don't need to empower the presidency, we need to empower the speaker. And like, I've thrown out a couple ideas regarding this, but like, maybe the speaker needs to be a nationally elected position. Maybe we actually need to make it where the speaker is both the head of government within not only within the House, but also within the Senate too. Like, we're going to shift the power balance behind having at least a more unitary voice within that body to make it more run in that system instead of having the president which they keep doing this, and it's not they're supposed to happen. They're the one who sets the legislative agenda. Like they're literally running on platforms which they write no fucking laws for, and have no jurisdiction over except to enforce granted by powers within Congress. Holy shit! Like, guys, like, am I not the only one having a stroke here? Like, in that, like, the presidency keeps getting asked to do more and more and more, which is not supposed to be their prerogative at all.
I think a big part of that is, I think you're 100% right, and I agree with everything you just said down to a T. I think a big part of the reason for that's happening is because it's much easier to connect a criticism to a face as opposed to like a group of people, right? Diffusion of responsibility. Every congressperson can say, well, I would have, this would have happened, but then, I was blocked, or I said this, and, this complicated. You should watch my, 18-hour-long hearing on fucking NPR. Like, you can listen to it on NPR, right? Sure, right? Or you can, look at a president's speech, look at their debate. They're going to promise you the world. And if shit goes bad, you're going to blame them, regardless of how much they had to do with it. And if shit goes good, you're going to give them credit, even if they had nothing to do with it. Newsflash, most of the time they have nothing to do with it.
True.
And when you have when you have this level of the people just searching for a scapegoat when shit goes wrong, I mean,
it's not even pointed at the right people for me. Like 90% of what people bitch about, they're like, oh, thanks Obama, or thanks Trump, or thanks Biden. And while there's certain things that we can talk about, like, border control enforcement, like the kids in cages shit.
Agencies.
Yeah, that's right. Like there's a lot of there's shit where it's like 90% of what people bitch about.
Increased civic education. But my problem with what you said previously is is like electing the Speaker of the House, right? Like,
it's kind of a good idea.
I don't know if I want that to make that even more politicized than it is, right? Like, I don't
it would be a better compromise than getting rid of the Electoral College, in my opinion.
What?
Because the presidency would serve as like the senior leader of basically the senatorial class, where the speaker would lead largely the House. They are going to be the advocates for more likely popular reform because they're elected every 2 years.
No, I don't like this. I'd have to put more thought into framing of my because my.
It's because it's a Tiberius idea, and you're like, I don't want to admit that it's right, but you might have a point.
Awful. No, because I don't want to politicize it more than it is. Like, I think that would be terrible. Like, I think it's fine as it is being the majority of the House. You guys get to elect whoever is the leader there. Like, that works for me. To have that split, that seems like it would create even more dysfunction.
What if you had 10 speakers of the House and they randomly rotated to decide each thing put in front of them?
I hate you. Thanks. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
And beyond that, like you were talking about the growing power of the presidency. I guess I agree with you to a large extent there. But I just I agree with what Lactoid said in response to that. And how it's just easier to blame certain individuals. But like, if people are mistaken, for who is at fault for the government, that seems like we should have more civil education, which means, in Lactoid speak, we should steal more money to invest in civil education.
I'm happy. Hold on, no, I'm happy you're using the right language. If you just advocated for that, I would have no big issue with you. And we should just you want to steal more money to do the thing that you want. It's
okay. I want to fight this. Now, granted, I'm a bit autist when it comes to how people relate to other people. So if you all think I'm just completely deranged, then fine. But what I get here is that we look at the president, we're like, I voted for you. My life is not getting better. Like, fuck you. But the reality here is that, in my opinion, 90% of what's actually going to affect your life is not done by the presidency. It's done by Congress. And as much as people could and should hold a lot more fire to the reality of their congressional representatives and their senators, like, it's not like that big face. I think Congress needs the big face that is like front and center that everyone does vote for to say, hey, look, you're the guy who literally writes the fucking laws, and those laws are screwing me, versus the guy over here that has to wait for them to be enforced. I think there's a critical difference there.
No, but this is still a problem. Even if you elect the Speaker of the House, right? People are going to put the blame on the Speaker of the House when it might not be their fault. Hold on.
Okay, fair enough.
Not their fault. Yeah, right?
Okay, like I can roll with that, but I think it's far more prevalent that the speaker is going to get blamed for stuff, but also it's far more likely to be their fault than it is the presidency.
Is it?
Nuance, maybe. I would think so.
Why would it be more likely to be their fault? What is the current political blockages that exist? Like, is the Senate still in its configuration? If so, well, then the Senate might be the thing that's blocking everything. And then you present to people this person, this political appointee, the Speaker of the House, and they have just a general idea that they're in charge of Congress. Well, it must be your fault that legislation isn't going through. No, I'm sorry, that's like another department, and I don't have. You're just replicating the issue. I don't.
Okay, so like I can get where your criticism there is like, hey, we elect as a nation a Democratic Speaker of the House, or let's go one further. It's Speaker of Congress. They have a vote in the Senate and they have a vote in the House, right? Just something like that. They take the fall for everything. The problem is they were working with a Democratic House, but the Senate was still Republican. And they just take shit after shit after shit. I will agree with you that they are still likely to take hits for things that were beyond their control. The other side of that, though, at least for me, is that one, it does provide a more clear separation of powers between, hey, this guy is in charge of actually writing the shit. And also, at least you're pointing it in the direction of the people who deserve the criticism.
Separation of powers. We already have a clear separation of powers.
And it's not that we don't have a clear separation of powers. It's that we keep vesting the separation of powers towards one direction. Like that. That's where me and like.
If the Speaker of the House decided to not do their jobs and put this on someone else, right, or in some way empower the presidency, what difference would it make if they're elected or not elected?
I suppose there's levels to where you can possibly do that. The problem, at least for me, is that when you are that big cheese kind of conversation where the buck really does kind of stop here, you don't really get to say, I didn't do anything. Like, that's the one thing the American people won't accept, is that you did nothing or it was beyond my control. We actually criticize on that degree. So if anything, I will. Okay, go ahead.
But sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
If anything, like if I'm gonna sub to where you're going here and defend it, I would say that there is legitimate room to say, hey, we are going to make that person a target more than they should be. But I'm just simply advocating that is the direction I would like the target to be far more than the presidency. And I know that's splitting hairs, but that's where I really do believe that. Like we need to move that target.
We essentially do elect the Speaker of the House. We do elect the Senate Majority Leader. It's just that it's in their locales rather than the entire country. And they do go back to their constituency and say, oh, there's nothing that I could have done. Right? We have the feckless Joe Schumer and the feckless Nancy Pelosi. And they'll say when it comes to progressive priorities that are desired by the majority of the country, they'll say there was nothing I could do. I'm sorry. Right? And then we get sent back to the House anyway, or the Senate. So I don't understand. And then Joe Biden, when it feels like breaking his campaign promise, they'll say, well, the Senate parliamentarian demanded that I strip this thing that you all desired out of it, and all of a sudden I give a shit about that.
Right.
And they'll say there's nothing I can do. That's literally the Democratic Party playbook, is that there's nothing I could do.
Hey,
the
Republicans
are meanies.
There's
nothing I could do. So I don't know. I don't know how this solves anything.
So the problem is, at least for me, and I'll put it this way, the only thing I can actually add here is that there's a lot of that where the president's saying, hey, my campaign promise wasn't honored because, fucking Joe Manchin over here won't go along with my stuff. The problem is that he should have never been involved in the conversation anyway. Like, this is not the purview of the president. That's my issue. Now, we've already iterated this over and over again, and I think we've made our points. We just don't agree. So, like, triumvirate here, lactoid. Who do you think's completely batshit here?
Okay, the only issue I have, and maybe this is just me having a total brain fart, so please bear with me.
Mm-hmm.
What if the people elect a Speaker of the House that is of the other party than the majority of the House? Doesn't this lead to a pretty serious problem?
In potentiality, yes. Like, and this is actually where I'll side with the Democrats on. That shouldn't happen, and if it is, that means your system's rigged.
What? Why would that?
Because
I don't think it does
like
happen, right?
it could happen. Like that's the problem. Like that, like gerrymandering can make it to where that happens, right?
No. I mean, like, no, hold on.
Uh-huh.
Let's say gerrymandering. Like, my understanding currently is what happens is that whatever party like controls the House is to like appoint the Speaker of the House, right? And
right.
Because then it makes sense to have the person like writing the shit if they're gonna like get it passed to the party.
It's more the majority, but that ends up being the case, right? So the majority, like Democrats and Republicans could tag team to like elect anyone, right? But it turns out like whoever's in charge has a majority votes in a block.
Right. And so what happens if like, let's say like it just so happens that Republicans win like because of evil gerrymandering and electoral college, blah, blah, blah. They win like 85% of the House. And then like the Dems win the Speaker election. I mean, you've got a serious problem, right? The person writing the bills will never get enough votes to get any of them passed.
Look, okay, so that's
the
where
only issue I have.
Yeah, like I get that, and it is a potentiality. The problem that I have here is that if you are the party that is electing at least 53% of the seats in that particular body, you should have the speakership. Because number one, you are subjecting it to a national popular vote. So if your side got the most votes, how do you not have the speaker?
That's the electoral college. Are we not putting that in the electoral college now? Are we separating it from?
Number one is that I would not put the speaker under the electoral college. I think that's the compromise that could be made. Is that the presidency remains under the electoral college, but the speaker is a national popular vote.
So the only popular vote is the Speaker of the House.
Well, the issue with this again is like what if. So like pragmatically speaking, okay, leaving aside any principles here for a second.
Sure.
You have the House of Representatives. Like, how does anything get done? Because if I am Speaker of the House and most of the House disagrees with me, so that like, every vote is going to lose of what I want, and I'm going to stop anything that they. I'm just going to table anything on the agenda that I disagree with, which is going to be everything.
Right. So, like, okay, I will entertain the hypothetical in the regards that like. I'm literally trying to outline this shouldn't happen literally 95% of the time.
You're wrong.
Like worst case scenario. Okay, like if I'm wrong, fine. Like I know gerrymandering's a pain in the ass, but
I'll lay out quickly and then please respond. Like,
sure, go ahead.
Here's the thing: you're basically creating like rather than like the presidency and the vice presidency running as a dual ticket, you're creating a triple ticket because this is exactly how this is going to go. Like in terms of like how they're going to campaign. You want either an effective or you just want an effective speaker, right? Like when you're going to vote for that, you want a speaker that could do something. And so you're going to basically have a triple ticket here. And like if since it's a popular vote, and even with the electoral college, generally speaking, the popular vote is the electoral vote, right? The electoral winner. Then you are going to have like the Democrat win when there's a Democratic momentum within the country, and vice versa, and that can easily clash with the population of the House. And so you're going to have these conflicts all the time because they're completely separate from, like, you're saying that like it shouldn't happen because you have a Democratic majority or Republican majority in the House, and so the speaker should match. But why should that be the case? Those are local races, like those local races. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so it's simply a math equation for me, right? We do know that the House can be off by a couple points compared to like the popular vote. The Senate can be significantly worse, actually, right? What we consistently should see, and this is where, like, again, I actually agree with the Democrats here in the talking point of why is it that we see, the swing in the House of 5 points in some aspects, right? To where, like, the Democrats get 52% of the vote, but the Republicans were able to actually pull out, what is it, like 51% of the seats. That can happen. It's actually far more rare than people want to let in that it happens. It's more like 3 points is the average norm. So it's possible in a very close, contentious race that you can have a majority, like Republican House and then a Democratic Speaker. That's possible. And in that case, you either have to basically force a coalition government or that government's just fucking out for 2 years. I will accept that. Because for me, the entire point is that we're not putting the burden upon the presidency to like narrate a legislative agenda, which they have no real control over, but we're actually putting it towards the people who actually craft the fucking damn thing. That's my hit. Like, I know we're not on board with like the same thing, but I think there's both a moral argument to have here where we're actually putting the finger towards the people who are supposed to be doing that job, but also there's a practical sense that, most of the European countries have their like head of government not from their executive branch, but from their legislative branch. And I think that actually makes some sense.
Okay.
Well, I want to one quick thing. You could absolutely have it this way, and one of the things that you would see if you elected the Speaker of the House is you've essentially created a second president, right? But not in terms of like agencies or whatever, or ability to wage war, or any of this shit. What you've done is you've essentially just like created a new position that has veto power, which for me, who once prefers the government doing as little as possible, am fully on board with this idea. The only issue I have is I wouldn't leave it up to the popular vote. I would also have it be up to the Electoral College. That's my only change.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna leave this alone. But I want to ask one more thing before maybe we move on to abortion. This is not actually. This is more of a statement from me. I think we can plan our economy. I knew I was
going into dark territory, Prime.
I knew I was gonna flag to it. Look, I think this is like really simple. Like, planning your economy doesn't have to be like the federal government saying these factories must be used for this. It's simply saying that we can foresee a need within our future needs within our economy. Right now, it's green power. We can see a future need for that, and so we are going to pass policy to help this industry grow, and to get it a faster start than it would otherwise. Or, well, I'll leave it. I'll leave it there, I guess. Like, yeah, I think that it's perfectly fine. That's economic planning, and I think that's good economic planning when you are simply encouraging these industries to grow that will have future benefits to your economy. Simple.
I mean, under that description, I mean, yeah, a lot of people would agree with you. Subsidies and taxes are a way that the government plans the economy, right? Like the government decides, we want more wheat. So what are we going to do? We're going to subsidize wheat. So every time you grow a bundle of wheat, or corn, I guess is a better example, because we grow so much fucking corn in this country. Too much corn in this country.
Yeah.
And what we decide is we want to have heart disease and obesity, and we want high fructose corn syrup, and we really, really want to poison our children, right? This is the pathological desire that our government has. And so in order to do this, what they do is they figure out, okay, how do we accomplish this goal? We will pay corn farmers money for their corn that we stole, right? We stole the money. And then we give that to corn farmers to make it even more profitable to grow corn, even when the market for corn isn't really there, right? And so we create a whole fuck ton of corn because they want to kill us. And so this is an example of the government planning the economy, right? Solar, you talked about green energy. That's maybe one where perhaps their motivations are a little bit less psychopathic, right? They're actually interested in presumably saving the planet. And so they're like, okay, we got to get off fossil fuels. So let's, of course, they still give subsidies to fossil fuels. So, who knows?
Look, I mean, if we're talking about growing corn, right, blame Tiberius's oppressed electoral college, right? Like, that's like the
Collateral
solution.
damage, okay?
Yeah, but like, yeah.
It's better than letting you fucking Dems own the fucking presidency every time.
Oh, no. Oh my god. Okay, we might have to fight on electoral college.
I actually will flip sides on this argument. Like, okay, there's a reality to where, like, I get where the electoral college is, why it's there, but I sincerely do not believe that you deserve the mandate of government if you can't actually get, more votes than the other guy. Like, there's just something fucking wrong about that to me.
The problem is that, like, corn growers or farmers, because we call them farmers, are in politically sensitive states, and they have amassed political power, and so because of that, they get presidents bend the knee towards them and have distorted the priorities of the country, in their direction. Yeah, when the market doesn't, when no one wants corn the way that our tax or budget would.
I want to push back a little bit on this. I don't think that, like, the agriculture sector is just this big leviathan behemoth that is, like, politically super powerful. As much as it's a political institution that does have, like, economic and political power, but it doesn't really have a natural enemy. Like literally the biggest people who kind of hate farmers is the environmentalists, and they have way bigger fish to fry, particularly when it comes to, like, the oil sector, right? Or the energy sector. Like, for me, it's just farmers are so low on everybody's radar that by the time anyone wants to do about it, like, we've already went home for the evening. Like, we have shit to do. I do think that needs to change a little bit because, like, Phil is like wants to kill me for saying that, like, food is too expensive, or like food. I think food is actually too cheap, but there is a reality to where it's like there are signs to me where it's either our food is either too cheap because we waste 40% of it and we're all fat as shit, or it's that our food is reasonably priced, but our food is terrible and we need to change the substance or the quality of the food. So either one of those I can take, but, like, there's something fucked up about our food, right?
Yeah, it's a mix of both, by the way.
Yeah. So
our portion sizes are massive, right? I mean, compared to other countries, right? We eat.
Hey, look, I like eating too.
I do. I love it. I love it for sure, and I understand, and that's why when you said the farmers have no natural enemy,
I think it's really a good. I love his framing there.
Yeah, well, I think that they don't, I suppose, but I think that's part of the problem, because they have no natural enemy.
There's no one to keep them in check.
There's no one to keep them in check, right? It would almost be like, the tobacco companies before before the government started getting involved, like the FDA, like, started getting pissed off and all this shit, right? All these, Medicare lawsuits and Medicaid lawsuits.
Started taking action with their stolen money, yeah.
To some extent, yeah. And there's arguments in favor of some of the things that they did, because the tobacco industry did lie. And they definitely had regulatory capture, and they definitely had control over a lot of the American media. And they had no natural enemies for a long time. And what do we get? Almost half the country smoking and lung cancer rates beyond belief. And what do we have now? Heart disease being the number one killer. What is it? A third of all Americans are obese. Something like that.
It's even worse than that. Like what is it? It's literally 70% of Americans are overweight. Like,
Jesus Christ.
It's so bad. Like, literally. Okay, like, if there is anything NatSec has been screaming for 10 years, they want to bring back. They're actually talking about bringing back the draft, not because they want all these people in uniform. It's because they want Americans to stop being such fat asses that if we actually need to recruit anybody, we have someone to recruit.
I've heard that it's becoming a major security concern.
It is.
Right, you got like 30% of the population that you can really draw from because the rest of them are overweight or obese.
That's a stupid policy response.
The Chinese might invade, dude.
The Chinese. Yeah, sure. It's a stupid policy
It,
response.
it's not a good policy
and if you
response, but it's
need
from
it,
their wheelhouse. Like that's
yeah,
what
of
that's
course,
what
because there's all you can
right.
see. Like, oh, why don't we just make them all soldiers? Like, it's a bit fucking ridiculous. All right,
It's a very government way to respond to something. We
Well,
got
it's
a
not just the
problem.
government
How do
way.
we
It's like,
fix it?
hey, it's like, hey, the
Draft them.
DoD. Well, yeah, it's like, hey, the DoD is like looking here and they're like, hey, we have a problem. Our
yeah, it's
recruitment's
dumb, it's
fucking in the
dumb.
tank.
We don't have to talk about their
Right.
dumbass solution. If that, okay, I'm not even.
It's not my solution,
but-
by the way. It's just
Yeah.
something
I
I've
also
heard,
don't
'cause it's
support
like-
it.
Yeah. Sure. Fair enough. Abortion.
Let's do it.
While we're here, okay. I'm for it. More of it. The more the merrier. Maybe compel them, right? Like, have you considered abortion? But I really want
China's
my
coming
baby-
here quicker than I thought. Jesus Christ.
But seriously, I am pro-choice. I want people to have the choice to decide. I don't know, whatever. You understand the concept of pro-choice. The American version of that. Lactoid, your position. Oh, before that, let's go to Ty.
Oh, okay.
That's fair.
I am not an absolutist when it comes to abortion. I'll just put out two things. Number one is that when it comes to like literally the battle of the sexes, I think as a man, you should be at least some modicum of pro-life. As a woman, you should probably be some modicum of pro-choice, because the problem is when it comes to this conversation, it's pretty blatant. Any rule, law, like doctrine that limits abortion for a woman means that your not only vitality but mortality is at risk, because like there could be a law that completely makes your life a living hell or may kill you. We don't want that. On the other side of that, if men just concede that fight, to me, it's just giving women carte blanche to eliminate your kids at will. And I do believe that whether you call it a clump of cells or whatever the hell else that you want to call it, that is still like a human something. Like, it's not a developed human, but it's still a human, and it has some kind of value. And like, that's hard for me to just be like, yeah, have an abortion. That's completely okay. I can't float that either. So like, there's definitely a massive gray area for me in this conversation. But honestly, this is where like morals go to die. You can't be an absolutist on this without being completely unreasonable, in my opinion.
Gotcha. All right. No lactoid, please.
This is the ethical issue that I think is one of the most difficult questions for our country or for the world. And I think it's one of the toughest moral philosophy questions that you can really grapple with. And it's very frustrating because you have people on both sides who are sort of ignoring that fact, right? Where instead of actually grappling with that, I think, very tough moral question, instead what they'll do is just shout slogans, right? You know, they'll shout slogans like, you know, abortion is murder on one side, or the other side, you know, my body, my choice. And they won't really actually like think about it at all. And this is evident when you see any of those YouTube videos of like, you know, people who have some understanding of like the moral qualms in their brain. Like they've done like, maybe they've read one book, or they've like watched like 2 10-minute videos of their favorite YouTuber, and they have some idea. And you would expect that, like, you know, it's not very like a very fleshed out opinion. And then they go to these protests where people are like out marching and shit, and people don't know shit. Like they'll be like, yeah, I very strongly believe this. This is my very like earnestly held position. And then like the person making the video will ask like one question, like very like simple question, like 1 or 2 questions, and then like everything just shuts down. It's very disappointing that people think this way. But you know, some might say it's just natural of being human. But I think this subject in particular is especially the case, because I think this subject in particular has a gross factor that people just don't want to focus on. I don't think people like the idea of thinking about abortion, whether they're pro-choice or pro-life. And I think a lot of people who are pro-choice, like if they really sat down and like saw an abortion, or they thought about it, they would probably like personally find something disgusting about that they would have to grapple with. And And then in the same time, right, like you could show, I guess, instances in that, like, of people who have had their lives, substantially upended. Or you could look at like certain stats you can point to that would show that having accessible abortion leads to some positive outcomes, and depending on what you're measuring. For me, the question is going to be entirely like I think the question is a moral one, right? If it's murder, it doesn't matter if it's good overall for society in terms of like GDP growth or et cetera. If you're killing a human being, you're violating their consent, which is a major infraction. And so the only question that matters to me is, are you killing a human being? You're killing a human. All right. So that's already a point against. Oh, fuck. But what does that mean, right? Like if I chop off your arm and your cells die in your arm, did I kill a human? Well, I killed human cells, but I didn't really kill a human. So what is a fucking human, right? What is a person, I guess, is a better way of phrasing that, right? And so that's, I think, the key question. That's what I'm willing to discuss with people. Once it is determined to be a person, which I think does happen in the womb, no abortion at all whatsoever. If it is not a person, then abortion's on the table. I think that's how it has to go. And where that line is very difficult.
Okay. So I I'll draw a line here. And we've had this conversation before, but I think that from the moment I don't know whether conception would be fair or like attaching to the uterine wall, or I remember someone came on this stream a long time ago, and like it gave like a whole rundown of like the process of like of this of the embryo, or it's not, I don't think it's even called an embryo at that point, but like the cells attaching to like the uterine wall, and like that whole step, and how like there's like failures along each spot, right? So we're gonna take like our very basic understanding, we're gonna work with that, right? So I'm sure someone who is more medically inclined could do a better job of some delineation here, but let's say, I don't know, it successfully attaches to your uterine wall, and let's pretend like after that's 100% successful. At that point, I think, yeah, it's a human. I don't buy the left line that it's not. It's just a clump of cells. Like, that's plainly ridiculous. It's going to turn into a human, right? Like, let it bake. it's going to be a baby. So I'm like plainly willing to accept that. What I'm not willing to accept is that it necessarily has rights that are equal to the woman that is carrying that child. Um, so I would, that woman, because bodily autonomy, just like that incel can't have sex with her, as we've established, like to it, right? That baby can't use her body to grow if she doesn't want it. And of course, as to make it clear, I believe in abortion up to the day, up to the baby crowning. So you can't get any more left than that. I assure you, I'm very proud of that. I've taken that.
He was doing. Oh crap! He was doing so well though. Damn it! Like 60% of that or 70% of that, I'm like, that's pretty reasonable. That's actually like well thought out and like good. And it's like up until the baby crowning. God, Prime, why do you do this to me?
Here's the thing, but like I had issue with what you had said previously. Ties like, mothers can kill your baby at will. Which, I mean, I guess, yeah, sure, essentially true. But like the construction of this is that mothers like are irresponsible, women are irresponsible, and that they just like kill babies like willy-nilly. Like this is like not like a thing that they put thought into and they consider their economic position, or do they even consider their partners, right? Like that's not a thing that happens. Of course they do, right?
Right.
If their partner is a rapist, so the terms of the who raped the baby, then they consider it. If it's a loving husband who has the economic security to help take care of them, yeah, that's a big consideration as to whether they keep the child. All these things like women are capable of doing, which we as a society kind of pretend that they don't. But I think that like
I'm sorry. I want to kind of give you the point here, because like I don't like abortion, but there was a level to where like I looked at the conversation before Roe got repealed, and I'm like, I'm fine at first days, because the reality is that we had less abortions literally every single year since Roe was instituted, and we can talk about like how much of that was legal versus how much of that was like an intent, but the reality here is like women were doing or like behaving in a more moral and ethical manner, literally year upon year upon year, even when we had more women to have babies. Like there's levels to where like I actually could float, hey, we were getting better with this, not worse. Like women were being responsible with this right that they were given.
A couple things. I know.
Go ahead.
Okay. First of all, I want to amend my statement before when I said that once is life, you can't abort. That's only if you had consensual sex. I think if you have consensual sex, then you consent to, putting the baby in that position. Very similar to like if I put a baby on my boat, let's say, and then I went out into the middle of the ocean, I can't just be like, oh, my property, get off, and throw the baby off into the water. Obviously, that's not acceptable, right? If I put somebody in a position where I have to see them out of it, then you should be required to see them out of it. Same thing in like I'm like driving down 80 miles per hour on the highway. My car trespassing. They can't do that. No, unacceptable. The abortion stat. A lot of people will point to the fact that when you look at abortion rates between countries that have abortion outlawed compared to abortions or states that have abortion legalized, they'll point that there's somewhat similar rates, and that's true. The problem with that, though, is that this has to do with birth control accessibility, where the more birth control accessible a place is, the less abortions you have. There's a direct correlation. And so when you control for that, outlawing abortion leads to less abortion, which is obvious. This is obvious, right? Like there's several studies on this. So if you criminalize abortion, you have a lot fewer abortions. But if in tandem with that, you also get rid of birth control or make it less accessible, then you get more abortions. And so it kind of evens out. So if you want to minimize the amount of abortions, what you should be doing is like basically handing out birth control for free at gas stations, and then also criminalizing abortion, and then you would get the lowest rates possible if that was your goal.
Right. The problem is that like I there's a point where it just goes too far for me, and like I hate to say that because like I there's something intrinsically disgusting about it.
Too much agency. I get it.
Right.
Too much agency. Go ahead.
Well, there's a level of personal agency that like I feel like needs to be at least respected to some degree. There's also the level where like I like it's the right winger in me wanting to fight the other side of the right winger in me. I don't trust the government enough to give a law that has enough flexibility to be like effective on this issue. And because of that, it's like, hey, I want to be a small government guy because I don't trust the government to actually police abortion worth of shit. It's weird. I know that doesn't like maybe make some coherent sense, but I really do feel that way.
And I we don't have to focus on this point. My extreme / sensible position of baby crowning equal dead.
Can I ask you a question? Would you be comfortable? Honestly, okay, please answer honestly.
He's gonna give me a crazy hypothetical. Go ahead.
I am. So right when the baby is crowning, okay, would you be comfortable? Let's say a pregnant woman who's like maybe got like some weird like mental shit. She puts like a cheese grater like up inside herself, and then like pushes the baby through like, and it comes out like in like a mess. Would you really like look at that and be like, yeah, who cares? It's all good. Or would you be like, something fucked up just happened. Something very fucked up just happened, and we like probably shouldn't have allowed that to occur. Where do you honestly feel, Prime, on that question?
First of all, like I'm amazed at her at the strength of her vagina, her vaginal strength, right? Because imagine, like, it's hard enough to push a baby out, but now, right, according to our friend Lactoid,
She sees it as a challenge. It's like a new CrossFit routine.
She squeezes as she like slices a bit, so like, it comes out in chunks.
Yeah.
It does that purely vaginal muscles.
I would be uncomfortable if this happened personally, legally.
I would say I'd be uncomfortable, but I would see the thing that I would be most lament is not meeting her before I knew she was crazy, because like that pussy is amazing. That's like top. That's like like whatever what she's doing there. I want a part of that. Right now, after she does the baby grading thing, it's not gonna be a turn on. But before then, oh my god. Just like come instantly. Right. But to answer your question, I would be uncomfortable with such a situation. I think maybe the method that people utilize to kill, right? Like that matters. Like I'm like pro, like pro suicide. That's not, I shouldn't call that. But like I'm okay with people like taking their own lives. But the manner of which we do that matters, right? So like if it's like limited to the medically assisted suicide, and we give them a way to end their lives in a peaceful manner, that matters rather than like, oh, okay, you want to die, and the doc takes out a gun and blows her head. Like I think that those things matter. So like a baby coming out through a cheese grater or whatever, like that implies some level of, I don't know, psychosis happening. So that might be an issue there. So like abortions through some sort of safe medical environment, yeah. But anyway, I just quickly on that issue, I think what annoys me is that when I say like, a baby can up to the last day, is that people kind of assume that there would be an even distribution of abortions. That like at any point in time, a woman just decides like, I don't want to have a baby, and then they end the pregnancy, and so you'd have like an epidemic of women just like who have carried this baby for like like 8 months and 30 days, right? Or 29 days, and at the last second they're like, you know what, never mind. Kill the baby. That's like not how that works. Like if they are having an abortion in the third trimester, it's because something catastrophic has happened, absolutely catastrophic. And when we put up barriers to women to get these abortions, that means there are people who don't get those services. So I want to like give them maximum freedom, maximum agency, right? I'm the true libertarian here, so that they can exercise the agency when they need to. And that's the point where they really need to. And they're like things, they're like diseases and stuff that only are become self-evident during that time, like during the third trimester. So there's all kinds of ways things can go wrong. So I want to give them that space to be able to do so. And then I guess beyond that, yeah. So in terms of person, I never got to finish my point there. You're a human, but it doesn't make you, or at least in terms under the law, I don't think it should mean that you have personhood. That that it should be respected in the same way. But I admit that there are a lot of great ethical areas. Like the classic example is, drunk driver hits a pregnant woman, kills her and her child. They charge her double murder? I think that's a really interesting ethical gray zone. Yeah, so I'll admit that. Go ahead, no, Ty.
Yeah, so there's definitely a level to where like what you said is very true in the regards that like if we were to institute, like last day abortions, like we're not going to see like a precipitous jump in abortions. I absolutely agree that is a reality. What I do like the right winger in me is just screaming at this, and the reason why is that like it is like an ethical like condonement that we would actually find that appropriate, because I like you're absolutely correct. Like, no one's having a abortion in the 3rd trimester unless there's something horrible going on. And that, like, literally, if that person is doing it then, like, whatever world that baby's about to come into might not be one worth that baby coming into. Like, I actually can very much go along that line. We can talk about foster shit and all that at some point later, Lactoid. What it really comes down to, at least for me, is that one, no one has a third term abortion without at least some level of goddamn sense. The other side of it, though, is just like the moral condonement of that is just so fucking revolting to me. Like, forget what the numbers are. Like, just the insinuation that we would say, yeah, that's okay, makes me want to fucking vomit.
Fair enough, Lactoid.
There's definitely a gut response that should be like contended with. Obviously not like morally, but just like recognized, I guess. Because yeah, it definitely makes me feel uncomfortable. So first, the argument that, or I guess the thought that the world the baby's going to come into, it could be sufficiently bad to justify killing the baby if you consider it to be murder. I think that has a lot of issues in of itself, like as a standalone argument, right? Because the foster, I think you already called it beforehand, Ty, right? Like that justifies, replacing foster homes with, mass murdering facilities, if because arguably they would have bad lives later on. But what it sounds like, Prime, is that for you, personhood is actually relatively not as important, because even if it is a person, the bodily autonomy of the woman is sufficiently important enough to justify killing. If it's a person, killing the person anyway, right? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a hypothetical. Let's say you had a woman.
More cheese graters.
No more cheese graters. No more cheese graters. You know those rope bridges like in Indiana Jones or whatever, like with like wood planks or whatever? Let's say you had a woman like pick up a baby, like let's say 6 months old, all right? Okay. Walk out in the middle of the rope bridge, and she's standing there. And she's like, okay, I don't consent to this baby touching my body anymore. She's holding the baby. It's on her body. Would you be okay with her just dropping the baby and it fall down into the ravine and like die?
Before I try to tackle this, I gotta like appreciate my friend Lactoid, because like if no one comes up with hypotheticals like this guy, right? Like I think I come up with some like pretty crazy ones, but like literally he's the king. He's the king on these things. Like, so I'm just gonna like
I've been through the LSAT, okay? The shit on that is even weirder, I'll tell you.
Okay, all right.
Well, no, it's not. It's actually not weirder than that. That's
but all right. So I'll try to deal with this. I think this is an interesting question. Oh boy. Is it a ravine filled with cheese graters?
Sure. Why not? It's a ravine filled with cheese graters and alligators. All the graters. And you're standing up there on the rope bridge, and or the woman is, and she's holding like the 6-month-old. Yeah. And it's a great strain on her arms because she hasn't done her weightlifting that week. It's really weighing her down, and she's like, you know what? Drops the baby down the ravine. Should she be forced to carry that baby across the rope bridge, or can she just drop it?
I think she is. No, I don't think she can just drop it. I think at that point that baby is a person. And a dependent person, and she is responsible for that person. And if she were
like, so person is what matters.
Yeah, and you that happens after birth.
Okay, why? Hold on. What about the birth? Like, does the birth canal, like, in the absence of a cheese grater, does the birth canal like imbue the outgoing baby with personhood? Is that how that works?
But we do this all the time in terms of spaces, right? Like different spaces have different legal statuses, right? Like in terms of like our borders, our immigration borders. Like when you're like it's like the plane. Like a plane is like still like under like the law of like the country of origin or something. You know how this works, right? Like before customs, you're still like in that other. You know, talk about like how jurisdictions work.
No,
When
I
we're
understand, but like if you're gonna
Yeah.
illegal immigrants, you can't just shoot them, right? Like
I agree. Well, I mean, our border patrol
some
disagrees with you.
people will make the argument like we determine who has rights, we can just get rid of the rights for illegals, we just kill them. Now, I would
Yeah,
disagree with
but
them because that's
I'm
immoral.
my point. My point is that like different spaces have different legal statuses, and being in those spaces changes your legal status. Um, uh, so like you can go from a law-abiding citizen to a criminal. If I'm like, hey, like I want to go to the space like at the bank, at the back of the bank, right? like I just want to be there, and then all of a sudden I'm a criminal.
No,
right? Like
because that conveys like intention, and like there's specific rules, and there's limits on how they can even punish you for that. But my question for you is like, what about, so is it just this idea of your definition of person is any human being not in a woman?
I see. So I grant you that my definition is arbitrary,
Okay.
right? I grant you that, but like all of them are. I think all of them are. Uh, so like I don't see a difference between them. Like people granting personhood at 3 months, 6 months, or whatever. That's like at some point in time, like at least to the current construction of an- uh, uh pro-lifers, right? Uh, for most of them, not like I'm not talking about the politicians, but like for most people, like even then, there's so many of them are like, well, there's some sort of grace period here. We can still end this person's the baby's life, right? Or there's still circumstances in which that baby can be taken out because of like the life of the mother, right? Like we've we haven't given it personhood, and then they'll say later on, well, maybe it's too late, right? At a certain point, with third trimester abortion, well, they're always banned or whatever, right? They're just coming up, right, with their own head canon as to when these things are acceptable. I'm like, all right, well then I decide to put the flag down when the baby is out of the womb.
So, and you would have to agree though that under this, I would agree it's arbitrary. I would also say it's capricious. Um, Somebody could also just come up with a term that actually person means any human being who is not dependent on another human being. And then that could be their definition. And so then according to the, like if you're holding the child on the rope bridge example, like they could argue that, well, you're not actually dropping a person because that 6-month-old baby is dependent on the woman. So, I mean, you're just basically dropping a big
Yeah, they
clump
could
of
cover that
cells.
definition, and then we would have a political difference. We would
Okay.
have to fight out in Congress. I don't know.
Right,
Sure.
right. I understand. So here would be my objection to this. Ultimately, in the sense of like all morality is subjective, sure. I guess you can come up with a line where like there's a moral bestowing of personhood that comes from leaving the woman as opposed to being inside the woman. And this is just arbitrarily asserted, but this is the fact. I think personhood is when I think of person, when I think of what makes a person and what makes a personality, and what do I think about when I think of person? How do you feel a person? It's not like I don't like have this like mental checklist of up check mark, they're out of the pussy, we're good. It's more along the lines of like, are they expressing mental processes, right? Like, is there activity? Is when they look at me, is there something behind those eyes, right? Is there something going on? Is there software to match the hardware? Are there thoughts? Are there dreams? Are there these kind of things going on that I would associate with a person? Because when you have a fully developed human being who lacks that, like let's say they're brain dead, I don't think they're a person anymore, right? I think that the person has left. There is no longer, the fire has gone out. There's no longer a person. So while I may be arbitrarily valuing this, I think it's a much better heuristic for determining what a person is when we're talking about like their mental status, like if anything is going on in their brain. Do you think a brain dead person is a person, Prime?
Um,
Completely brain dead.
Okay. Is Ty a person?
Wow.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
You were just
I'm
looking
kidding.
around to throw a shot at somebody. He was right there, and you were just like,
I felt it. I felt it through the screen. Okay. I'll bite the bullet on this one and say no.
Okay. I thought you were talking about yourself. For a second, I thought you were going on with the joke.
Hey, just because I feel like I'm out of person doesn't mean I'm not. But that we'll leave that for another day.
Are they a person? This is a tough one. I'm sorry. This is really a tough one for me.
That's fair enough.
Yeah. I guess I reserve the right to change my mind on this later on. But I think I would take your stance in that, like, at some point when they've like lost everything, brain activity, they're like no longer really a person, and their moral consideration isn't quite the same. Hey, Rob North, sorry, 1 second. Rob North, thank you for the kind raid. Hope you had a fantastic night, Rob. And hope to have you on here soon. I hit Rob up all the time to get him on.
Yeah, he's good shit.
I think Rob's a lot of fun, a lot of frustration, but a lot of fun. But shout out to you, Rob Noor. I hope you've had a fantastic night. Shout out to the audience, guys. Hit the follow button if you haven't done so yet. We'd love to have you here. We're having like a bit of a smaller panel than we usually do, but I think we're hitting on some interesting topics. So yeah, hit the follow button. We'd love to have you. Yeah. So anyway, light goes dark. We let the fire die. I was trying to go for a Dark Souls reference there. I'm sorry. And then we
Oh, that was really that's a very niche example, but I
know. Yeah, but yeah, so I would agree with you there.
Okay, so if that's the case, if you can agree with me that the person is gone once the light goes out, doesn't it also stand to reason then that like the person probably happens when the light goes on, when there's some kind of brain activity, like some level of brain activity going on, as opposed to just like sliding through a hole? It seems like one is much more like intuitive, at least, than the other in terms of defining what a person is, right? Because you both are arbitrary, and you could, right? You could define person as like if they wear blue on Sundays. Like you could do that, I guess. But like, it's a political difference.
So I would say that I hear you on that, and like your logic is perfectly sensible. But I think that it like that the brain dead individual is no longer like dependent on their life, specifically on this person. They'll maybe on machines, but not on another person. So that changes the calculation. So these things aren't even. And so them exiting the womb, there's something else that's happening at that point, right? It's not simply them moving from one space to another. It's them like being all of a sudden an independent life form. And I think that's good enough for a boundary.
If you could, let's say you could remove a fetus at like 3 weeks, and you could grow them like in an artificial womb, like using machinery. Do you think you'd have an obligation to do that?
I anticipate this. I sorry, an obligation to do it?
Well, right, because like, cause what you seemed to say before is like even if you require some machinery to live, like you're still a person. And so this is the case where like a fetus, like we have the technology where they just require a machine to live, and they just so happen to be in the woman now. But if we could like move them from the woman to the machine, then they can live, right, and they can grow.
Yeah. I think I so I think if we had like some sort of like major technological improvement, and we had other options at the table, that changes the moral like calculations. So I think that if we could I've been watching The Foundation, which is a show you all should be watching. It's amazing. It's fantastic. So get on that. Anyway, they have this technology where they can like directly take the embryo or whatever out of the womb. Like they stick the machine on the woman's belly, right, and just whoop, it just sucks it out. Like no muss, no fuss. Then they can store it later on, and then they just put it into another woman's belly, just like whoop, like it's amazing. If we had that technology, that changes a lot of things, right? And I think it would matter in terms of like the future well-being of that child. Like, are we sending it out to the world where it can just suffer more? Like meaning that like a society that's not going to take care of it. Like, if we have a society and infrastructure in place that is going to take care of this child, then yeah, we should definitely let this embryo grow and and live. But if we're not, then like, what's the point of like making this child grow to a fully formed human and then neglecting it and immiserating it? So I think that also matters. So did I answer your question? Maybe not. I'm not
Well,
sure.
you did. I mean, the only issue again is like when you're talking about, well, what if we don't have the infrastructure to support it? Surely you don't. That's not an actual like moral consideration that you're thinking of. I mean, you can want to support children. I get that, but you wouldn't like if you consider the child a person. You wouldn't just go kill the child because there's no foster homes available, right?
So, well, one, I think that is a moral consideration, not for killing a child that's already outside the womb, but like I think it is a moral consideration. It's the fact that oftentimes the moral consideration that women use to decide they're going to keep a baby or not. Like, do they have the resources available? I want a society where the answer is absolutely, of course we do. And maybe the
Sure.
minute I have this baby, like the government comes online to assist, and so that I can do a good job, right? In raising this
We're
child.
assuming that doesn't exist though, right? In this scenario in which there is
Yeah.
no government services, I'm assuming you would still have a problem with me. Let's like, or I guess you still would be against the idea of somebody killing children, like let's say 3-year-old children, if they had no access to foster homes. Like you wouldn't, you'd have an issue with that because
I
they're
yeah,
persons, right?
yeah, I would be against that. Like when I specifically said that, that was with this sci-fi technology in mind that I was talking about.
Right. But with the sci-fi technology in mind, if you could like transfer the fetus out into the machine, then it's not a machine now and not another person, and then so you would define the fetus as a person at that point, right?
Uh, I guess, yes. Again, I like I said, this changes the moral calculations on like a number of levels. But I would say, yeah, it changes the moral calculations. I think, um, uh, like I don't know. Like I think of that example of you're in a fertility clinic and like do you rescue like one baby or like a bunch of like frozen embryos, like are all those the same things? Well, we don't treat them as they're the same thing. um Even though that embryo is out of the womb, right? Is that a person now? I mean, I guess we can say so, but just like the way we treat these two aren't the same. Like it
I
would
hear you,
you're
but so that's an appeal though to just like I don't know, like maybe not popularity, but just like common sense. But a lot of people would also say like, in pro-life nations, especially, be like, well, we just don't allow abortion, right? Obviously, like we just don't see it like that is okay. Um, I don't know.
I
I'm still convinced as to the brain activity portion of kind of what I'm defining here. Just I think that's like for me just a lot more solid. One thing that you said I think is very correct, which I think is when you said that the reason why women do this is because they're trying to. You didn't say it in these words, but this is essentially what is true. I'll just say the truth. Is they're trying to dodge a responsibility, right? Now you could say justified or not justified, but that's what's happening, right? When you look at polling of women who've had abortions, the vast majority of them have had an abortion because they're concerned with how raising a child would impact their life in terms of their career, their especially their career specifically, their education, their personal relationships, all that
Or there
stuff.
is a family. Yeah.
Right. And so knowing this, like the machine hypothetical of like, let's say we can pull a fetus out like at 3 weeks, or I don't know if it's an embryo still at 3 weeks, but you can pull an embryo out at 3 weeks, and like now it's a person, and you can grow it in a machine. The people who have abortion would not be happy with that outcome, because that's not the motivation for why they get abortions. The motivation why they get abortions is because they don't want the thing to exist, right? That's the goal. And the philosophical arguments to justify it seem to be tangential to the actual motivation, right? Like all the arguments in favor of abortion are not actually like directed towards the goal of abortion, which is I don't want this thing ruining my career.
Oh, hold on. I'm not sure that's necessarily the case. That like, that they simply don't want it to exist. I mean, for some, certainly, right? Like, I don't have my rapist baby, right? I don't want this thing to exist. Fair enough. But for others, it's like, yeah, it's economic. They're like, I am not in that position to do so, and also going through the stress of childbirth, which is, I hope we can all understand, a dangerous, uh, procedure. Then like I want to avoid that. I want to avoid the damage that it will do to me, and like the emotional trauma of like giving up their child, like a fully formed baby, and like handing it off, right? Like there are lots of reasons why they do these things. So to say necessarily it's just because they don't want it to exist, I think is incorrect.
So there's lots of reasons, but with like the health angle, that's a minority of people who get abortions, right? Like I think it was 86% or 87% of women who get abortions. It's because like the primary reason is their career, right? That's what they're primarily worried about, or their education, which makes sense, right? Because that honestly, that's what's most at jeopardy if you have a child when you're not expecting it, right? It's going to be your career and going to be your education. Most women, at least in the first world, survive childbirth and go on to make a full recovery and are generally okay. Not all, but the vast, vast, vast majority do. But also the vast majority, if they have an unplanned pregnancy and they have the kid, they're going to have to pay a cost when it comes to their career and their education. And so it makes sense that that's actually motivation. But if that's the real motivation, then it seems like the machine example that we brought up before would not actually fix the problem. Because if that's not the real motivation,
well, the machine example gives them the ability to. Maybe we should just move away from that because it's like a sci-fi thing. Maybe I was incorrect to like insert this in this particular conversation, but like the whole point was that like it'll make it easier for them to give the baby up. That was where I was going with that. But so I want to create. And if Ty wants to jump in, so I'll give him the space. But like I just want to create a world where there are where we do limit the number of abortions, right? Because if women are ending pregnancies because it conflicts with their opportunities, or economically, like they can't support like a third child because they have two already, and oftentimes women who get abortions are mothers themselves rather than new mothers. They already have an established family, and that's an issue for me. So it shouldn't be the case that having a baby conflicts with, or is incompatible with getting an education or their career, right? That seems like a place where the government could step in and assist. If you don't have a partner, well, even if you do have a partner, I think we should give assistance to all these individuals so that that's a non-issue. There are going to be a certain number of people who are still going to take that choice, but I'll vastly lower the number of abortions when we give people the economic options. So yeah. Ty, you want to say something?
Yeah, two things. I despise the conversation of we should abort for like an economic interest. If anything, like I will totally like this is where I'll split hairs with Lactoid. Like he's shaking yes, and I'm like, all right, cool. But like if the compromise is like we highly discourage abortions, but we have to actually like put in the child tax credit, and we like give $2,000 for each parent a year or something like that, fine, I'm sold. Like I'll bite that bullet. But that's kind of where I am on that issue. I really actually just needed to bump in here because unfortunately I have to wage cage tomorrow, and I'm already needing to be asleep about 40 minutes ago. So I love you all. Like this has been so much fun. I just I can't stay. I wish I could.
Okay. Thank you, buddy. Have a fantastic night, friend.
Yeah, you too. We'll catch you next time, guys.
Yep, see ya. What was the last thing I said about? Oh yeah, economic opportunities. You would agree with that much that we should give women. Well, I don't know. Maybe you wouldn't. Maybe we'll look for another avenue to it. Maybe if not the government, but like you would look for avenues to support mothers so that they can make a different choice.
I mean, ideally, that would be look. Even if I don't want the government to do it, I think it's like a good thing to help people who are vulnerable, struggling, right? Like, I mean, look. Ideally, this would be a nuclear monogamous relationship where you had support, right? That's the ideal, and that should be what's encouraged. But even in situations where that's absent, local social structures, community groups, churches, to a huge extent. I'm not religious, but I think they do a lot of good work. I think can be helpful in terms of helping people out of those kind of situations. I just sort of even though I recognize that it's a thing, I just categorically reject the idea that if it is murder, that your economic situation could ever justify murder, right? Like if you're having a hard time like affording, let's say you have 3 children right now and you're having a hard time affording 3 children. I think it would be just crazy for someone to say like, all right, we'll just dome your 3rd kid, right? No, like we're not going to allow that to happen. You don't get to do that, right? You put them in the situation, right? I do have like a level of personal responsibility here that I want to like implement, which is, if you put the child in the situation, you do have an obligation to see them out of the danger that they're in, right? They are intrinsically in danger by being a child in this world. You put them in this situation. I think it makes sense for you to take them out of it. Just like, if you're walking when I asked the hypothetical about like the tightrope, or I guess the ladder, the ladder bridge, the Indiana Jones ladder bridge. If you grab the child and you walk like halfway across the bridge, you can't just drop the kid because you put the kid there, right? You are the one where now they are in danger of dying if you drop them. And so you have some duty to like see them to the other side. When you strap a car in the car seat, you have a duty to take them out and not leave them in the hot car, right? Like there are duties that exist when you put people in certain situations. And so that's why for me, like personhood is like the ultimate line. If that exists at any point during the pregnancy, that you put a person in any kind of precarious position, you should have to see them out of it. And your economic situation is just not particularly important to me in terms of that calculation. Now, your economic position is important to me in the sense of I want you to have a good life and I want you to make a good life for the kid. But it's not important to me in the sense of like, these late term, you talked before about how like late term abortions are oftentimes only in catastrophic situations. And I can imagine catastrophic health situations where this is the case. And those are incredibly difficult. 100% agree with you. But what's interesting is that when you look at the politicians arguing for like the late term abortion stuff, they often try to sneak in like economic situation into what they would define as like a justified reason to have a late term abortion, or like some kind of catastrophic situation, like losing a job or just generally being poor. But you understand what I'm saying, that like if it is a person, being poor is never an excuse to just get rid of a burden, right? Like you can't just do that. If it's a person.
If it's a person, I guess, and we understand that I wouldn't be given it personhood in the womb
because it hasn't slid through the hole, the magical
hole. Slid through the hole.
It's got to go through the hole, and then it's person, right?
Yeah, Yeah, because these spaces matter. And you're like you aren't dependent anymore on that individual. Yeah, actually, it does matter.
If you're in that space, are you a double person? Like if that, let's say, like
Am
for
I?
sex, right?
If I go back into the womb,
Yeah, are you like a double person now because you're your own person, or do you lose your personhood? Right, you would lose your personhood because now you're in somebody else.
If I'm relying, yes, lactose. If I, as a fully grown adult human male, make it back inside a woman's womb, yeah, I guess I lose my person. She has two because she's fucking dead. But like,
Wait. What about the adult humans who are dependent on the labor of other people in society to survive?
I
Are
don't
they
think
are
those
they
are the.
people?
I don't think those are the same thing, and I don't think those are the same thing. But I so I think it's crazy. I think it's crazy to say that these things shouldn't matter when we're talking about a child still in the womb. These economic calculations, of course, they should. Of course, because if you don't have the resources to raise this child, that makes a big fucking difference. Um, uh, like, uh, like your life trajectory changes rapidly when you have a baby. Even for people who are resourced, their life trajectory changes completely because they had a baby. So of course that should matter. Of course, it should be a calculation, and I acknowledge that calculation, and I want to tilt it in the direction of life. And so, as because I had agreed with you previously that the government could be a tool to affect moral policy, to affect morality, right? That we should use policy there, and that would be the most effective tool to help women. There's one of those Scandinavian countries where you come from. They have I think it's like Iceland. Like when you have a child, like you get an immediate care package from the government, like with car seat and like diapers and formula and shit, right? Like you get an immediate care package because the government is letting you know, hey, we're on your, we have your side, or we got your back, right? On your side, got your back, and that we will be supporting you throughout, like this time. You aren't alone. That's fucking huge. That's that like if my friends on the right like truly cared about like guaranteeing life, then this is exactly the policies to be pushing. Exactly that. When women know that they are not alone, that the community actually cares, that the government actually cares, yeah, you would save a lot of lives, or a lot of embryos would make it out. And even if you criminalize it, a lot of people, as women have shown throughout all of time, they're still going to try to find ways to end those lives. As so, instead of like going through the criminal system to do this, let's go through the economic system. Let's give them choices. Let's take away stigma, right? Like there was stigma before about being like a single mother, and so they sent you to like an Irish laundromat. Like instead of making it as difficult as possible for a woman who finds herself in that situation, make it as easy as possible. And we should do that collectively.
Would you be comfortable with like a carrot and a stick philosophy, where all those things that you just proposed are like a thing, and then you also criminalize like abortion?
No, because people are going to fall through the cracks.
Hmm.
I'm all about
Are
helping.
you okay? Would you be okay with I don't. This is probably bullshit, but I read some story somewhere where it was like, because you mentioned Iceland, and when you mention Iceland, I think of eugenics. If you had like a situation where, like, let's say a bunch of feminists were like, all right, we're all going to get pregnant and we're aborting every male child. We're only going to have women. Would you be fine with this? Like, technically, it's not people, right? So you would just be fine, no issue.
I mean, um, I am. well, I guess those are under different circumstances, so I guess it doesn't matter. Because I'm comparing this to China and the massive abortion of girls. But that was under like social pressure, like governmental pressure, that made it, and economic pressure that made it difficult. Um, because people don't have they don't have a social security, they don't have any guarantees for um, their old age, and so they look at boys as their economic vehicles. So if they're going to have just one kid, they're going to have a boy to take care of them when they're older, and that's the retirement package. But if you give them a retirement package, then that changes the calculus for them, and so girls get to live. See how that works? Um, but in this case, I mean, sure. I mean, I guess if they wanted a girl, go ahead,
Okay.
knock it out.
Would you be all right with an abortion doctor who only gives black women abortions?
Only give black women abort. If black women go to them for abortions, then yeah, he can.
A traveling doctor, like goes to black women specifically and gives them free abortions.
Gives them free abortions. Yes, that's fine, right? Even if he wants to reduce the black population,
Yeah.
right?
What if I could
that's
prove to you that this policy like it became prevalent enough where like it would substantially reduce the black population? Would you care?
yes, I would care because that shows a policy failure that we haven't supported black mothers if they are all making these choices. That means that as we have done throughout the centuries here in this nation, we haven't been supporting black mothers and economically and socially. And so we should change that so that their calculations change.
What if they got paid? So like what if you had like let's say a racist group from an organization that went to black mothers, black pregnant women and paid them 20 grand to get an abortion, like specifically. And to get sterilized on top of that. Would you be okay with this organization?
Oh, I feel lactoid. The best hypothetical.
I just want to know your answer. I just want to
Okay. um I guess I would have a law to say that because because my priorities are like tilted towards life, then I would outlaw that group being able to do that.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
What if instead of giving abortions, they just gave sterilizations and they paid them for it? There's an organization kind of it's not racially based, but it's called Project Prevention, in which they'll pay women to get sterilized. Are you in favor of allowing this program to like maybe absorb this within Planned Parenthood and make it proliferate? If you let's say you only offered poor people sterilization so they don't have a kid and become poorer.
So I guess I want to. There's a line I want to balance here because I want to, and I think you agree with me on this. I want people to be able to sell their organs, right? Um, I think that should be a thing. Like if they have that choice, and or if they need to, then they should definitely do so. Um, Assuming like these people are able to like participate in a market fairly and like get
Yeah.
like a fair price for their for organs. um but in terms of sterilization, this isn't uh like providing hmm, uh pay people to sterilize them. um I guess my problem is that like there could be a lot of I'd have to think about this one because I think this could be pernicious outcomes, and
Yes.
ones I want to avoid.
But at the same time, right? Like bodily autonomy, right? Who are you to tell somebody they can't get $10,000 to get sterilized?
Yeah, exactly. The same reason why I think we should
Organ
allow
trading.
selling organs. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
I guess that would be fine.
Oh,
I'd have to
damn.
think.
All right. Fair enough.
Yeah.
I'm taking the yes. I'm going to tell everybody that's what you
Yeah.
say yes. There.
Yeah, sure. Okay. But like the problem would be, yeah, if it was like racially motivated, or like for um blind people, right? Like this went around for like blind women, and like they will pay money to sterilize you. I think like there are some like disastrous moral questions there, and I'd have a problem with that. But I don't. Yeah, I don't know how you legislate this, right? Like
It's
this seems like a weird moral problem, so I don't know how you legislate that.
no, it's tough. I think we probably find almost complete agreement then in terms of the organ trading, in terms of like project prevention. But we probably have some pretty. I still think that with specifically the abortion question, I still think there's obviously, because for me, person is mental processes, hopes, dreams, thoughts. And for you, it's whether they've slid through a hole. There's like going to be fundamental differences. I mean, that's how you defined it, right?
Yeah, but like I don't know, like these mental processes, like, well, I mean, I guess you would like I don't know, like what are the value of the of that mere infants mental processes, like the hopes and dreams. They don't have hopes and dreams.
But they
They
have
don't.
thoughts, they have dreams, right?
They don't. What of what of like
I don't.
feelings and
I
just like
don't know. They can't remember
yeah,
them.
exactly nothing. Right? They have nothing.
Okay, just
But
because
they're
they can't remember them doesn't mean they're not dreaming, right? So I can't just go shoot someone with amnesia, right? Obviously, just because you can't remember, just because somebody has
yeah,
a
I
speech
know, I
impediment.
agree. But like that's not. But that's not the foundation, or that's not the criteria I would use in the first place. So it doesn't matter to me, right?
Right?
Like
What's the criteria?
the criteria that go out that hole. Is that the they're no longer dependent? Oh, not human. That would be the um uh yeah. So well, they're no longer dependent, god damn it.
Oh
Right?
my god! I look. It's something. That was good. I think we have some fundamental differences that I don't know if they can be well logically resolved.
Yeah.
That was
Do
funny.
you have I know we're over time. But do you have anything you want to bring up that like like you got a bone of me, like I've said some nonsense and you really want to take me to task?
I mean, look, your leftist stuff is obviously nonsense, but I'll say this. Um, I think you are able to do something that a lot of people, a lot of lefties especially, can't do. Is that like even when you disagree with it, like when somebody's explaining a position to you, like you actually recognize like the position, and you're like, oh yeah, okay, that makes sense, and then like you'll argue against it, and you'll be very good faith about it. So I mean, this was a very good experience. I thought Tiberius was great. I think you were great, and even though I know we went through a lot, I appreciate most the honesty and good faith that that you engage my ideas with. So, and I mean that sincerely. It was a lot of fun. But I mean it's the policy positions that I'm gonna hate, obviously, and I'm always gonna pick those bones with you. But I don't unless some very deep values change. I don't know. I don't
Yeah.
know when we're going to agree or not. I mean, sometimes we have random points of agreement, right? Because there's overlaps, right? And I think that demonstrates that neither of us are partisan hacks, right? I think it demonstrates
Mhm.
that we just have different value systems that when they line up, and I'll be right there with you. But
Yeah.
When it comes to
And
taxes, absolutely not.
like, okay, so like the more I think about it, right? Like I guess like I'm fine with the construction that like taxes are theft. Like I'm actually like fine with that construction. Like it doesn't matter to me. Like,
Awesome.
like I
Now I
don't
just got to
think
get
it's
everybody to accept it, and then I'll be golden.
yeah, like I because like if one this is like a constant barrier when talking to people of your ilk, right? Like that like once you get to the taxation or stuff or whatever, right? Like I conceive of it as a responsibility, a price for like a well functioning society, right? But then like you would say, well, that sounds like the racketeering, right? A protection director. And okay, all right, like he's like you want to look at this in the worst possible light. I look at it in the like a normal human possible light. So like again, but it doesn't matter, right? Like we can understand that it's an extraction of wealth from these individuals, and whether consensual or not, right? Like paying taxes can suck individually. Like I paid my taxes. I am happy to keep the nation functioning, but like still there was a lowering of my bank account, which kind of sucked for me, you know. So there you go. Like I mean, I guess I agree. So there's no point in fighting on that. Like I don't think that is as big of a like gotcha as like libertarians and ANCAPs think it is. You know.
So for me, for my brand of libertarianism, for me, taxes are theft is the start of a conversation. I would agree with you that for a lot of people, and especially anarcho-capitalists, taxation is theft is the end of a conversation, right? And I think that's kind of the difference of opinion that like-minded people can come to. Where I think for a lot of people, they don't ever acknowledge what taxes are, right? It's just kind of like an ethereal sort of like concept to them. Like the government blew $850 billion some other day, right? And most people, they look at that and they just see numbers and they don't really comprehend how much money that really is. And they don't really comprehend where it came from. And they don't really, and I think just for me, just drawing that line, just showing like, hey, that's your money, right? As long if I can just get people to acknowledge that and just we can start the conversation there, and then we can have a conversation afterwards about the efficacy of what it should be spent on, how much we should spend on things, different value systems as to what's important, what's not important. That is what I'm looking for. I'm not trying to use it to end a conversation. I'm trying to use it to start a conversation.
So I've never really done this with you or Scott. Um, because I don't think I have like the knowledge base to argue this effectively against people who I acknowledge you and Scott are like you have a solid like economic foundation and like lexicon, and arguing against you on these grounds is very difficult. I'm not sure I'm the person to do it, but see, I'm on the MMT train, right?
Oh no! Oh my fucking god! Prime! Oh, you could have said anything else. Not even
so, like,
even Synth won't accept the MMT label. Oh my fucking god.
So I'm on the MMT train, and I think the value of your money comes from the scarcity of it all, and so the taxation helps increase that scarcity. And like with our government, since it can, since it's the world's reserve dollar and or currency, um, and we could just print more, and it's based on the value. Like the strength of the economy, right? And that we will still be there tomorrow. Yeah, we can like it's not actually a one-to-one thing. Like your money is simply being destroyed when you send it to IRS. Like not in the way that you think of it, but like literally just like it's just gone. It's being wiped out, and then we, keep a certain balance of money within the economy. Like, yeah, so I don't know. But like I,
Well, we're gonna have to debate that at some point.
that's the thing. That's
Not
the
maybe
thing.
not right now, but we're gonna have to discuss that.
Yeah.
And if you're gonna bring on an MMT economist, yeah, I know one. I know an economist that's not, that's anti MMT, and I'm gonna bring him on.
If I could find economists that would argue for this, that would be fantastic. I
I
would
mean, that'd
actually
be
love to hear
interesting.
that.
Yeah. And I do have
Um,
an economist who would have that debate.
yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I don't have I feel like I don't have the vocabulary, the arguments that I can deploy, like the same way I can do like within an abortion debate. I don't have that for an MT. That's why I haven't done it with you before. So
I've never known of this is the worst, Prime. I
I've
didn't know this
mentioned this
about you.
before. I've actually mentioned this on
I
stream to
really
you
I did must
before.
I
Yeah.
mustn't maybe I thought it was a meme, or maybe I didn't catch it.
You blacked out.
I blacked out. It was trauma response. I didn't record it in my memory.
But like, yeah, so I don't think these things are one to my understanding. Yeah, we can talk about it. I don't know if I can. I feel comfortable debating you on it. I had to put just a lot more effort into understanding the situation. But I would definitely talk about it. Yeah.
All right. No, sounds good. Yeah.
Friend, thank you so much. Lactoid, I think, is fantastic. I tell him this all the time. He's one of the best people to argue with, right? On any particular subject. He'll say wild things. Apparently, I'll say wild things. But always good faith in our discussion. So shout out to my man. And I gotta say this, like, we didn't have a lot of people for this week. Just like sometimes it happens. Different weeks, different things are happening. Sometimes there are weeks where everyone is doing things, of like the usual crew. But I had Lactoid, and I'm like, I knew I can make this a great discussion. Like, I was sure of it, and it turned out to be the case. So shout out to my man Lactoid for always being around, being helpful, and being one of the most interesting individuals I ever had the privilege to talk to. Thanks, friend.
Absolutely. And a big, shout out to you. So, Lactoid TV, that's my Twitch account. And today is my 1 year affiliate anniversary. And it was you who encouraged me to take the plunge and to get this whole thing started. And, I think, you've got a great community, Prime. I'm really, really happy with the community that I have. Really great people. And yeah, thank you so much for convincing me to make the right decision, which lefties usually don't do, but this time you did. And I appreciate it. Thank you.
Abortion loving, God hating lefties. Yeah. Thank you so much. Majin, thank you for the Prime Gaming resub. It's a big help to the community. All right, so yeah, and congrats to our friend Lactoid. Let me hit you up in terms of our shout out here so people can find you. Lactoid, is it ACU or just Lactoid?
It's just Lactoid TV.
Oh, Lactoid TV. Yeah.
Well, believe it or not, Lactoid was taken. Fucking crazy. I know, right? I think it was taken by an account that I don't have access to anymore. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. You were saying that you probably locked yourself out of it. All right. Anyway, thanks all for this. I think I'm going to just I think I'm just gonna end the stream here. But you know what we could do, right? We could go over to our friend Lactoid who's streaming, right? You're streaming right now?
I'm streaming, but I'm gonna be rating out too because I also have I guess salary cage tomorrow.
So what Lactoid will do, he'll wait a few minutes so that I can send my stream over to him, and then you guys can realize how great he is and follow his channel. So grow, hopefully get him partner one of these days. Let's see, rate channel, Lactoid TV. Yeah, we gotta support our friends, and Lactoid has always supported us. So we'll support him back. Send him out. This countdown has started. It's super weird for me when the countdown is happening because I don't know what to say. So I feel like this. So,
Yes,
like,
it's
go
true.
lactoid, enjoy yourself. Bye. And they're gone over to your side.
Over to me, where they
you
still
hear
see
me?
you. Don't talk shit. Don't talk shit.
Yeah, right. So they're over there on Lactoid's channel. Guys, please support our friend Lactoid. He's fantastic. Please hit the follow button in case you haven't done so already.
Thanks, Prime. No, I appreciate it. I mean, this was a great great discussion, great debate, as always.
All right. Talk to you later, friend.
Talk to you later. All right, now that you're all over here. Wait, are you? Are you over here? Yes, yes, you are. All right, now that you're all over here, we're going to find someone to raid on out into. Hey, clearly, crystal clear. Thank you so much. We're going to find someone. Samantha Savage, welcome, welcome. I know you very well. Jason Society is streaming. I know he does politics. Oh no. Kid Not Kin? Is that a good guy? Let's. Oh boy, I just don't know. Okay. All right, all right. Hold on. Okay. Majin, what'd you say? Oh, Swagger, you mean my beard? You mean my fucking homeless guy beard? Yeah, no, I like it. It probably won't be around next time, but you know, it'll. All right, here's what we're gonna do. Clearly crystal clear. Recommended Kid Not Kid. We're gonna go ahead and stream right on out into Kid Not Kin. Feder, thank you so much for the bits. Also, to those of you who have not followed, please consider giving me a follow. To all of you that were active in the chat, that gave subs, bits, and all that good stuff, thank you guys so much. You guys are awesome. Really appreciate all of you guys, and on my 1-year affiliate anniversary too. What a fucking awesome day. You guys always make Monday that much more better, which it's hard to do for a Monday, but you guys really do make it the highlight, which turning the worst day into the highlight is incredible talent. All right, let's go ahead and raid on out. All right. Huh, hold on. There we go. That works. All right. All right, here we go. Thank you guys.
We're on the back. I've basically been pregnant for 3 years.